Hi everyone, in this video series we are going to build a complete learning management system, or more specifically a learning tracking platform. This project is similar to a traditional LMS but with a slightly different and more flexible learning structure. So this is going to be the home page, and on the home page you can see featured course and also kind of a landing style layout that we saw in any traditional LMS platform, and also a bit navigations where it gonna help to navigate through the platform easily. Then if we go to view all course, then you can see all the courses listed on that page, and we can also see the course details. If we just click on the view details, then you can see this is all the informations about a particular course. So in the course structure, we have modules, we have chapters, we have lessons, and we have quizzes under a particular course. So a course contains multiple modules, which you can see listed here, and all those modules are locked. And then each modules will have multiple chapters, and both multiple chapters will have multiple lessons, and lessons can include quizzes. So for example, this course have 4 modules like this 4, and it will have 20 chapters, then 83 lessons and 34 quizzes. So initially these modules are locked. Once a user purchases or enrolled in the course, all relevant modules and lessons become unlocked sequentially. So now let's enroll a course. So whenever any user click enroll now, it need to be signed in or sign up. So user have to sign in before purchase any course. And we use GitHub authentication like GitHub Auth for our sign in and sign up. From the home page, user can enroll in a course, but before that they must need to sign up or sign in. And we have implemented full authentications. Learner can securely access their dashboard and track their progress. So after login, you will see the logout button at the top and the admin panel link, so that if the user is admin, then they can navigate to the admin panel. If the user is learner, they can navigate to the learner panel. So the button will be changed there. So let's try to enroll a course. So if I just go here, then you can see the enroll button. Now if I just click, then the user will be redirected to the payment page, and we are using Lemon Squeezy as a payment gateway. We have to provide all the informations here to purchase that particular course, and when that's done, we have to click on the pay button, and that pay button will help to complete the payment. And when that complete, it will redirect the learner to the learner dashboard, and the purchase course become available and unlocked. So now let's talk about all the course related stuff. Let's say how those course actually created, how those course can be set up for the learner. So for that case, we have to think about two systems. One system is admin panel, another is learner panel. That's mean there will be two panel, or two user role. Admin can create all the courses and all the materials, and then the learner will able to learn them, track them to complete those courses. So first of all, we're going to check the admin panel. So if I go to the admin panel, that's the UI will look like. It will have dashboard, courses, module, chapter, lessons, learners, and profile, where we will see all the informations. And also we can create the course and the course hierarchy. So all the course you see on the website are created and managed from the admin panel. So now let's look into the course first. Then we're going to look into all the dashboard stuff. So in the course menu, we have the course list. Here you can see all the course that we saw in the detail page, or like in the website, are listed here. So admin can see all the list of the course. They can also create courses. They can also search with the course name and filter with the status. So let's try to create a new course. So here we have to set the validity, like how many days the course will be validated if someone purchased. Then we have some status and the product selection. So this is important. You can see that earlier when we were trying to enrolling the course, we navigate to the checkout page from Lemon Squeezy. So as we are using Lemon Squeezy payment gateway, we are using the default behavior from the Lemon Squeezy. In the Lemon Squeezy, we can create a store, then we can create product there. So what I did, I created some product on the Lemon Squeezy, then I fetch those product information into our platform so that we can tag with those product here. As you can see, whenever I choose any particular product, the image change, the title, the price, all those things actually change, and those are disabled because those are actually coming from Lemon Squeezy. And there will be an enroll link as well as with that particular product, which we can just simply show on the website, and whenever the user click on that link, it will take us to that particular checkout page. And when the checkout done, we use like webhook with our server to communicate to complete the order process. So that's the whole flow we're going to implement. So that's why we are not adding the course name or price here. Instead, we are using the lemon squeezy product as a course metadata, and then we created the course here. And after creating the course, we will see all the course list data here. Then you can see a little button which will help to order or reorder the course. Let's say right now this is the order we are getting visually in the website. Let's say I want to bring the mobile app development with React Native at the top of that particular website. So if I just now go to the website, then you can see that's the course appear in the top of that particular list. So that's how we also implemented this reorder functionality with drag and drop, which will give us reorder feature. And also we can archive a particular course. If we don't want to show that in the website, then we can archive that or make the status to something else, not published. And then we can also edit the course. So that's the course or the main feature for our application. Now the course will have the hierarchy. The course will have modules, chapters, lesson, and all those things. So let's look into the next section, which is going to be like the module. So you can say it's kind of a course material. When we start a course, we start with modules. If I just go to new module, then you can see we have to select a particular course for creating modules. So let's say we select a module, then we have to provide the module name. We have to select a course, then we have to provide a module name, then the icon that you saw in the website detail page, which looks kind of good. And this is the icon list coming from Lucid Icon. All the Lucid Icon actually binded here. So if I just search any icon from Lucid Icon, I will get that icon here. And other than that, we have the common field. And when we create new modules, we will see the list here, including the icon beside that. And also we can filter with all the course because all the module is somehow related to any particular course. So that's why we must need the filter to find out a particular module. And also we have the same drag and drop functionality here to order and reorder those module list. And this will also affect on the learner side. If I order with a particular way, the same way it will be also visually presented on the learner side. And with the same feature we saw in the course, we have an edit option, we have also archive option. Now let's move to the chapter section, because after creating modules, we have to add chapters in a particular module. So each module contain multiple chapters. So for creating chapters, we have to select course, then we have to select module, and the chapter name, description, and status. So you can think of it like a book. So let's say the course is kind of a book, and the modules are sections, and the chapter organize content within those sections, and we will have lesson, which is actually the content for a particular learning materials. So when the chapter will be created, we will see the list here, and you can see tons of chapters, and also we can filter with the course, with the modules, and then we'll get all those informations. Including we also have the reorder functionality in the chapter list, so that we can also organize the chapter order so that it visually presented on the learner side as well as in the website. So now we have the last item for that particular course, which is lesson. So lessons are actually under each chapter. We create lesson from the lesson list. So here, first of all, we have to create a lesson. You can see it's kind of a metadata, and then the lesson need to be tagged with content or quiz. Because if you saw here, we have a lesson type. The lesson type could be theory, quiz, coding. So whenever the lesson type is quiz, we have to tag a particular quiz, or we have to create a quiz for a particular lesson like this. And when we have the lesson type is theory and coding, then we have to provide a particular content. So we will have content like markdown, video, something like that. So we have to choose the lesson that we created here. When that's theory or coding, then we have to choose the content, either it's markdown or video. So if it's markdown, we have to choose a particular markdown file. These are the markdown file that's actually coming from our backend server, kind of like a FTP server, where we put a tons of course related materials. We're going to discuss about that when we are building this feature. And when we select any markdown file, you can see all those informations that actually coming from the markdown is showing here. So that's for the markdown. And also we have to select the lesson. Then if we just choose video, then we can provide a video URL, and that's gonna be the content for that particular lesson. So for creating new lessons, we have to select all those metadata like course, module, chapter, and then the lesson name, description, and the XP point. That's actually helpful when we have to track all those learning progress based on a particular lesson. You can increase that to any number. Right now by default is 5. Then the lesson time, which is important. So whenever we finish creating a lesson, then we have to create immediately a lesson content or a quiz. If the lesson type is theory or coding, we have to create lesson content. If the type is quiz, we have to create a quiz. Let's say we already have 2 lessons here. These lessons are type of quiz. That means we have to add quiz. So whenever we choose a lessons, then all those information need to be provided. So this quiz is already created for a lesson. That's why I'm getting all the data. And one thing you can see here in the quiz option, you can also reorder all those options, because the option is also important when it comes to the quiz related things. And also you have to choose a correct answer like this. That's the feature is also available here. You can also remove a particular option, and you can also add the options. And there are also proper validation here if you don't provide any option or any correct answer. So that's about the quiz. Also on the lesson content, we will see a tons of stuff that's related to a particular lesson, and when that's done, we will see all the lesson listed in the all lesson page or on lesson tab. And also we have filter functionality as above. We have to filter with the course, then we have to choose the module, then we have to choose the chapter, so that we can find the exact lessons for a particular chapter. And also we can filter with quizzes, theory and all types. You can see the badge when this lesson is related to coding. We can see the coding. When it's kind of quiz, we will see the quiz tag. When it's theory, we will see the theory tag as well as. And also we have edit options for the lessons. Then we have the archive option. And also if we want to edit the quiz, then we can just simply select that lesson and we can also edit the quiz. The same thing will happen for the markdown at the video. If we select the lesson, then we will see the content directly here. Then we can also change the content to something else. Also, if we want to change the video, then we can get the data here, then we can change that video link as well as. So this is how we set up the lesson. And when we set up a lesson, let's say we created a course, then we created a single module, then we created a single chapter under that module. Then if we create a single lesson on that particular chapter tagged with any content like markdown or quiz, then it will complete a particular course with only single material. So that's the hierarchy. I think you understand, and you are going to understand better when you are going to develop that. And we're going to discuss the business logic while we're going to developing this feature. So now let's see our next menu, which is going to be like learners. So this is kind of an additional menu for admin panel. Here the admin can see the complete list of learners. Right now we only have one learner, but all learner information will be clearly visible in this list. So for each learner, the admin can see total number of course they enrolled, then overall learning progress, like what's the current streak, total XP, then total enroll course, then total amount they spend for all those particular course, then also the course expiration details, and so on. So for example, this learner has enrolled 3 courses like this and complete some of them like 72%, 44%, and one course the learner doesn't yet started. So this is really helpful feature for the admin or the platform owner. It allows the admin to track learner progress easily and understand user behavior from one place. Then we have the profile, which is a traditional profile page where admin can view personal information, update the profile information, and also some account settings like that in the future if we add that. So now we have the dashboard. So this dashboard gives a complete overview of the platform activity. So in the overview tab, you can see we have some card. On those card, we have total students. Right now we have total 2 students. Then total sales is this amount. Then we have total 6 order. That means 2 people actually purchase 6 course somehow. And the last course will be expired like January 2028 from any user. And in the table, we will see the recent orders like who purchased what course. You can see the mail and also the name, including the prices with the date and the expired date, and also the invoice link. So this is the invoice links that will be generated from Lemon Squeezy, as we are using the wrapper payment gateway, and it will be automatically generated. So we don't have to create those invoice stuff. We'll just attach a link from the Lemon Squeezy order metadata. So that's it in the overview section. Now we have another tab which is called statistics, and this is really important. So in this statistics menu, admin can see monthly sales data, then total revenue of the current month, then number of course enrollments per month. For example, here you can see monthly sales overview. That's a chart where you can see in the January month there are $299 got sale, and then in the second chart, course enrollment based on the course, which course got how many enrollment. You can see first one got 2, the second one also got 2, the third one 1, and the last one also got 1 enrollment. And then in the end we have the course completion rate, which is also a bit important, I think, statistics. So here, which course got like total course, what's the progress of the completion rate. You can see 83% of the course is in progress and 70% of the course is not started. So this is kind of a statistics that admin can use or verify or track the behavior of the learner. And this is not only kind of 3 statistics, you can add multiple statistics on the admin side to track or bring the learner behavior data. So now let's quickly switch to the learner panel. In our system, we simply change the user role to learner in the database. Since I currently have only one user with GitHub, so that's why I am just switching that mode to learner mode from the database changing. So you're gonna see the brief explanation about this role management in the detailed development. So now let's log in again. Then it will be login as a learner, and after login, it will redirect the user to the learner dashboard. So on the learner dashboard, the learner can see their name on the top, then the total XP they have earned, and also the learning streak. And below that, they will see a learning activity chart, which is pretty similar with the GitHub activity. So the activity chart shows how many days the learner has been actively learning, whether they completed lesson or track progress in a particular course. So each circular indicator shows details like, if I just click on that, then you can see on that day total XP and total lessons they completed. So after that, we have active courses. That's mean these are the courses that actually purchased by that particular learner. And on that active courses, we can see the progress, total lessons like this, and how many lessons the learner actually completed for that particular course, and the progress, and also total XP for a particular course. And here you can see we have a continue button. All this continue button will take to the learner to the current stage, like it will resume where they left off. So that's really crucial feature, because if someone learning in the chapter 5, that's module 5, then they must need to go there when they left off. So that's why this feature is. And we have another additional button, which is explore, and that's going to help to learners to browse the course structure. So for exploring course, we have modules, chapters, and each chapter will have all those lessons. So when someone click on that button, then it will bring to the module list page. Then if we click any particular module, then we will see all the chapter list for that particular module. This is the module name, this is the progress. For that, here you can see the module progress, and if you just click, there's the all the chapter progress here. And if I go any in progress module, then you can see this is the particular module that's in progress. So if I just click on that particular chapter now, then we will see the lesson. And that's the content that we set up when we created the lesson and we added the markdown template for that particular lesson. So that's the same markdown content will be appear here when someone will continue that particular lesson. And in this lesson page, we have some navigation here. You can see previous lesson, submit lesson, and also progress. That's mean this indicate there are 4 lessons for this particular chapter, and we are in the second lesson. And we can also go back to the first lesson, and you can see that's just changed to the first one. If we just click on the next, we just came to the second one. If we just submit this one, then we just go to the third one, and the progress is right now 50%. And this is the quiz. If I just choose a quiz and click check answer, then you can see it's showing the right answer. If I just go back and try to go again here and try to select a wrong answer, then you can see the wrong answer here as well. As so these are all the things that configure from the admin side, and we are actually getting those information here. And the more brief explanation is also available on the later video series here, so you can also get that explanation. So when we have completed the lessons, then we can just simply go to the next, and all those navigation stuff will work in a particular chapter which will have multiple lessons. And when we complete the whole chapter, then it will take us to the chapter list or a complete page where we can see the chapter is completed, and we will see all the lessons list here. And then we can also go back to the chapter list to see all the completed chapter or the newest chapter. Like if I go back here, this particular module is complete and all this module is complete. Now we have the last one, and you can see all this next chapter is kind of locked. You will not able to go to this chapter until you finish the current chapter. And when you click on that chapter, you can see this is the chapter. Let's say we submitted these lessons, that's the quiz, that's we also have a quiz. Now this is the content, and if we now go back again, then you can see the progress just changing to something up. That's we completed. So that's all about kind of the lesson. And if we just go back again, we will see the changes here. You can see this state, those value actually got changed, and then also those progress and XP also got changed here. Now that's all about the courses section. Then we will have the billing section for a particular learner, where the learner will see all the enrolled course and when they enrolled and when those course will be expired, and also they will be able to check the details of the enrollment. If they click on the invoice, then it will open that particular lemon squeezy invoice link that we will attach with a particular course when they enroll that. So that's actually generated automatically by lemon squeezy, so we don't have to take the hassle. We'll just attach the link here. Right now this is kind of demo data, so when we are developing the feature, we will see the real data that we inserted into the application. We will see all those things. So after that, we have the last menu, which is the learner profile. As usual, same like the admin profile, which just help to view the personal information and update the information. So now one thing you can see, as right now we are logged in with the learner. If we just go to website, then you can see this is the learner panel in the top of the navigation, and also we have the logout button here, and we can also change the design mode like dark mode to light mode. Then if we just simply go to the courses page, let's say any course like this one, then you can see this course is already purchased. And if we go to a course like this one, which is not purchased like this one, so all these modules are unlocked. Let's say this course, you can see the course is unlocked, and we can go to the module. Let's say this one is unlocked, so if I just click, then you can see all the chapter for that particular module actually completed. So that's how we can also go directly to our module list page from the website, so that learner can easily navigate from anywhere. Then we have the last feature, which is the leaderboard. Here you can see, so this leaderboard tracks learner progress, as we tracking all the learner information whenever they completed any course. We increasing the XP, we are working with the streak. So now we can use those data to make a kind of a leaderboard that could be globally available. So this leaderboard will rank user based on the total experience, or like total XP point, and shows the learning streak. You can see the top learners, for example, the top 100 users ranked by the total experience and learning streak. So that's a cool feature which will help kind of a gamification element to the platform and motivate the learner to stay consistent. So finally, I would say for the whole project, we will have a website portion, then we will have admin panel, we will have learner panel work. So for the website, we have all the available courses, course details, sign up and sign in. Then also they can able to purchase the course using lemon squeeze integration. Then they can also continue the learning directly from the course detail page. So that's all about in the website. And if I talk about the admin panel that you already saw, we can create or manage courses, module, chapter, all the lesson stuff, the hierarchy. Then we can read or reorder all those content if we need with the drag and drop functionality. Then also admin can see the learner progress, enrollment activity, and the revenue and all those statistical report. And then in the learner panel, which will focus for the learning experience for a particular user, they can track progress, then they can resume the courses where they left off, and also they can explore all the course information and the materials, including their billing information and so on. So overall, the whole platform provides a structure and a scalable learning system, and I think it's a clear separation between admin and learner responsibilities. And we have added bunch of feature, and some of the cool feature is also in my mind, which you can say kind of roadmap. So if you just join into the discussion section for that particular repository, then you will see some of the roadmap in the future, like what kind of new feature you can add there. Let's say if I just go to the learner panel, when someone learning a particular lesson, if we just add a chatbot, something like that, then whenever click on that chatbot button, then it will open a sidebar where the learner will able to communicate with the chat, including this particular lesson. That will they can ask question for this particular lesson. And also if we provide another options to communicate with the moderator or who actually created the course, then that's going to be also a good feature that I'm thinking that we can implement it. So this is really open source project that's really gonna help you to implement those feature. You can just start building that feature, create the PR, and yeah, feel free to reach out to me. So now let's talk about the tech stack that you're gonna learn from this whole video series. Mostly it's a full stack project, so you're gonna learn backend, frontend, and all those combination stuff. So from the backend technologies, you're gonna learn Node.js, TypeScript, and then you're gonna learn the ExpressJS stuff, like mostly creating RESTful APIs with middleware architecture. And also we use the decorator architecture somewhere. So we're going to use the PostgreSQL and the TypeORM for the database related stuff, creating schemas and relationship, because you already saw the course's really good feature, which is have kind of like an hierarchy. So when we develop that database design, you're going to learn a lot of things here. Then we use Redis, iRedis for caching stuff, then also JWT or OAuth for GitHub authentication. Then we also use cookie parser for session management, where we use somewhere the cookie, and also we use the Axios for calling the external API like webhook stuff. So these are the core thing you're going to learn from the backend. Then from the front end, you're going to learn React, then TypeScript, then Vite for building the whole project. Then the whole project is actually wrapped with the 10 stack router, which is kind of file based routing with typeshape, route parameters, and layouts. So I think that's going to be a good learning point. And also we used 10 stack query. That's kind of gonna help to fetch the data smartly, and using the cache and synchronization with the server is really great combo. Then for the state management, we use Justend, and for the form we use React hook from. Styling, we use Tailwind CSS, and also we use tons of AI generated code. You can see the website code is really generated by AI, like Gemini 3 or any LLM. You can just ask those kind of UI stuff with Tailwind CSS 4. And also you can see these content are actually generated. So we try to use as much as AI we can, like explaining the whole course, all those in-depth explanation in this particular video series. Then also you're going to learn DND kit. As you already saw, we have drag and drop functionality. Then we have React Markdown that we preview earlier, where you will see the Markdown render things. Then Mermaid chart to display interactive diagrams and flowcharts. Then Lucid Icon, we're going to play with Lucid Icon in a drop down, and also recharts for the dashboard analytics. There's so many things in the front end level, so we're going to learn in this particular video series. And after that, we have shared package in the project, as our project is monorepo architecture. So we have 3 packages, which is the first one is definitions, I would say, that will help to provide all the types support, interface, enums, and all those things, which we use across backend and frontend. Then we will have logger package, which is going to help to log in our application, both frontend and backend, with a single package. Then we will have the validation, the same validation we use in the frontend, including in the backend API. So we just separated that in monorepo with a validation package, and you're going to see a lot of stuff there, and we use chart for that. So why monorepo? So I think monorepo is going to help to reusability in the code. Is going to bring that, and it's also going to help to type safety, because when we don't have that separate definition for the type, then what we have to do is we have to repeatedly write those type every time, both front end and back end, and that become like a mess in the project. So that's why we just created a separation here, and it's going to help you a lot while you are developing the whole project. And also we're going to see the PNPM workspace stuff, which is going to make us very efficient dependency management and faster install. And as we make our validation rules in one place, and it's going to make our whole project very consistent. So you're going to learn a lot of things here, and the key concept you are going to master from this video series is going to be like the architecture first. So we use layered architecture like entity, service, controller, then route from the backend side. You can also see it's kind of repository pattern for the data access. Then we also use decorator pattern for error handling and bunch of caching stuff. We use decorator, we use build custom decorator to manage all those things. Then we also use middleware for authentication and validation things. Then if I just talk about like LMS specific feature, then we have the course hierarchy. It's a great feature. You can scale the course to a huge level, like course, then module, chapter, lessons, because we already break down the whole course into 4 divided part. Then the complex feature like sequential lesson unlocking. Let's say someone trying to learning a particular lesson like this one. So we have to make sure all the next lesson will be locked and all the previous lesson they have completed should be unlocked. So this kind of complex sequential lesson unlocking is really good feature to understand the database stuff with TypeORM. You're going to see a lot of things there. Then we have progress tracking with XP and Streak. Then we have also the payment integration that sync with Lemon Squeezy, including with our platform. Then a bit of gamification and leaderboard stuff. So mostly the advanced feature you're going to learn like monorepo stuff, then the share package that I discussed, then also markdown rendering that we build a custom markdown previewer in our application with some of the packages. Then also we have implemented the quiz systems. That's also really good. We have the order updating system in the quiz that's going to help to update the quiz order. And also we have role-based access control that you're going to see when we logged in with multiple role. Also we have some dashboard analytics and the webhook integration that handle with lemon squeezy payment callbacks. So I think these are all the fundamental stuff you're going to learn from the whole video series, and I'm really excited to publishing this video. And this comprehensive full stack project is gonna teach you modern architecture patterns, mostly in the backend as well as in the front end. And also we tried really good database design, and also some complex UX. You can already see the navigation in the lesson, and also role-based access control, including all those course hierarchy. I think the whole thing is going to give you a really great experience of building real world application. All right, so now how you're going to continue this video series. So this is the repository you have to follow, hasanpi-codetoad or hasan-pi/codetoad. That's the repository. It will be public when I publish the video. And here in the repository you will see two branches. One is main, another is YouTube-lessons. So this is the branch that you need to focus on, and this is really important. Make sure you switch to that particular ones, YouTube-lesson. Even if you clone that repository, make sure you check out to the YouTube-lesson branch to sync with all the commit that I discussed in the video. So once you are in that branch, go ahead and open the commit history. Then you will see that's the commit, last commit for YouTube lesson. And this is the commit that end for this particular video. That's actually wrap up. So I would say don't use the main branch for now, because the main branch may include newer feature or mark changes, specifically if you guys or other contributors have added any updates. That means it might be ahead of what we have covered in the video, which can get confusing. So again, switch to the YouTube-lesson branch first. After that, scroll way down in the pagination and go to the first commit. So I would think you have to go to like 3 page so far, and then you will find the first commit, and that's the first commit, like start with Monorepo Setup. So that's the commit where I started building the project step by step in the video. So you just have to go to that first commit. So I would recommend you to learn from the project by like watch the video first and then check out the exact commit that I'm talking about. Check out the code, what are the file we have changes, and then try to understand from the video like why those changes were made, what we have done for this step to moving forward. So in this video, I explain what each commit does, then why the changes was needed, and what problem we are solving, then how we are developing feature, then we just commit that down. Then also I try to explain everything that fit together to sync with the video, including the source code. So what I found, like YouTube alone shows the explanation, most of the videos, but not the full learning experience. Then also in the GitHub alone shows the code, but not the story behind all the commit. So the real powers, I think, come when I combine both together. So it's kind of a new things I don't know, it's kind of way someone explained earlier. So when we combine them both, so if you just follow the video first, then match it with the commit that I discussed on the video, then rebuild the project commit by commit by your own, by watching the video. I think this is going to be like honestly one of the fastest and most effective way to understand a real world project which is actually started from scratch. So I would recommend don't just watch the video passively, or don't just directly go jump into the source code. Instead, pause, switch to the first commit, then implement that it yourself, then move forward step by step, watching video and exploring all those commits. So I think that's it so far. So no more wasting time. Let's jump in and start building the project. So let's start with the prerequisites section. Before you can start working with the project, you will need to install and configure several tools and softwares, because these are the tools or software that will help to run our project. So first of all, we need to install Node.js into our computer. So if you are a JavaScript or TypeScript developer, then you already have Node.js installed. Maybe it's a older version or maybe it's the latest version. So for installing Node.js, we have to go to nodejs.org and just download the latest one from here. After that, we need to install NVM, Node Version Manager. As I said, some of you already have Node.js installed, but the version could be like Node.js 22.0. Some of you guys have 20. So it depends like when you install the Node.js. But in our project, we are going to lock the version with version 24.5.0. That's mean for running our project, we must need Node.js 24.5.0. So in that case, you have to install the latest Node.js version again. But thanks to NVM, that's we don't need to do that again because we will use NVM to install the version 24, and we're gonna switch between versions. So NVM actually help with that. So if you already have installed Node.js with an older version, then you can just simply use or install NVM first. Then you have to install 24.5.0 again. So for installing NVM, you have to go to the GitHub repo. So you will find that github.com/nvm-sh/nvm. So in this repository, you will find the installation guide. If you uh, navigate to table of contents, then you can see there are two scripts. So make sure the script will have that version mentioned. So yeah, that's the command to install that tools. And one thing I am going to mention that in this video, most of the viewer will be like already developer or engineer. So I don't want to waste the time by installing all those tools, like how we can install them. I think these are the pretty basic software and tools that need to be installed into your computer before you start any project. So I believe you are gonna make that by yourself. So please make sure you install all these tools I'm going to mention. And if you found any issue or troubleshoot, or if you stuck on anything, then I would recommend you to watch a dedicated video for that particular tools. Let's say you are not able to install NVM. So I would suggest go to YouTube and try to find out some dedicated video about NVM, how to install it, how to verify that installed correctly or not. And then when you finish that, then come back again into this video and continue from where you left. So yeah, so the third thing we need is npm pnpm. So why is that? Because it's gonna help us to manage our packages with faster installations. As you know, when we use npm, it keeps like a slower installations, but when we use pnpm, it's really help to install those packages uh, very fast. And also it helps to manage the disk efficiently, and also it provide built-in support of monorepo workspace. That's what we need in our whole project, because we are gonna build the project by the structure of monorepo. And also pnpm provide a good or solid dependency management. So I think using pnpm in modern project is really helpful. So for installing that, you can just go to pnpm.io. That's the official website. And for installing, if you install Node.js, it will give like npm, and with the npm you can install that. So if you just go for npm install -g pnpm, it's gonna install pnpm globally into your computer. And I also provided some small documentation for each installation. You can see like Mac, Windows. If you go to the previous one, like the NVM, you can see Mac, Linux, and also the Node.js. You can see all these steps. So this step might be incorrect in the future because things changes. So you have to find out the correct option for that. So after pnpm, we need git as a version control. I believe as a developer you already installed git, so you just have to install and you have to verify that it's installed or not. So git dash dash version is the command. And also you must have to verify all of the tools above, like pnpm. For verifying that, you have to use pnpm dash version dash dash version. So make sure you verify that, and also verify the node.js version, like this. Then also verify the nvm version by nvm dash dash version. So whenever you install a tool or set up the software, you must have to verify that is correctly installed or not. So make sure you do that. And then after git, we need github account. Why? Because of course we have to push the code into github or gitlab, whatever, but specifically we're going to implement the github authentication for our project for user or learner login. So that case we must need a github account where we can set up our authentication flow by using the github token, like the github secret, github client, some sort of like that. So make sure you install github account and also set up your profile and verified your email. Then we need redis server. Why redis server, and what is that? So redis is an in-memory data structure stored used for caching and session management in our application. So in our application there are several features that need to be cached for some time. So that case we need to use some sort of caching server. So Redis is the best option for handling that. So that case we must need to install Redis. So there are two options. If you go to the overview section of the documentation, then you can see these are the tool is mandatory, like Node.js, NVM, PNPM, Git, GitHub account, Redis server, PostgreSQL, Lemon Squeezy account, database client, and VS Code, all these things. So these are the things that mandatory. Redis server and PostgreSQL, these two mean these are the two tools that you need to install locally into your computer. But there are optional tool as well, as which is NeonDB and Redis Cloud account. What that means, like for Postgres, we can download that locally. We can connect that into our application, but there is alternative, which is the cloud PostgreSQL database, which is called NeonDB account, right? So if you create the NeonDB account and set up the database there, then you don't have to install Postgres into your local machine. So you can just use that. The same will go for the Redis cloud as well. As so if you just set up the Redis cloud, then you don't have to install Redis server locally. So that's like optional tools, but I would highly recommend to go for the local things, like locally download Redis server, then also PostgreSQL, and also the client. So if I just go to Redis server section, how you can download that. For Windows you can use Choco, but for macOS you can use Brew, and also for the Linux you can use sudo apt directly, and for other distro you can find other commands. And if those commands not working into your computer, then just Google it or watch a specific dedicated video to resolve how you can install Redis server into your computer. And for the cloud, you can just simply go to this particular website, redis.io/download, and that's the website look like. You can just simply go and sign up. It's free. Then you can create a kind of memory, then you can just connect that. So that's for Redis. And after installing the Redis into local, you have to verify that. So how you can verify that? You have to verify by this command, redis-cli space ping. So when you hit the command, you should see pong as an output into your terminal. So make sure you just verify that Redis has downloaded perfectly or not. Then we need PostgreSQL. So yes, that's going to be our primary database for applications. And if you can just go to postgresql.org/download, then you will find all the options regarding download. So make sure you download the correct package based on your computer. And also after downloading that, you have to set up the database. Like you have to set up a user, then you have to set up the database, something like that. So how you can do that? It's like a kind of mixed with several steps. First, you have to download the SQL server, like PostgreSQL server, and it will be kind of like a terminal based application. And after that, you have to set up the user, password, and the database. So you have to note down them, like what was the password, what was the username, and what was the database you have created while you are installing the whole thing. So make sure you note that down, because those information will be required when we are going to connect the database with our application. And after installing the PostgreSQL, you have to just check the version by PSQL dash version. And how you can connect with your database, you just simply hit this command psql -u, then postgres -h localhost. Here the postgres mean the database name, so make sure you note that down. So I would recommend you to just provide the common name for user, password, and database is about like postgres, as we are using it locally. So I think naming it postgres will not create any other issue. And for the macOS, you can use brew. And then for creating user, you will find like command like this: create user as postgres. So for Windows, it may have changed or it could be different, so you have to find that out, like what is the command for that. You can also use Google Gemini. In the free version, you can just simply ask what are the command for creating the user in the PostgreSQL server. And the same will go for Linux as well. As you just have to install that first, then you have to create the database user and also the database setup. Then you have to set up the password and the user and the database. Then after completing all of them, you have to make sure you install it correctly by psql dash version. So for PostgreSQL in the local, you have to install the server first, then you have to set up the user, and then you have to verify the installation. So that's it. And after installing PostgreSQL, we need another one, which is database client, but I'm going to talk that later after the Lemon Squeezy account. So what's that? This is the payment gateway. It's called Lemon Squeezy. So if you visit the website like this, so the UI will be kind of like this. So in our project, we are going to use this payment gateway. Yes, you can use Stripe if you have a decent knowledge about Stripe. You can use that as well as in your project. But in my country, Stripe is not supported, so Lemon Squeezy is supported. So I'm gonna use these things. But you're already familiar with Stripe on Lemon Squeezy, then you might know that Lemon Squeezy is also acquired by Stripe. So the internal implementation system in kind of same, the process, like the steps, like the pattern to implement the gateway is kind of similar like Stripe. So if you know how to connect with the gateway, then you can work with both Stripe and Lemon Squeezy. So make sure you create the account and make sure you verify that account by an email, and then you have to access the test mode. So for Lemon Squeezy, you don't have to verify it like proper verifications. You can just simply use an email and create an account, and when you do that, it will provide you a test mode, and the test mode is kind of enough to experiment our application, build our application, and do all the things. So make sure you created the account and verified that. And after that, we might need like the API key, webhook secret key, and the store ID, all those things. So we're gonna see them later in the video section where we're gonna implement that. But for now, let's just install that and verify the account. So after Lemon Squeezy, we need database client. I should bring the database client after PostgreSQL section, but yeah, my bad. So in the database client, what that is kind of like a graphical interface where we can interact with the database. So as we install PostgreSQL first in our local computer, it will work in the CLI, like in the terminal, but we need some sort of visual representation of the database so we can interact with that super easily. So for that case, we need a database client, and I am using this database client for a long time, and it's really good, and it support macOS, Windows, Linux. It's kind of like super easy and open source. You can see there is tons of stars. So make sure you download this one, and if you already have one, you can just use that. So no limitation, but make sure after installing the client, you have to try to connect with the database to check that your local database installed correctly or not, or it's working fine with establishing the connection. So for that case, you must have to use like the host, port, and database username and the password to connect. So if you just simply download that, and when you open, you can go to like new database connection to create the connection. So make sure you do that, and also we're going to see the practical implementation of that in the later in this video section. So don't worry, just install it and try to verify that the installation work fine, so that you can navigate to the next section. And the last things, we need the VS Code or any kind of IDE that you are comfortable to build the project, but I'd recommend VS Code. And that's it. Install VS Code and install all the extension that required, like TypeScript, JavaScript language feature, because we are using TypeScript for our project, and all the related extension. And as I mentioned earlier, that we need two optional things. Those are not mandatory, which is cloud service for PostgreSQL and cloud service for Redis. So make sure you install, or like you set up these two as well. As so whenever we're gonna build the project, we will also create those accounts and try to verify that with the cloud version our project is working fine or not. So for experimental purpose, I would recommend you to create account and verify that account. And we're gonna also see those steps, like how we can connect and use those connection string to set up in our application. So for final verification, we need to check all those tools installed correctly or not. So make sure you check all those tools. So just pause here and try to uh, check mark all the tools you have correctly installed or not. And for account verification, you will need GitHub account, then Lemon Squeezy account, and optional NeonDB account and Redis Cloud account. So you can just visit like NeonDB. If you just Google it, you will find the website. The same will go for Redis Cloud. So these are the two things optional, but for the GitHub account and Lemon Squeezy account, these are mandatory. Create them, verify them, and then you will be good to go for the project to build from scratch. So now let's start our project, which is going to be the get started section. And the first section of get started is start with monorepo. That's mean we are going to build our project by setup being the monorepo. And after that, we're going to initialize all the project, like front end, back end, and what are the project we need to initialize. So for starting this particular section, you need two things. One is the documentation itself, and then you need the GitHub repository. So the GitHub repository, you already know that it's going to be like hasan-pi/code toad, and in that repository you will have main branch and the YouTube-lesson branch, and there could be more in the future, but make sure you navigate to YouTube-lesson branch, because that's the branch which will be exactly same like the tutorial I am making here in this video. So make sure you move to that particular branch, and you have to go to the commit. So click on the commits, and then you have to go to the first commit, because this is the first section that we have to build. So that case, in the commit sense, we have to go to the first commit to get the first code. So for that case, you just have to go to like paginate to next and next, and you have to do it several times until the button got disabled or the button doesn't work like this. So when you can't navigate to next, that's when you are in the first page. And if you go to the first page, then you can see the commit like get started, start with Monorepo setup, and the commit name will be kind of similar with the section we have mentioned in the documentation. Few of them will be matched, but most of them will be matched with like get started. So if you go to the documentation, then you can see get started section. Then if you go to the authentication, then the commit should start with authentication like this. So in the first bracket, and that particular level is gonna mean reference of our documentation section. So let's say we need admin slash like course. Then if we go to previous page, then we should see like this, like admin dash course. That's mean all those commit are related to this particular section. So for get start, if I go to the first commit, then you can see we have total 1 2 3 4 5. So we have total 5 commit. And if you go to the get start section, then you should see there are 4 documentation. So the commit will be like more than the section, but the commit will be like meaningful, so you can able to understand what's the commit about. So the first commit is like start with monorepo. That means it's gonna about like set up the monorepo, then basic backend project setup, then the frontend project setup, then logger project setup, then backend DB Redis, all those things. So make sure you verify with that first section like get start, authentications, admin, and then if you go to the particular documentation one by one, you will understand like what commit is for what. But the good thing is in this video we're gonna cover those, as well as we're gonna show you the commit and the code, as well as all the changes which will sync with the documentation. So if you just watch the whole video, then you don't have to study by your own. So that's the beauty is going to be in this video. So let's just start with setting our monorepo first. So what is monorepo? You might be questioning yourself, or question there will be question for me like what is monorepo if you're a beginner. So let's just ask what is monorepo to Google Gemini, because I think with this way I don't have to write the script, and also I don't have to organize all those things. And also it will be helpful, as well as if you have question you can just ask Gemini or ChatGPT, whatever. Nowadays knowledge for those things super easy, so just explaining you on the video is not gonna, I think, good. Instead we can just grab the knowledge directly, and then I will just share my thought, like what the thought for that particular topic is from my side. So for monorepo, what's that? It's like help to multiple distinct project, including components, libraries, application, is stored in a single centralized version control repository. So these are like theoretical talk, but in easy sense, it's a folder or repository where you can put all of your project together. Let's say you have a full stack project which have front end, back end, mobile application. So now if you don't use the monorepo structure, then you have to separate all the project in different repository, and which is sometimes problematic. So when you have some sort of common things, let's say types, when you are working with types in TypeScript, all the projects could have same type used. So in that case, if you have three separate projects, then you have to declare those type separately in the three project, which is terrible hard work. So for that case, you need a monorepo where you can create a folder where you put all the types, and then you can use those types in all of those projects. So let's say if I just simply go to my repository code, then you can see we have backend folder, we have doc folder, we have frontend folder, we have packages folder. And if we go to the packages folder, then you can see there are two more folder, which is definitions and the logger. What that means? That means these are the two packages that we can use throughout our backend, frontend, and if we need to use that in the documentation, we can also use them, as well as if our project or like documentation project is matched with the packages. So this is how we can use them. So if we just separate those repository, then we will not able to get that feature. But when we compact all those folder into a single repository or a folder, then we can simply use the monorepo structure to actually build our project. And if you have any questions regarding this, then I would just highly recommend just Google it or ask to Gemini that what you are not able to understand, what portion, what specific things about monorepo. So yeah, I hope you will find the best answer. So now let's move into the monorepo setup. So yes, we have to create a folder anywhere. So I will just open the VS Code, and I just love to create folder in the desktop. So let's just create a folder. So just name it code. If you love to give another name, just give that, and navigate to code, and I would recommend just open the VS Code from that particular folder. And the thing is, we are gonna use this particular folder to set up all the project from scratch. You can see there is no file or folder anymore, so we have to create all of them, we have to set up those, and yeah, everything is going to be from scratch. So now this is a fresh folder. So in this fresh folder, we have to open the terminal from that folder, and we have to initialize the package.json file, which is the essential file for managing the dependency and script for JavaScript or TypeScript project. So let's do this by npm init y, and you can see it's generated a let me just zoom in a little bit. I believe that will be easy to understand. So that's it. When you hit the command, it will give the script file, and in this script file you should see the name and also script and all this basic template. Now we can start installing all the packages that we need. So after installing the package.json file, the next step is install Node.js 24 with nvm. So as I discussed earlier section in the prerequisite, that we will need 24 Node.js version, and I believe you already installed that. So make sure you install, and after installing that you have to use that. Okay, so how you can use that? Like with this command nvm use 24.5.0. so if I just open the terminal and use like nvm use, then you can see now we're using node this. So make sure you use nvm every time when you open the terminal fresh. Okay, and these are the basic command you will able to work when you install that. So we need one more thing, which is a simple file that's called .nvmrc. What's that file about? So this is the file where we're going to lock our Node.js version. So what will be the version? If I just go to the code, and as I discussed, so we have to go to the first code. Let's go to the first code and make sure you are already in the YouTube lessons branch. And in the first code, if I just open that a new tab, then you can see there are several file has changed, and there is a file called .nvmrc. So if you click on that, and there is a version that I have added. So it's like the older version, but yeah, that was the earlier time when I started the project. But in our case, it will be the 24.5.0 version. That's the latest version I locked with the project. So make sure you use 24.5.0 version, and when you see the code published in the repository, you will see the latest code like 24.5.0, not like this one 22.12.0. That's the older. So in that nvmrc file we have to put like this. So this will help to lock the version for the project. How? Because whenever you clone the repository, and if you use like nvm use, then it's gonna took that version from this file and it's gonna use the particular node version, and you will see like found the node.js version here, and then now using the node version. So that's how nvm actually helped to lock the particular node version to actually start with that particular version. So make sure you completed this step. So now we have to create a gitignore file, as that's the essential file when we're gonna push that. So in that gitignore file you just have to put some basic template like this. So make sure you can find this template in the doc, or you can just Google it or ask Gemini to provide you a simple basic gitignore file for Node.js or TypeScript or JavaScript project. And make sure you also add .env, I guess, because we are not going to push our .env to the GitHub repository. But still, when I'm making the video, you maybe see the .env file visible in the commit, not in the real mode, but in the video you might see that. But when I publish this, when I'm going to publish the repo, you will not see that particular file. Instead, you will see a file called .env dash example, something like that, where you can see all the variables that need to be included into your env variable. So that's it. So that's the gitignore file, and then we have to that's the step that we already did, like .nvmrc file, and then for make sure we use the correct version nvm use from the terminal, so that it's use the Node.js version. And now we have to set up the monorepo structure. So if you just simply go to the commit, then you can see there are several file has changed. So it's not easy to track which file changed first or last. So that case you have to come to the documentation where I put all the steps, and if you go to the code about a specific commit, you will see all those changes. So make sure you follow both, like the code and the commit, so that you can sync together. And of course, if you already watch my video first, then all those things will be very easy to follow. So for setup the monorepo structure, we need to install pnpm globally. I believe you already have installed that. So I already have that, so it will show this kind of things. So then we need to create a file called pnpm-workspace.yml, and that's the magical file that's gonna help to set up the monorepo structure. And you have to just put this particular code packages, and then inside that packages you have to provide all the folder name. So what are the folder will be. So if you just simply go to the repository, let's just go and see. And in the repository that you can see, we have backend folder, doc folder, frontend folder, packages folder. So all the folder we have, or we are gonna include in our repository, we have to mention those folder under the workspace, so that pnpm can understand then it's a monorepo and these are the folder will be for the whole workspace. So make sure you provided all the folder. Right now you can see I don't include a doc here. I'm gonna add that later, but that's not necessary. So if you just go to the commit, you can also see that particular file like pnpm workspace.yml, and these are the changes, the same changes I have done so far here. So I think that's it for set up the monorepo. So you just only need this file, and you have to mention those folder name, and boom, that's it. Your monorepo is kind of set up. Now you just have to create all the folder. So let's just create all those folder one by one, like front end. For the front end, we are gonna use like the React way to create the front end folder. But for the back end, we can create the folder now. So we're gonna see how we're gonna initialize the project in the next section, so you will understand how we can just do that. So that's it. And the last one is initialize the git repo. You can initialize that if you're gonna push the code. So yeah, that's for the setup for our monorepo. Now I think we are good with the setup of the folder. Now we can start the project initialization section, where we're gonna initialize all of our project. The first project is going to be like the backend, and then we're gonna set up the front end. And if of course uh, let's move to the commits to see what will be the commit for them. So there will be two commit. One is for the basic backend project setup with Express, and then another one will be basic front-end project setup with React and Stack Vite. So these two commit will be responsible for this particular project initialization section, where we're gonna see how we initialized both projects. So now let's set up our project. Start with backend and then frontend. So we're going to follow project initialization section. So if you just go there, and for commit, we are gonna follow the two commit, like basic backend project setup with Express, then basic frontend project setup with React and Stack and Vite. So this is the second and third commit for initializing the project. Okay, so if you do in your side, when you practice, make sure you are using this doc and also this two commit for the reference. So yeah, we are going to start with backend, but before that there is a information you can see what's about. It's about like whenever you open the terminal, let's say this, whenever you open a new terminal, you have to use like nvm use for the terminal to use the Node.js correct version. So make sure you use that always when you create a new terminal or open a new terminal. But if you already used this command in a use terminal, then you don't have to use that anymore. So for the backend project initialization, we have to create the backend folder. We already did. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit so that it becomes more visible to you. Or maybe the terminal looks like a little big. Let me comment in the video so that you can also understand what is the correct position. So yeah, so we have to set up the backend project as well. As so for that case, the same command npm init y. So let's just navigate to the backend from our terminal, like cd backend, and then use npm init y. And if you do so, you will see like a package.json file. I believe we can just zoom out a little bit so that it's become more visible. So yeah, this is the file, the same file like this. So if you are kind of beginner, you will be confused like why we have two separated package.json, because all of the separated folder could have multiple kind of things. Let's say for the backend, it will use like backend dependency. Then for the front end, that will be for the front end dependency, like for the package.json. And this package.json is about for the root of the folder if we have any other packages. So that's why we have multiple package.json file. And there is another option, which is you can only use the package.json file from the global, and there will be only node modules in the global. You don't have to put those node modules inside all of those folder. But we're not going to follow that way for now, maybe in the future. So after initializing the package.json file, now we need some file like .env, then some other file. So let's create .env file, and of course let's also go to the commit from our commit list here. Then you can see basic backend project setup with Express. This has like all the file changes. You can see now .env file, but when I publish this repository, you are not gonna see .env file. Instead, you will see .env-example. So let's just create that particular file. So env will be one file, and there another file will be like .env-example. So whenever we are gonna add any variable into our .env file, we will also add that into the .env-example, so that we can push that, but we are not going to put any value on that particular variable. So as we already added .env in the GitHub. So that's it. So in the .env file, we need two variable for now. The first one is going to be node environment. So that's the, let me just zoom in. So that's the variable that will help to make sure to the project know that it is development mode or it is in the production mode. So that's why we need a kind of a value that will help to, you know, decide which is the stage of the whole project. So initially it will be product development, but when we're going to deploy that, we will make it like production. Then we will need server ports. That means what will be the port for running the server. So it's going to be like 8,000. So yeah, make sure you have added this particular to variable. And now we need to create tsconfig.json file. Okay, so if you go to the commit changes, you will not able to understand what are the order of all the files. And if one file have like more than 100 lines of code, then you will not understand where to start and where to finish. So that's why using a documentation and also the commits is really super helpful, I found. And that's why I'm making video with this way, so that you can understand it super easy way. And also you can just simply practically do by yourself. So when you just go to the documentation and also the commit, then you can just simply implement by your own. You don't have to, juggling between video and the code base and your IDE. So let's create tsconfig.json file. So there are two ways we can create this file. So why this file? This file is because we are using TypeScript in our both front and back end and any other packages. And in Node.js 24 version for now, we don't have built-in TypeScript support. That means whenever you write TypeScript code, it need to be built to JavaScript for run that particular code. So for that case, we need some sort of a file that will help to build a project and do that stuff. So this is the file tsconfig.json is going to help to configuration all the build process, and you can initialize that file by command like tsc-init. So if, but for doing that case, you have to install TypeScript globally, like pnpm install dg TypeScript like this. So when you install TypeScript globally, then you will able to just perform this command tsc-init. Otherwise, if you don't have that installed globally, then you just have to create that particular file manually into your folder, like this. So I already have, so let's just create that by tsc-init command, and you can see created a new tsconfig.json file, and you can see that file. And if I just open the file, you can see there's several variables and properties are already added. But what you will do, you'll just grab the particular file code I already developed like this, and you can find that also here. So go to the tsconfig.json file from the commit changes and just grab that whole code and put that here. Okay, so you can see here all the properties mentioning what are the configuration will be for build the TypeScript project. But the you have to understand one or two things from the whole thing, which is like output directory, like what will be the output directory when we build the TypeScript code. That's mean in the backend folder, all the TypeScript code need to compile, and there will be output directory where we have to, you know, put that compiled code. So that case, you have to mention the directory. So just put like /dist. That's mean in the when the build will happen, there will be a folder like /dist, and this folder is gonna contain all those sorry, not /dist, this will be only dist. So this dist folder will be contain all the compiled JavaScript code. Okay, so all the TypeScript code will be inside of our backend folder, but when that will be built, it will be inside of the dist folder, so that we can run our project from the dist folder like that. So that's what you have to know. And also you have to know like include mean there will be a source folder, and inside the source folder all the Java TypeScript file need to be compiled, and there will be exclude option, which is like all the node modules folder will be excluded. So if I just create a folder like src, and inside that src folder, now I can create all the TypeScript file, and when we run the build command, then it will use that particular ts.config.json file to find out the configuration and build the project. So if I go to the documentation, then that's the code. And also I'm gonna add the script, like what will be the script for building the project, right? Because we must need some sort of command that's gonna help to build the whole project. So we're gonna see that later. But before that, let's install all the dependencies. So we have to install Express first, because we are using Express as a backend framework. And also we have to create a index.ts file in our src folder. So I already created the src folder. Let's just create index.ts file, and also let's install all the dependency that we need. So the first one we need is pnpm install express. So it's gonna install the express latest version, which is right now showing 5.1.0. You can see a latest version more than 5.1.0. Make sure you install that. And after that we need some type from express, and of course some these are the like dep dependency, means like this dependency will not include in the main dependency, uh, in the main dependency object like this. So yeah, so for dep dependency we will need TypeScript, and then we need type support for express, and then you can see we need two more packages, which is .env and tsc-watch. So I'm going to explain them later, but let's just install all of them. And you can just simply grab that command from the documentation and install that. And also if you go to the commit, and in the commit package.json, then you will get the whole package.json. Like after completing all those things, then you can see the dependency is kind of express, and dep dependency is all of these packages that I mentioned. And also we have the script as well, as I'm going to explain that here. So now it's time to create a basic server. When your installation is done, you can see, although also like these are the packages right now in this video we're using. So maybe if you use the latest version, if anything bad happened with the project, then you can just simply turn into the exact version mentioned in the package.json file, so that the project runs perfectly. So let's clear the terminal and go to index.ts file, and let's try to create our basic server. Okay, so you can just simply go to the commit and find the code like index.ts. That's the code. So let's just grab that code from the commit so that you can better understand it. And that's our code for the server. Now, if you're super beginner, like if you didn't work with Express yet, then I would highly recommend just watch some basic Express.js crash course from YouTube or any blog to understand how Express work, how the boilerplate work, how you can set up routes, controller, and all those kind of pattern work. So when you understand them, then I would just recommend you to just continue my video. Otherwise, you will not be able to understand like what's going on the Express. So and also if you are kind of like a learner mindset, then I would just recommend you use Gemini to learn one by one, like what's happening. And I'm gonna also show you one by one. So let's just grab the code like about the basic server setup and ask to Gemini to explain the code. Okay, so let's just say explain, and make sure you use the quotation here to like code block, and when you ask, then it's gonna show you step by step explanation, and I believe it will be like best explanation more than me. So that's what you just have to do. You just have to grab that code, and also follow my video as well as to grab those knowledge that I'm sharing, all the experience, like how the process, steps, architecture work. And then for understanding the main code, you can just use Gemini. But still, I am here. I'm going to explain you most of the portion. So yeah, don't worry. So in the basic server, we have to create a server with using Express, and we are going to use class based way, like object oriented programming pattern for our backend, so that we can manage the whole project super scalable way. So for that case, if I just simply remove all the code now, let's just try with like scratch so that you will understand more easily. So that's we have to import the Express. Then we have to create a server class, and this class is gonna help to initialize the server. So when we just let's say just grab this code, so server, so this means we are initializing this server class. Now we can just use any method. If that's um, statically served, then we can uh, do that. So there will be a start method in our particular class. What is the start method? So if I just go, then you can see it's a public method. Let's just grab that and see. So what this start method will do, this method will actually start the server. So for now, let's just make it empty. So there will be several methods as well, as like one is for routes and one is for configuration. So let's just create all those methods one by one to just give you a brief explanation like what's going on the particular code. So these are the three method, and the start method is gonna the method which will help to start the server. Okay, so if you just work a backend project with Express, you already know what the start server means. Still, if you don't know, just go to Gemini and ask that. So you can see the same thing, like it started like the class, the server class, and then it used like a property like app. So the same thing we're gonna do. We already declared all the method. Like then we need the property, a property which is called app, and this app is the property of our Express application. So that's why we provided the type here. You can see express.application. That's the type. So this app is the app which will help to do all the related things, including the Express. So we have to initialize this particular app property with the Express. So how we can do that? So if you just go to the code, then you can see there is a method called constructor. So what this method do? So let's just grab the code and use here. So this constructor method, you already know that in object-oriented programming, when we initialize the class, it's also triggered the constructor method by default. That means we can initialize anything in that particular method. So in that method, you can see this .app means this app, we are putting the Express instance from the Express. So this is the Express instance that's gonna help to initialize the app, and we are setting up that instance into this particular public property. And also we are gonna call the config method and also the route method. That's mean when we are creating this particular class and the instance, when we initialize, it will call the constructor method. It's gonna set up the Express into the app property. Then it's gonna set up it's gonna call the config method. It's gonna call the routes method. So this config method will contain all the code that's related to the configuration for our server application. And in the route method, it's gonna contain all the routes for our application, and we're gonna see one by one how we manage all of them. And if I just grab the route code now, or the configuration code, so let's just grab the configuration code. So yep, this one. So you can see in this code, first of all, we are checking process.env.server port. That's mean from our .environment variable, we are trying to access a variable called server port, which is this one. You can see server port equal to 8000. So what is that? This is the port that we are going to run our project. So that's why first we are gonna check, like, is there any port in our environment variable? If not, then we're gonna throw an error like yes, that there is no environment variable we found, so just stop the server. Okay, because starting the server, we need the port. And after getting the port, like if this case does not pass, we have to set the port to the application. So you can see this dot app means this app, and we're setting the port like this way. So that's the way we can set a port, and then later we can use that port when we need. So this is it for now for the configuration method. So let's now look into the routes method. So that's the code for the route method. So this dot app dot get, that's mean there is a property called set that's gonna help to set anything, like what are the supported things. Let's say if you just go and try this and maybe control a space, you should see some of the suggestions from VS Code. I'm not sure why I'm not able to see that, but yeah, you should see some of the suggestion, like what are the property you can set. But for now it's you just only need to set like the port. And there is another property called get. So this get method is gonna help to define route. The first argument, it will take the route path, and the second argument, it will take the callback functions and do all those stuff. So these are like some pretty basic explanation for a backend server creation. So I believe you already know all those things. Like it will be super boring for you, but I'm just giving a warm up of like the explanation so that you can get comfortable with understanding all those things. And of course we already have Gemini to understand all these basic things. You just have to grab those chunk by chunk code and try to understand what's going on. And you can see it gives super easy or proper example like this. First it's import the class, then it create the constructor method, then also it's declaring describing all those methods separately, like what I'm doing right now. So this is super important to understand all those code portions. So I would highly recommend just use Gemini to understand chunk by chunk code. And also if you don't understand any portion, then ask that again to understand what's going on. Because in my video or in any video, we'll not able to understand everything by watching just the whole video. And the creator who make the video is not capable of explain you all the cases. So that's why learning by yourself is really important, and I highly recommend that. So let's back here. Like we created like dot slash route. This is the like simple homepage route that's gonna showcase like res.send hello world. So you'll also understand like res.send what that is. Just ask like what is res.send is, then it's gonna explain you what that is. So and we need one last method, which is the start method. So what it will do, it will actually help to start the application on the desired port. So you can see that this.app.listen, that's another method like the get.set. So this method is gonna took a particular argument, which is the port number. So right now you can see we are using that port number from getting the port from the app. And then it will also have this callback function. That's why it will run when the project actually run perfectly. So that's the method. And if you just go to the Gemini, then you can already see that how it actually explain all the section code by code. You can see this method define endpoints, then this define a route handler, get request to the path, then this callback function, blah blah blah. So you just have to read carefully with a good focus and intention, then you will understand what's going on. So that's the code, I guess. Let's just copy the whole code again if I just missed anything. I believe I don't. So that's it. And after just finish the class implementation, you have to initialize that class by new server. Like it's gonna create an instance and then server.start method, because this particular method is public. All the method is public. You can define this method like private, but yeah, public is also same. You can define static. Each of them has its own meaning. So just ask Gemini to understand like what is those meaning, because it's not the scope of this video like explain you all the object-oriented programming. So yeah, so the start method is gonna start the project with the port that we already declared. So I believe you already understand like all this method and how the start method is gonna work. So when we just run this particular index file, it should start the project and it should console log these particular things. Okay, now it's time to run our project and see what's going on. So for running our project, now let's navigate to the documentation. You can see like create basic server, it will give you the whole code. You just grab that code. Now it's time to add the script to run before run the project. So what's the script in the package.json from the backend folder? So if you are beginner, then don't just mix with this package.json with the global one. So always make sure which project you are working, just update that particular project package.json file. So in this package.json file, we have a script property. Now we have to add those build scripts. So the first script we need to add, just remove the older one, build. So this is a build script that's from TypeScript, so TSC. You just have to provide like build TSC, and when you do that, and when you run like pnpm run build, it's gonna build the project. And how it's gonna build, it's gonna use the tsconfig.json file, and it's gonna create an output directory where the build file or the folder will be placed. And for running our project, as I said earlier, like we have to run the JavaScript file. So now you can see I'm using node, then this slash index.js. That's mean when we build, let's just build the project by pnpm. Of course, you have to use pnpm, as we are using pnpm as a workspace stuff. So pnpm build maybe. So if you just go and place this command, then you can see it's build the project like this folder, and in that particular this folder you'll see like index.js, index.js.map. So basically the index.js is the file that's kind of similar to index.ts. So this file has compiled to this file, and we have to run this particular JavaScript file. That's so for that case we already have declared the script, which is start node this. So we just have to run pnpm start. That's it. So when you run that, it should start the project. But now what we can see, we are getting error like server port not found. So what's that error about? So if you go to the code, and one thing, you will see the error from the JavaScript file like index.js solo. So it will be a little bit harder to track. But yeah, in the future we're gonna see how we can also live see all those errors in the TypeScript file as well, as because as we are developing in the TypeScript file, we should see all the error mentioning the TypeScript file, not the JavaScript file. So we're gonna also break that down in the future section. So for that case, now if you just see error environment variable server not found, it sounds similar, right? So this is the error. We already said that it's intentional error, environment variable. That's mean we're not able to find that variable from the environment. But if you look in the very environment file, we already have that. So this is because server doesn't like server, not server is kind of express does not by default able to find that particular server port. So we need some sort of a communicational way that's going to help to find that particular .env file and its variable. So before that, in the documentation you see like whenever we change something on the file, like in a pretty basic express project, we often use nodemon as a like live reload feature. So in our project we are not going to use nodemon. Instead we're going to use tsc watch. That's also a package that's help to watch the changes of TypeScript file. Okay, so for that case you just have to install tsc watch. So yeah, we're gonna resolve this, but let's just add the package and also the command that's gonna help to solve the problem, like TypeScript error or all those things. You can see now, right now we are getting the error in JavaScript. So we are gonna see that error in TypeScript. So let's just add this. So what this will do, this will actually build the project on the terminal, and also it's gonna run that particular file from the this folder. So this particular tsc watch command is gonna help to like track all the latest changes from the TypeScript file. So if we now just try to run like start again, oh okay, we changed the script like to like deb. So there will be two scripts, start is one and deb is another one. So we have to use like the deb for get the live reload feature. Now you can see we're able to get kind of same error from still from the JavaScript file, because this is build error. For the build, it's not able to build perfectly, or maybe it's kind of like oh, it's a build not build error. It's like the error from the build file already. So when the error will come from the build file, then those will mention like JavaScript things, not like TypeScript. But if you do any mistake in the TypeScript, let's say you added two semicolon, maybe, I'm not sure that's gonna be accepted. So let's just do some sort of mistake, like, yeah, create express like this. If you just do this, then you can see that's what I was trying to showcase you. Like, if you do any mistake in the TypeScript file, it's gonna watch that and it's gonna throw error like this source, like index.ts, that's the line number, and also that's the word, and the error is type of e is missing, something like that. So you will get on reload all the error if you do in the TypeScript. But if that's related to be after, like in the core JavaScript after the build, then you will not see those error here. So that case, you have to debug that by your log, like we already have, like this log. So you have to debug by the log. So you can see that's the error coming from the Node.js, like the index file from this particular this folder. So yeah. So after that, this command will help to reload the script. And now the issue we are facing, like the error, is like it's not found the server port from the environment variable. So as you already saw, we already installed a package called .env. So that's the package that's gonna help us to load environment variable from the .env file. So how we're gonna able to do that? There is two way. First one is you can just import like here, like import .env, I guess, or maybe import config from .env. So if I just say like config from .env, so, and then you have to configure like this. You have to call that function like config, and when you do so, I think the config will come like this. Yep. So this is a way that gonna help to, you can see that's the error actually now gone. You are able to get that particular port like 8000 and the server is running. So this is a way that you can grab dot environment variable from your local file. But there are another way that's also helpful, which is by using a simple command like this. So if you just grab that command from the step 6 and put that into your start script like this. So that's the changed version, like .env node, then .env dash config this.index.js. That's mean when you run the node slash index.js file, make sure you use like .env slash config in the command. So when this command is gonna run, it will automatically use .env to run that particular command, so that we don't have to provide this particular code here. And you can see it's giving the error. So if you just now run npm start, then you should, I think because of our script, we are getting the error. So if you just see the same error, then you have to follow the step like this. So if you're a beginner kind of, then you might face those errors. That's why I just divided, like break down all those steps. First you have to add these like .env config. So when you just add and try to run that again, you will face the error, like you will get still error that is not running. There is some build error. Then you have to identify that error, why that's error, because it's like error from the above script. So suppose that error, you have to use like a simple things as well, as which is like dash dash no warning, something like that. So if you just add this particular things, and now if you try to start again, then you can see the warning and the error is gone. So it is, I don't know why we have to put that, but yeah, that's the solution for the problem. And you also have to update that particular dep command, so that you can also able to run the whole project in the live mode. So that case, the command will be, the final command will be tsc dash watch that on success, that node dash dash warning r don't dot env config blah blah blah. So if you want to understand the command more deeply, that's just grab that command and try to understand from Gemini, like explain the command from the script. And if you have to be good at prompting. So you can see the command start in the production. This command is used to run the production ready compile JavaScript version. So Node invokes the Node.js runtime environment, no dash dash warning, and optional Node.js flag that suppresses any process warning from being printed to the console. So that's mean the error we got is gonna help to suppress that error or the warning. And then r.env, that's the crucial flag, like dash r. So a crucial flag that use like Node.js require module to load .env config. So when we use like only like .env config, like this, we are not able to you know import that particular package from our packages like node modules. So for that case we have to specify like r. And for like dash dash no dash warning is kind of optional. You can put that or you don't have to put that, but I would recommend just put that if you got any uncertain warning in the terminal. You don't want to see that, so that's why this is for. So you can see like it's giving you the better explanation than me. Like the r is like dash r is going to help to record the module of .env config, the same like we able to import here, like import .env config, something like that. So when we run that command, it will automatically import that and use that particular package. So there is two way you can use either way, but when you use this particular way like import.env, it's only going to work in the index file. It's not going to work for all the file. So that's the problem. So that case you have to use like this. So whenever you run or start the command like script, then it's going to automatically use that particular thing. So you don't have to specify or import every file that you need to use that environment variable. So that's the beneficial way I have found. And then you will get all the explanation as well as like what's going on, and also the explanation for the dep command. So in the dep command we have tsc watch that's gonna help to compile and watch what's happening. Then on success is a flag from the tsc watch. It's specify a command to execute every time the TypeScript compilation successful. That's mean when the TypeScript compilation successful, this on success command is gonna help to run the commands. Like what are the other command that need to run, like this command, like node no warnings, this. So this is the same command that we use like in the start. So that's mean whenever we change anything from the any file with TypeScript is gonna uh, watch that, and when that compile success is gonna run the project again. So it's gonna happen real time whenever we change anything. So let's just say if I just add console log first, we're not able to see that. Maybe in the constructor method you can see whenever I have changed, but it's not happening because we are using like pnpm start. So instead we have to use pnpm dep command. So this command is gonna help to track the live changes, like you can see first. Then if I just change it to like nothing, then we should see nothing, and it's happening like on change. That's the beauty. And if you already use like nodemon or familiar package, then you already know that's what's actually do. So that's it. I also mentioned those things into the documentation, but it's better you just grab the code from the commit and then try to understand by your own first. And then if you just stuck on any code, like any line, just ask to Gemini what's the line is about to get a better explanation from there. And for testing our server, just pnpm run dev. That's gonna help to test the server, and that's it for us. And you can see if you encounter issue with environment variable, always use the provided script instead of running this. So that's mean as we provided the script into the package.json file. So if you try to run with different way, like let's say we are gonna run with the way of this, we already have the build file in the dist folder. Like, so if we just go like node this, then it's not gonna able to perfectly run or even build, because it will not able to find that particular environment variables, all the variables. So make sure you use start or dev, or maybe any other script in the future you add for production or maybe for development. Only use those scripts. So that's super important for running the project. Don't just randomly use like node t/index.js. That's not gonna help, because we are not using the dot environment from the code end. We are using in the script end, and that's, I think, a better way to compact the project. So that's it. I believe that's the video for like that's the section for actually set up the backend project. And if you go to the commit, then you should see like all these file changes. I think these are also similar like mine. And also we have to add those particular things into the .env example for the reference. So if I just simply remove those value, that's the way we're gonna push the whole thing. So in the Git cloud, or like in the GitHub, here you should see .env example file, not .env file in the future. So that you just grab those two variable, put the value, and create .env file when you locally clone and try to install whatever we are doing. So make sure you do that. So that's it. These are the file we have changed, and these are the same file we have changed. We created the server, we added tsconfig and all those things. So that's for our backend project initialization. Now we are going to move into the front end, and we're going to set up our front end project. So for doing that case, we have to first look into our commit from the front end. So the commit is going to be like basic front end project setup with React. So you just have to go to that commit, and you can see there are tons of file changes. So yeah, we're gonna see all of them. We're gonna understand. So now you can see the importance of the documentation. Like if you go to commit, even it's a open source project, open source project, and all the commits should have multiple changes, and there is no way to understand what's going on those commits. So that's why a good documentation is really important. And when a documentation, at least those steps are mentioned in the documentation, then it's super easy to understand all those commit and understand the whole code base. So that's the practice I'm gonna do from the next project, and also comment down in this video like how you're gonna think about this way. So for front-end project, we have to scaffold our front-end project. So for that case, if you just open the terminal newly, just use nvmuse, and then we are gonna use 10-stack router for set up the front-end project. So if you already watched the part where I explain you all the tech stack, then you already know that we're gonna use 10-stack router for initializing our front-end project, and 10-stack router for our managing our file management. And yeah, so this is the command that's going to help to create our front-end project. So let's just grab this command, and in the terminal, go back from the backend folder, because we are not going to create the backend folder inside, like the front-end folder inside the backend folder. We have to create that in our code in our root folder. So in the root folder, you have to hit like npx create ts router, this. So before that, let's just commit all of our backend changes, okay? Because these are the backend changes. This need to be the same commit like like we already did here. So let's find out the commit name. Let's go back and see what was the commit. So this is the commit that's for set up the backend. So if you can see, basic backend project. So these are the file changes. So let's just commit this, and yeah, that's done. Now let's just try to go the same commits from here. Yep. So there are tons of files. So let's follow the documentation first. So this is the command that we need: npx create ts router -app @latest. And here in the front end, you can provide any name of your project. Like for our case, as I told you, in our workspace, we already declared the folder name with front end. In your case, it could be the project name, as well as it could be client, it could be anything. So make sure when you just run the command, change the project name. But I would recommend for this project, let's use front end, and then template dash template, and then file router. So this file router is going to help to compact or initialize the whole project with file based routing. So that's why we have to provide like file router. And also you can find the whole things into the documentation from 10stack. So if you just Google it, 10stack, then you should see bunch of library here, like 10stack start router query and all those things. So you just have to go to like 10stack router and the documentation. If you go to get it started, and then the installations, then you should see kind of a different things, like this is like a manual installations. And if you go to the overview section, then I believe there should be some command, the same command I used here. Or like, yeah, you have to go to like quick start. So if you go to the quick start section, then you will find scaffolding your first handshake router project by this. So that's the command I'm using, like this. So I think that's the same command. Yep. So create TS router at the dash app at the rate latest, like this. So when you use this command, it's gonna set up all the necessary stuff that need to be initialized. Or you can either set up like manual setup, where you have to install all those packages separately, then you have to configure all those files, blah blah blah. So I would just recommend go with this particular command, provide any name, and that's gonna create the rest of the things. So when you do so, now it's gonna ask you to install like create TS router. You have to just provide y to proceed further. And let's also go back to the documentation if anything we're missing. No, we just have to provide that command, and I think we have to wait to finish the whole project, like the whole process. So let's wait until it finished. And if you are trying these particular things fast, like this command, then it's gonna take some time. So be patient until it complete. And you can see something like here, creating a new 10 stack app in front end, initialize git repository. That's mean when it's creating that particular front end project, it's also initializing the git inside that particular front end folder. So we also have to make sure we delete that particular git folder. So yeah, I'm going to show you how you can do that, so because that's also important. And now it's trying to install all the dependencies. And one thing I want to mention is like please provide feedback about the video, like how I am teaching right now. This is kind of a different teaching style. You will not find that maybe in the YouTube, where there is a documentation and also some of the code from the commits. Yeah, I think that's kind of a new way. Just comment down below, or maybe I don't know if someone also teaching this way, so that is this way is good or not. Yeah, let me just comment down below. So the installation has finished. Now you can see it's initialized the git repository. So in the inside the front end folder, we already initialized the whole project, so we don't need the front end to be initialized. So what we have to do, we have to go to the main like in the file explorer from your local computer, like open containing folder. So it's gonna open the whole thing into your desktop. So because in the VS Code you will not able to see that particular git folder, .git folder, because that's the folder that's responsible for initialize the git and all those things. So you have to just simply remove that particular git folder, you know. So if you don't remove that, what will happen, it's gonna conflict with our main git. Like in the whole thing, if you just go to that root folder like code toad, here you can you should see a .git file as well as I think that's hidden here. You have to find that out. And when you find that out, there will be a .git folder as well as that will represent for for the whole repository git. So we don't need that from the front end, so you have to delete that particular git folder from the front end. Okay, after that you are good to go. So you just simply maybe have to, let's just follow the documentation. Yes, we have to go to the front end folder. So see, let's navigate to front end folder and try to run with okay, it's first asking to build the project. So yes, before running the project, make sure you build the project by npm run build. Yes, it's the front end, we have to check that's okay. Is our initialization is working fine or not after build the project. So when you build the project, yeah, that's what I am trying to mention. Before you run, you will get some sort of error like this. Okay, so these are kind of known error. You can see resolve node path, I think test here. Now it's showing the test related things like this error. You will not see like this error like import resolve from node path. Maybe you will see this error like the test. So what that error coming from? So if you just click, then you should see the error is coming from this particular file y.config.ts file. So this error is still not resolved from the official 10 stack or the wide. So that's why you are able to see the same error. So maybe in the future you will not see the same error. So how you're going to resolve that? You have to if you just go to the documentation, you should see the way how you can resolve that. So there is error related to the test property in the white config file. To fix them, update white.config.ts file to match the latest white configuration standard. Alternatively, comment out the test object if it's not required. So if you go to the commit and try to go to the white.config.ts file, then you can see I have comment out the test, because this is the particular property that's actually causing the issue. So why is that? Because it's about test file, so from the white configuration, so that's not resolved yet. So maybe in the future it will be resolved. So when that's resolved, you will not able to see that issue. So it's also important when you are gonna work with the test file, so you have to set up that test as well. So maybe we're gonna see that in the future section. But for now, for get rid of this error, you have to just comment out that particular test object like this. So you just simply comment this out, and now if you try to build that project, then it should build perfectly without showing any error like this. So when you get this success message, that's mean your project is good to go. But if you use like older Node.js version, like as we discussed, like if you use like Node 22 or maybe Node 20, then you should see another error like this one: import resolve from node path. So this is the error that's occur when you use older version from Node 24.5.0. But when you use the exact version like this one, then you will only get the test error like this one. So this error, for solving that, you just have to comment that out, and when you see the build error like the build success, then you are good to go with the next section. And if you face any uncertain error not mentioned in the documentation and also in the video, then the same process you have to follow. Just ask Gemini or maybe ChatGPT or maybe Google it, like, what's happening on the error. And also you can just simply go to the GitHub. Like if you go to the test stack router and click on the GitHub repository, and if you go to the issues, then you should see a similar issue name like that. And just have to use like keyword, like what error you are able to get. Let's say maybe for the test error, I can just search with test. Let's see if we find the same error or not. So, or maybe we can use the error, like the error we're getting. I think test does not exist, like this one. So if I just simply try to search with these things, maybe we will find that particular issue. Okay, there are no issue at all. So let's see. Okay, so let's try with the another keyword. So you have to try with some keyword. Let's say this. Okay, there are one closed issue. So if you just go, that's the thing. Stack start is setting up white config ts wrong. If you go to that particular issue, then you should see what are the things. You can see the same error we are facing, like the test is going like it was giving the runtime error. So you will get all the informations like this. So I think there is a fix already provided, but I don't know why still we are able to get that error. So maybe you can also raise that same thing here, so that they can also identify that and fix that issue. So yeah, these are there will be tons of issue like this you will face while building the project, doing the project. So make sure you solve step by step. Don't move to the next section until you solve or unstuck yourself from that particular error. So that's it. When and also if you face like similar error again, then I would recommend you to like remove the node modules and then install that project again. Like you just have to remove like the front end node modules, not the whole node modules from the root project. So just remove the node modules from the front end and then try to install by using npm install, and then build the project again and then run that. And as you can see in this step, we already show you like how to delete that particular .git folder, because that's important, because we already tagged this particular folder in with our uh, full stack project like Monorepo. So we don't need that internal git file, so you have to just remove it. You can simply use this command to remove that particular folder. And that's what I explained here. And if you go to that particular commit, then you can see there are tons of file changes. There is 25 file changes. And if you go to my commit here, there is showing 22 file changes. So it will vary or depend on the version of the project. So maybe in the future there will be less file it included, or maybe there are lots of file. Yeah, so you have to consider them. But in general, you have to install by the command that we already have, and then you have to build the project to find out is there any error or not, and then you have to just run the project. So I think npm run dev, that's gonna help to run the project, and you can see it's running on 2011, and just when you click, and it should see, yeah, the 10 stack project running, and you should also see some of 10 stack router dev tools. And yeah, if you see this, then our project front-end project setup is kind of done well. And also I don't see any other changes I have made, so all will be kind of same for this particular section. So in the next section we are gonna, you know, understand the monorepo with better approach by building example project. Not example, it's kind of the project we're gonna add. So yeah, that's it for this particular section. So in this section we use two commit, the basic backend project setup and the basic frontend project setup. And with that to commit, we are able to set up our backend project, which is running fine in a 8000 port, and the front-end project, which is right now running on 3001 or 3000. So we're going to change the port and all those things in the later section. So this is the documentation for building an example project inside our monorepo, so that we can reuse that into the front-end and backend to actually understand how the monorepo works together. And the documentation is like this one under the get started section. And for the commit, you have to go to the commit list and you have to find the fourth commit, which is this one, get started, logger project, edit, and uses. So make sure you identify the reference. Let's look into the code, and you can see all these files are changed, and we're gonna see how we can build the example project. So let's first see about the architecture. So this is our main root folder, code.root, and there will be front-end folder we already has, and backend folder as well as, and there will be another folder which is called packages. So inside that packages folder we will have another folder which is called logger, and that's the project we are gonna do. That's mean in that logger project it will be a simple logger package that's gonna help us to console log with different color. Let's say in the terminal, when we run our front-end application or back-end application, we are able to see the console log, but sometimes always the same color. But this logger package is gonna help us to console log with different color. Let's say we will declare some color like red, warning, then maybe error, then info, all sort of method there will be, and those will mean different kind of colors. And why the logger project could be common, because in the front end, in the back end, we always have to write some console log. So in the front end, those console log appear in the browser dev console, but in the back end, those appear in the terminal. So that's mean we always write like console.log every time in the front end and back end. So why not we make it a common central point where we can just declare some common console log method like logger dot warning, logger dot info, so that we can just reuse that class or package into our front end and back end. So that's going to be our goal. So this will be the folder structure. So if I just go to our folder structure, now you can see we have backend, front end, and packages. And also if you go to the npm workspace.yaml, then you can see this is the declaration, like how our whole folder structure will be. But you don't have to specify all the folder inside of the packages, because we use like /start. So it's mean all the folder inside the packages will be part of the workspace as well as. So now let's create our logger folder inside our packages. So we have to create a same project under the logger folder. So you'll find a simple explanation like what I said here. So let's try to set up the project. So we have to create that folder. Now we have to initialize the project. So let's just navigate to packages and then navigate to logger, and yes, we can use npm init y as we do for all the project. Now you can see that's showing logger. The name of the package is logger, the version, and here is the script. So this will also follow the same process like in the backend, as we are going to write the code in TypeScript. So we have to write the tsconfig, as well as we have to write the build script, so that all the TypeScript code we can build, and later we can run the JavaScript code inside of our frontend or backend project. So the same thing, we have to create the tsconfig. So we can just simply use tsc dash dash init, as you can see showing not found because we didn't use like nvm use. So when you use that, then it should create the file. So that's the file. Now let's just replace with our code. So here we have to look into the output directory. We are going to follow the same way, like the dist going to be the output directory and the root directory will be src. So we have to create a src folder that's gonna contain our code, and we're gonna exclude all the node modules and dist folder, and we're gonna include all the code from the source file, src file. And there are also some other property. So if you have like curiosity about learning all those property, simply just ask Gemini to explain you all those property, and it's gonna give you best explanation. I also tried that, some of the property good meaning, yeah. So after that, we have to create the main file, like what will be the source code. So let's just create an index.ts file, and this will contain our main project code. So this is the code. If I also go to the commit, then you can see there is a backend folder changes, frontend folder changes, and package slash logger folder changes. So in the packages slash logger project, you can see it has the package.json, and also inside the src it has the index.ts file and also tsconfig.json. So we bring the same code. So let's just now try to understand about the main source code. So we have to declare a logger class and we have to export that. So what this logger class will do, this is the main class that we are going to use in our front end and back end project, and inside of that class there will be multiple methods. So how those method will look like, so if I just bring those method code, you will understand like what I'm trying to do. So these are the method, and also we need the format method like these, and let's just also bring the property called colors, and we are missing a curly bracket. Yep. So let's just try to hide these two method and try to focus on all the method, static method that we declare. So you can see that this logger class have error method. Ignore this for now, I'm going to explain that. So we have error method, success method, warning, info, debug, log, optional. So what that means, that means this logger class will help us to log with all these different sort of category. Let's say when we use like logger.error, it's gonna log the error with red color, something like that. Let's say we want to log a success message, so we can just simply use logger.success. So it will help us to kind of like log with green color. So all this category has its own meaning, as you already know. This kind of method or category used in the buttons, something like that. When we have like button, we can use button.success, or like button error. It's kind of similar like that. So for that case, we already declare all those methods. Now we need to declare the color, like how we can you know print the console log with the color. So here comes like this kind of color code. So this is a then just a simple object. Inside that object is a private property from that particular logger class, and inside that object I declare all the color. So what those color is about, so you want to maybe know like how those color code actually mean, or how we can find out new colors. So what you can do is simply let's just ask to Gemini explain me about the code and color, how I can find new colors. So when you ask this, then you can see it will give you best explanation like color values. So you can see the color start with this kind of keyword or this kind of character, and you can see this is the actual command, like the 31m 3037. So what this means, this means like this particular number actually specifies the foreground color, text color. So and there is a character like m, so this final character that marks the end of the select graphics. So you can see these are like the basic explanation from Gemini. If you want more to know about all those character, like what those character are doing, then you can ask more. And how you can use, just simply you know, as usual, when we just do the console log, is kind of the same. And how you can find the new colors, that's like you have to expand that color palette to nc sgr code. And I believe that's listed in the Wikipedia, all the color code. And also you can ask Gemini to provide some more color codes. And there are tons of information here, as well as like you can modify that particular you know, character or like or text as like as we do. Let's say if you need kind of like a dark red color, then you have to provide that color to Gemini. Then you have to ask to give that particular terminal console color, so that you will get the actual code. So I believe you will be able to find out how to you know, set up some new colors. But for now, it's just common simple colors. So if I just took that particular code and try to inspect from our console, like here, let's try to console log console. Let's just zoom in a little bit, console log. And if I just put this code and also add some text like hello, and then you can see it's showing the color with the red in the browser. And the same will go for the terminal as well. As so if you just use this color to console log from the backend folder, or like the backend project, like here, then it will also help to achieve that. Let's say I just put that here, and if I just try to run our backend project, let's just open another tab. So we're gonna go to backend, and we have to use nvm use and pnpm run tab. So if you run that, now you can see that particular console log changed to red color. Okay, so that's what we are gonna do as we declare all the colors in this particular uh, object properties. Now we can use those color to complete our method. So for that case, we also need a common method that's going to help us to took that message and took that color. And also if we need date or any other data, then we can also pass them, so that that particular method keep the actual result. Let's say for the error method, we were going to pass the message, and we're going to pass the color, and also if there are any other data. So we are going to call with the error message, not the format message. If we call the format message method, then we have to every time provide the color. So instead we declare all those common method, and now we can just simply call error, and we can pass the message and the data. So what the format message method do, so this is a simple method. It will take the string of that message, then it will take the color, then it will took the data as any format, and it's just simply going to console.log. And here you can see we just declare that color before any other text. So you have to do the same way. And then you can just put that message, and also you can provide all the data it has. Now you can also see this dot color dot reset. That's when I want to show that particular data color into the reset color. So the first color will be like the message color will be the color that I'm going to provide, and then the data color will be like the color I am declare here. So that's it. So you can format by your own any kind of formation you want to format your log. Maybe you have to add some timing, or maybe you have to add some common stuff into your log. So you can do that. So as well as, so it's totally depend on your requirement. And in the future, if you need more control over the log, you can also add some of the logging third-party libraries as well, as which are gonna you know, store those log into those third-party libraries. So that's why making a common logger project always help to, you know, scale your project. So now if I go to, let's say, the documentation, that's our code, and you will find a little explanation here. And about the color code, this is the property contains ANSI scape code for different colors used to style the console output. So I believe you're gonna able to understand that from the Gemini code if you just search for it and try to know about all those character. But I would recommend you don't have to know about all those character, because those are not easy to remember. It's kind of similar like regex. So instead you can just generate new color if you need. Ask Gemini or maybe find out from Wikipedia. There is a list of all those color code. So I think that would be fine. And then now we have to build the project as well as to run or like the complete the project. We have to must build the project. So that's it for the logger project code. Now we can just simply write the build script and also anything necessary. So here the build script come. If I just simply go to the package.json from the logger project, we can simply copy the whole package.json, but I would recommend not to do that. Instead, you should copy the name first, because you can see right now our name is logger. So we have to declare like at the packages slash logger. So because it's under the packages folder, and if we just declare like this, that's help to import that particular package in our backend and frontend very easily. We can just simply use at the packages slash logger to import that logger project. So make sure you provide a meaningful name, so that, or easy name, that you can easily import the package inside of your monorepo other folder. Now we have to add all this code like main module. So let's just add this particular property as well as. So we have main property, module property, and type. So all will come from like this slash index.js. That means when our the whole project will bind like build, it will provide the dist folder, and inside the dist folder there will be the index file index.js, and also there will be type files as well as. So yeah, we have to specify them here. And after that we need the script, and inside the script we have two scripts. One is for the build, and another is for the dev. So now you can see I'm using a different command like tsup src index.ts format cg esm dst. So what these two command mean, and also you might be wondering like why tsup, because in the backend we didn't use tsup or something like that. We just simply used tsc, and that's actually helped to build our project. So tsup is another library that's also helped to build the projects. I was thinking to show you some sort of different way to build your TypeScript into JavaScript. So that's why I choose in the backend like the default one TSC, and here in the logger project, or in the future if we add more packages, we're gonna use tsup. That's another package that's gonna help us to build our project. So for that case, we have to use this command, and if we are gonna know about this tsup a little bit more, we can just simply ask like, what about these two things? So you can see the build tool is called tsup. It's fast and simple bundler for TypeScript project, and that uses esbuild under the hood. And the primary purpose is, as I already said, like it's gonna take your TypeScript code and bundle it to optimize JavaScript code so that it can compatible with the Node.js. And the command breakdown, you can see tsup source index.ts. So this particular command, like these things, is gonna help you to specify tsup should start building from the main entry file, which is index.ts. Okay, that means it's gonna start with the index.ts file under the source folder. And then format CJS ESM. So this tells tsup to generate two different versions of output bundle, common.js, which is called CJS, and ES module ESM. This is crucial for making a library compatible with both older Node.js environment, which use like require method, and the modern environment import. So the ES module build will help to use like when we use some sort of like import keyword, and when we use like require, if you familiar with the older Node.js stuff, then you might saw that we have to use some sort of like require keyword to actually import any module from another file. So for that case we have to build like two-way, like common.js as well as an ES module, so that it support both older Node.js environment. And then dash dash t dts is another command that's direct tsup to automatically generate TypeScript declaration file like .t.ts alongside the JavaScript output. That means because it's a library, we also need TypeScript support. So when we are gonna use in the backend folder or the backend project, let's say we're gonna use that logger project here. So maybe we can say logger, and then we'll say info. So we have to get the suggestion like what are the method we have from that particular class or the method. So for that case we need like that particular command like dash dash dts. So and you can see in the build we just use this particular command, and in the deb we also add dash dash watch. So you may be already familiar, dash dash watch mean kind of like you know, it's kind of watch mode, as like as node mod or the TSC dash dash watch we saw in the backend initialization section. So that's actually helped to continuously monitor the changes of the TypeScript file. So as soon as the a file is saved, it automatically relearn it's automatically rerun the build and rebundle the whole code. So that's the two command mean. And if you want to more dig into the TS app, you can go to that particular repository, GitHub repository, to find out more information. So now our package kind of so now our packages script properties are kind of done. Now we have to build that project, and we have to see how we can just use this project into our backend or maybe in the front end and all those stuff. So let's go to the documentation for the steps that we need. Now yes, we already declared that command. Now we must have to install those type, right? So we have to install all these things. Like in the deb dependency we have to use the type slash node, then ts app, that's the package that I'm talking about, and the TypeScript, because we are using the TypeScript in our source code. So let's just grab that to install all those packages, and yes, just use like this. And before that, if you say fresh terminal, make sure you use nvm use to use the correct Node.js version. And then for building the project, we can just hit pnpm run build, and for live reload we can just use pnpm run deb. So yes, the installation finished, and let's see what's the version. So for the deb dependency, you can see these are the version, and we only have to install all the packages in deb dependency. That's it. So let's just clear that and also verify our dependency from the commit. Like here you can see there is no dependency, there are only deb dependency. So now we're kind of done. So we have to now build a project, and we have to use that in our backend and front end. So I was already trying to use that. So let's just build the project. So for building the project, we have to use pnpm run build or pnpm build. So you can see the build process, and you should see some sort of log like this. Is going to create the ESM and also CJS file. So if you go to the dist folder, then you can see it has the a.mjs and also .mts. So as we saw from the Gemini, what it gives, so these are the two files that will help to, you can just ask again with the file name extension, like what are the, what like .mts mean, what mjs mean. So yeah, that's not right now the focus point. So when you build that, now we have to use our project in the backend and in the front end. So what we do when we have a external library, so what we do when we have some external library, so let's say if we are gonna install a package, we have to go to our backend folder, you know, like here. Then we have to install like pnpm install let's say logger project, something like that. So it's for when we have a external package from npm. But what if our package is inside of a monorepo? So for that case we have to follow this particular command, like pnpm add the package name from our packages and dash dash workspace. So that's this particular command is gonna help us to install package from our workspace. As we already declared the package folder, let's say in the pnpm workspace.yml file. So whenever we use packages slash something, that it indicate the packages slash other folder. And when we try to hit this command, it's gonna go to the packages folder and try to find out that package name with at the red package slash logger. You can see the same name here. So now if I just try to go and let's just add this in the backend first, then we are going to also install that in the front end. So you can see it's showing package slash logger from the workspace. So let's just look into our package.json, like how it's should show, you can see in the dependency it's now showing like this. So you will not see any version like we saw in the other external library. Instead you will see like workspace, then colon, then star. So what that means, that means it's gonna use the local uh, repository or the local folder to connect with that dependency. And in the backend we are now good to use our logger project. And if we just try to use like this, we should get the suggestion. Let's see if there are any other things we have to do. We just add like pnpm add logger workspace. Okay, so let's also see from our index.ts file. Yes, it was like logger. So let's see from the backend why we're not able to get the suggestion. Maybe we have to reload that particular VS Code to get the suggestion. Or let's just see. Yes, now you can see the suggestion here. When I try like logger, then it's showing like packages slash logger. So when you just click on that, and if you just go up, then you can see the import logger from packages slash logger. So you might face that same issue like I face. So just simply reload the VS Code, or maybe close that, restart that again. You will able to get the suggestion from VS Code. Now if I try to get the type support, like what are the method we have, then you can see we have all those methods support, like debug, error, info, log, optional, success warning, apply, like all those things. So let's just use the info for our log for the API is running. So info is gonna give like kind of a blue color. So let's see it's working or not. See if I just save, and in the backend let's just run npm run deb, then we should see our log is running on the blue color, but we are getting kind of error. Like let's see what are the error we are getting. So it's showing like cannot find type definition for the file node and all those things. So let's just fix this error. You can just simply delete that node modules and try to install the backend full project again. So that's mean the issue is with the node modules. So whenever you saw some uncertain error like kind of like this we saw here, so you have to just simply delete the node modules and try to install them again. And if you just face the same issue like me after removing the node modules, and when you try again, then just simply install that particular package like pnpm add dash d at the red type slash node, the same package that we used in the logger project. So that's how you're gonna debug that things. So let's just now run our front backend project to check the console log. So pnpm run deb. Now we should see that API is running and the color of that log is kind of blue. And if I now just change that particular logger info to warning, then you should see that the color changed to YOLO, and it's happening on the fly. So let's make it back to info. Now let's try to install our package into the front-end project. So inside the front-end project, we're gonna use that, let's say in our main.tsx file, or maybe in the route file like index.tsx. So let's just install that into our front-end project first. We have to copy the same command like pnpm add packages logger workspace. So when you just try to install, so let's go to the front end, then we have to go to front end, and let's just install that particular package into the front end as well as. And you can see it will also show you the same kind of uh, way that you saw like in the backend, like packages slash logger is going to use the workspace. So that's how it is declared here. Now we have to define that log. So let's just go to the routes folder, and inside that routes we have index.tsx. Let's here declare that log. So we're gonna say logger, and you can see the suggestion here logger slash package. And when you do so, you can now just simply use logger.info or logger.warning. Let's say this is warning message. That's it. Now let's try to build the project and also run the project to see any error or not. So we're gonna first build the project, and you can see it's successfully built. And now let's try to run the project. Npm run dev, and yes, it's running on 3001. So if you go, then let's just inspect and go to the console, then you can see the console log showing is in the yellow color. So let's try to change it to maybe red. Then we should also see, okay, we don't have red, we have error. Yep, if you just go error, then now we should see the color is showing in the red mode. So you can see how fantastic it is. Like, we are using a simple common source code, and we are using the same code in the different project, like in the backend and also in the front end. And later in the future, we are going to also use types. We are going to share types, validation, and all those things. You're going to see how amazing the whole thing. So that's about using that in the front end. And if you go a little bit below in the documentation, you see the benefit. The benefit is like it's going to help to simply debug by providing clear colorful logs, and then also it's ensure the consistent use case. So if you have to identify where the log is coming from, you can also use another property to make sure like it's coming from the front end or back end. There are tons of stuff you can do when there are a centralized package that is used to console log. So that's it about like our example project that's gonna help us to understand how the monorepo work, and how a package from the local repository we can use that anywhere of our project. So yeah, I hope you understand the whole thing. If you face any troubleshoot error, then just ask Gemini or ChatGPT to get unstuck from there. So now let's move into our next section, which is backend setup, database, Redis, cores, and cookie parsers. So if you go to the section under get started, this is the last section of the get started section. And if you go to the commit, and you would see it's the last commit for get started, which is backend, DB, Redis, and some middleware setup. So if we just go to that particular commit code, then you can see there are several files has changed, including the environment and some packages, some middleware. So yeah, we are gonna see how we can implement that. And also an overview, you can see what we are gonna do. Before building our feature, we need some kind of like a configuration or setup in our backend project, right? So that's what we're gonna do in this particular section. So we're gonna do database configuration like local PostgreSQL, and then we're gonna set up the Redis client, and also we're gonna configure course configurations. What that's mean? That's mean we should only able to hit the server with some sort of particular restricted client side application. So we have to use that course configuration. Then we will use the cookie parser middleware. So this middleware gonna help us when we are gonna use authentication. And then we will need a Morgan middleware for logging those HTTP requests. So yeah, well, let's just start that. So first of all, we are gonna start with the .env file changes. So we need to add some of the information in our .environment variable. So let's just add for database configuration. So if we just go to our backend project folder, and in the .environment, let's just add all of them like this. So these are like local PostgreSQL configurations. So as I told you earlier, when you install Postgres into your computer, you have to set up the user. So that time I believe you also set up with Postgres, the username and the password, and also you can just create a database using any database client like DBeaver. So this is the software. Right now I am using Linux, Ubuntu, and that's how the software look like for now. So you can see, so that's the interface. So if you go to like the file section, or like top of the section here, you can see a button here. You can just connect the database like PostgreSQL, and here you can see some of the same informations that we are providing in our environments, where we have to provide the host, then the port, then the database name, and also the username and the password. So make sure you test dot connection. So for our case, the password will be like password, and all the information is will be default. So if I just go to test connection, then you should see connected successful, something like that. That means your database connected successfully into your GUI client. So you have to then proceed with finish so that it will connect. I already connected with the same database, like you can see here. it's Postgres. So you also should see something like that. And while you able to successfully connect the database, now you have to took that information and you have to place that into your dot environment variable. And there will be another variable which is called this one, neondb underscore connection string. That's mean when you are going to use the neondb cloud service, so you don't need all this variable. You just only need this particular variable and that particular connection string. So you just can simply place that. So in our code, when we are gonna set up the database, we will check if there is available neondb string, then we are gonna connect with the neondb. If the string is not available, then we are gonna connect with the local database, something like that. So for now, we're gonna set up the local database. Maybe in the future section, you are also going to see the neondb stuff. And neondb is kind of very simple and straightforward. You just have to go to the neondb website, create an account, and then create a database, and then took that particular connection string from the database and place that here. You don't have to provide all those things. Yeah, so I believe you can do by yourself. So that's your homework. So these are the property. Now let's just took that particular code and also place that in our example file, which is like .env dash example, so that I can push that inside of the GitHub. So let's just remove all those values so that it makes sense. So these are all the property that you need to fill up when you just clone that repo and create that environment variable. So that's it. Let's just now see the steps from the documentation. Now it also suggesting to add some Redis configuration. So let's also add the configuration. So this is some of the other values like Redis URL. This value is gonna help to connect with Redis cloud. Okay, so if we are gonna use Redis cloud like IORed, if I just go to Redis cloud, if you just search Google like Redis, then you will see this particular website, and that's the official website for Redis. And this also gives you the Redis cloud system, which you can just log in and create account. It's also give you kind of like a connection string, same like kind of this Redis slash blah blah blah. So if you just copy that string and paste that here, then it will connect with your cloud Redis. But if we don't provide that particular variable, then it will connect with our local Redis, the Redis we install in our prerequisite section that I told you to install that locally, like the Redis server. So that's mean if we provide this URL, then it's going to connect with the cloud. If we don't provide that, then it's going to connect with the local Redis server. So for now, as we are trying to implement everything locally, so we don't have to provide that URL. So for reference, I'm just putting that here, and as well as let's put that in our .env slash example and remove that particular value. Or maybe we can just remove those comments, but let's just make that them stay. So that's it for the environment variable. Now if you just took the whole, oh, we have one more, which is cost configuration. So in our, we have to declare the front end URL as well as in our environment variable, because we are going to connect with the front end, and in the server we are going to restrict our front end with limited application. Let's say we are only going to allow this particular URL, not any other URL. So that's why we must need to specify the front end. So let's just also add that into our example environment, and let's just remove that particular things. Let's just add the comment as well as, so this URL will be able to help to restrict client-side application. So now after adding all that, this will be your final environment setup. So we have important note here, which I already told you. I think it's about the NeonDB and the local Postgres as well as the Redis. If you just provide the URL, then it will connect with the cloud. If you don't provide, then it's going to connect with the local. So that's the logic we have to implement while we're going to implement the database connection logic. Now we have to align with the front end as well as you can see, we have provided front end URL to localhost 5173. Okay, that's mean in our backend server we are only going to allow this particular URL. But when we run our front end project, let's say run this again like this, then you can see it's running on the port. It's trying to run on the port 3000, but the port is already used. so it's trying to run 3001. So why it's showing port is running on 3000? Because you can see I have the documentation, it's also running from the local, so that it's already taken that 3000 port. So we are not going to use the 3000 port or maybe 3001, as our documentation project is going to use that. So that case we have to change that port to something like this. So this was the white by default port. But in our front-end application, if you go to the front-end section, and also if you go to the whiteconfig.ts file, and here you should see, or maybe in the package.json file, yeah, in the package.json file you can see in the script command we have white dash dashboard 3000. That means we are forcefully running that project into 3000. So when we create the project with 10 stack router template, it's by default using these things. So we have to remove that particular port so that it's run the white default command. And also you can see that dev and the start is kind of same. So let's just check from our commit. So if I just go back, and the commit is going to be like this one: backend db redis and middleware setup. And let's go to the front end to see any changes, and you can see we have removed the port. Okay, so that was the changes. So I also removed the code now. Now it should run the project into the default port, like 5173. So that's the port that's we added in our front-end URL property from the dot environment variable. So now let's see what else we have to do. Now we are kind of done with the port setup and the dot environment setup. Now we can start working on the configuration code. So first of all, we're gonna configure the database. So for that case, as you already saw the tech stack, I mentioned that we're gonna use PostgreSQL for the database, and for the ORM, we're gonna use TypeORM. So for that case, we need two library, TypeORM and PG. So PG is gonna for like Postgres, and TypeORM is the ORM library. So let's install those packages first. So we're gonna go to the backend project. Let's just cut out from the front end, and let's go to the backend and try to install TypeORM and PG. And in the meantime, let's also look into the other steps. So we have to create a config folder under the source directory, and then we have to create a file called datasource.ts. So that file is going to help us to configuration the database. So let's create the config folder inside of our backend folder. So this config folder, we're going to create a file called datasource.ts, and our project is already our dependencies are already installed. So if you look at the version is PG and TypeORM. So make sure if you face any error or crash on the project, you should use the exact version I used here. Then let's move to the file, and yes, here we're gonna write that code. So first of all, we are gonna use the data source from TypeORM. So that's a class from TypeORM. We are gonna use this data source class to initialize the database. So let's also use the variable. So as I told earlier that we need some sort of logic. Let's say when we got the neon db connection string from our dot environment, like this here, if we got that connection string, then we are going to establish the connection with the cloud database. Or if we don't get that connection string, then we're going to establish the connection with the local database. And here you can see we're getting some error, like VS Code error is showing process is not found, like the type is not found. So it's suggesting to use like install that at the type/node. So we already installed earlier, like when we faced that particular logger project error. So I think it is best just install that particular package into our backend project as well, as so that we don't get the same error. So we can just simply use like pnpm add -d at the type/node. So it's gonna install the type nodes into our backend with the deb dependency. Okay, so now we should get rid of that error. So let's just refresh or reload the VS Code to get rid of from that particular error. So yep, I think the error is gone now. So this is the okay, we are getting that error again. So it's showing that cannot find process npm I shape. Okay, let's just check from our dep dependency, and yes, it seems like we already have that. So maybe it's for the node modules. Let's just remove the node modules from our backend project and try to install again all the packages. So the thing is, we are not getting that error in our index.ts file. Like here you can see process.environment.server port. We're uh, using the same kind of code here, but we are getting that error. And also, if you go to the commit, you would not see like I have installed that particular package like @ta type slash node in the backend project. So maybe it's coming from like some sort of another issue. Let's find out. So I found that issue. The issue is, you can see in our backend folder, we just put that config folder inside the backend folder. But in our ts config, see, we mention include source code, like all the file from the source directory. We are only gonna accept that. But I created that folder inside of the backend folder, not under the src folder, as well as the file is outside of that src folder. So that's why we are getting that node error. So that means we don't need that package like @type/node, because in this particular file it's not in the tsconfig configuration. So that's why it's giving the node error. So let's just get rid of that package. So let's just remove our package. And it's kind of like weird if you just do some mistake like changing the folder somewhere. So if you face the same thing, then I would highly recommend you to look at the commit. So I found that issue by looking at my commit, like what I did. So in the backend there are like no folder. In the source, I just created that particular config folder. So, and when I look back in the current stage, I can see that the folder is inside, like in the backend, not in the source folder. So that's why the issue. So if I just now move to that into the src folder, now you can see that error is gone. And also we don't need that particular @type/package node package, because we are already using it in our logger project. So it will not be good if we just double use the same package in a packages and also in the main repository. So that's why make sure you remove that for now. In the future, if we need that to use, then maybe we're going to use that. So that's the code we are talking about. Like, we are going to grab that value from the environment, and if we don't have that value in the environment, we are going to connect with the local database. And if we got that value, we're going to connect that the cloud database. That's the plan for now. So now let's grab the code from our documentation or from the commit, that we have to create the data source first. Okay, so how we're going to create the data source? So as you saw, we imported data source from typeorm, and for creating a data source, we have to use that particular data source class to create and initialize that particular thing. So let's just declare a variable like this. So we're gonna declare a variable like this, and now let's just simply took that particular code like from the local database. Then I'm gonna show you what's happening. So this is the code. Like, we have to create a new instance of the data source, and we have to provide all this property. You can see all this property. And now here you can see entities, migrations. It's required a module called path. So let's just import that path from our Node.js. So it's the by default package from Node.js. So you just simply can import that like this, and that's our code. So if you want to understand all the property like this, let's just ask Gemini to understand what's going on in this particular thing. So I'm gonna go to our first prompt here. So explain me all the property. So you can see it's telling that's a typeorm data source configuration object that's helped to establish the connection with the database. So the first property is called type. So in that type, you can specify the database category, like database type, which kind of database you're going to use. So for our case, it's Postgres. You can use MySQL, MariaDB, SQLite, but the setup will be kind of same, but the type will be different. And then in the host here, you can see process.environment db host. So if you just go to the code and see, we're using the database host, db host variable from our environment here. So as I told you earlier, so you will get that host when you just go to the client and trying to establish a connection with the Postgres. So if you just go to test connection, click on that particular Postgres, now you can see there is a host property, there is a port, there is username, and also post password, and also somewhere in the database name. So you have to grab them and you have to put them here, and in the data source we are using that. So in the host is that particular host, then we have to define the port, and also make sure the port should be numbers. So we are we are getting that port from the .environment variable, so it could be number sometimes, so we have to forcefully make it integer. So you can just simply use like parse integer, and yeah, then we have to provide the username is also coming from the environment, and the password and the database. So that's what you can see in the Gemini that's explaining. So the port is going to be the connection port. For the default is 5432, and username, password, and the database name for the database. And then we have a property called synchronize true, and then logging false, and entities and migration. Let's understand what synchronize true is. So when we are in development mode, like in SQL or like similar SQL database, we have to migrate. Let's say we change something on the tables or schema from the code. We have to migrate that database. There is a term called migration. We have to apply that whenever we change the schema from the table. So in development mode, it's kind of like very painful when you have to change those tables information or schema several times. So you have to apply the migration so many times. So for that case, you can get rid of that migration stuff if you just put that synchronization true in that particular object property. So what this will mean, this mean you don't have to do the migration by yourself. Automatically this type ORM is gonna reflect those changes into the database. Let's say you are gonna change a particular table with the sum of the columns that you already implement. So if you change that, and if there is synchronization true, then it will automatically reshuffle that column and create those new changes. So that's the beauty when you use like type ORM or similar kind of ORM. But this is not recommend in the production level. Let's say you just put the same synchronized true in production code. So what will happen in the process of reshuffling the database or updating the database automatically by the type ORM, if you give the control to type ORM, you don't have that control. So sometimes it could lead to a problem like database data loss. Let's say in the production you have a sensitive table and you just add synchronize true, and when you change, let's say in a latest commit you change some code in the schema, and when that automatic synchronize happen in the production level, your table could be corrupted with some column, or maybe some data could be loose. So that's why using synchronize true is not recommended in your production level. For the development purpose we can use like true. And also we have a variable called node_environment, so we can just add that condition here, like if process.node.environment equal to development, then we're gonna use true, otherwise we're gonna use that false. So that's the property explanation of like synchronization. So you will get the same sort of explanation, and if you want to understand more about it, just ask a counter question to Gemini. Then we have a logging property. So this is actually helpful feature. So this logging means you can able to know that we have some login option in our terminal. So this login means if you want to see all the log related to database query. Let's say you created a code, that code actually inserts some data into the database, like using the TypeScript, sorry, that using the type ORM. So whenever you insert any data using the type ORM, you will see a cool log display in your terminal showing that particular query. So if you just make that false, then you will not see that console log. But if you just provide true, then you will see all those query. So I would not recommend that in development mode, because if you just add that, whenever your application becomes so big, there are so many database queries happen, so all those log just make noise on your terminal. So just make it false, that's better. Now we have three more properties. One is entities, then migration. And if you look at the entities, what's that? So this is an array of paths or classes that specify where your type ORM entity file are located. So what that means, this is going to establish the connection with the database. Now we have to define all the tables related information, right? Otherwise, how is going to create all those table, how is going to do those stuff. So for that case, you can in type ORM, you not say like table. In type ORM we say it's like entity. So all entity mean is kind of like a table. So in this entity folder we have to specify what will be the folder or the files that will hold or contain all those entity. So for our case we're using that path package to find out that root directory path, like the backend path, and then inside that backend we have to go to the entity folder. So there will be an entity folder here, entity, and in that entity folder we will put all those ts file. You can see we're mentioning the ts and js. That's mean all the js and ts file will be work like the entities files, you know. So there will be, let's say, user.entity user.ts, or product.ts. So that user.ts file will be work as entities, and type ORM gonna read that file and find out that code to actually create those table or work with those tables. So that's how the entities properties work. So let's see the Gemini explanation. So it's saying that entities are classes that map directly to the database tables, as I told you. So the globe pattern is kind of like this. So this tell type ORM to find ts and js file recursively within that specific directory. That's mean it's gonna look into the entity folder recursively. If there are any other folder in the entity, then it will also look into them, and then it will find out all those js and ts files that have contain that entity code or like entity class. So we're going to see them as well as when we're going to create those classes. So now let's look into the migration stuff. So this is kind of the same. You can see the same pattern we declare here, but the folder name is different. It's showing the migration. That's mean in the production, when we are gonna push, and also when we complete our project, we are gonna create a migration file for the whole database things. Let's say migration is kind of like a blueprint of the database file, so that we can track that changes of that schema or tables. Let's say we develop a feature and then we created a migration file. That's mean all the changes that related to that feature will be stored in that migration file. So let's say in the future we're gonna change something new, then we changes in the table or schema, then we have to create another migration file so that we can roll back to the older stage if we want. So that's time we need the migration file, very helpful. So that case, in our local development we don't need those migration files because we are using synchronized true. But when we are going to deploy that production, before deploying that to the production, we must have to create those migration file, store them sequentially whenever you are changing those feature, so that it's help to roll back to those previous changes when you need. So that's super important. So if you want to know about more migrations, just you can watch a dedicated video from YouTube, or maybe you can just ask Gemini if you have further questions. And then we have another array like subscribers. So this is an array. So in our project we are not going to use that particular array, but let's just try to know what these particular things do. So if I just ask Gemini to give me some example of the subscriber property, so give me example use case of subscriber properties, and you can see, so this is also the same class, but this allow to listen specific database events and execute custom logic when those events occur. So what that means, let's say in our database we can do insert, we can read data, we can insert data. So these are kind of called like event. Let's say in a API, you just in an API you used to insert some data into the database. Okay, so that's the event happen. Now what if you have to do some common thing? Let's say you have to log, or you have to do something when you insert anything in the database in any table. This could be a requirement like logging. Let's say you have to integrate a third-party login library into your backend project, so that you can track all the log related to database, like what's happening in the database. So in that case, how we're going to do that? Because if your application is too bigger, then you will not able to put that logging code into all those API. that is not going to be like easy way. So you need kind of like a common way that's going to help you to track all those database event. So that's come the subscribers method, like subscribers property. So in that property we can also mention all the file that will contain all the code related to event. Let's say we have an entity like user, and let's say we are going to try not only the user but also let's say user and a, let's say, a social media platform. There are multiple tables related to social media. Now we're going to track all the insert operation from the database in a log, so that it's help to, you know, verify so many things. So for that case we need to create a subscriber, and it's going to be also a class, and that class will inherit from the event subscriber class from type orm, like this. And your class name should be like a simple class, and then you have to implement like this. And that particular events subscriber class also took a entity, so that means which entity you are going to listen to, because each entity could have the event trigger. So if you want to listen a particular specific entity like the table, then you can also do so by this. And let's say if you need for multiple entity, then you can also have that option to work with multiple entities trigger. And then there are some basic method like listen to. You have to return that particular entity. Then there are some common method like before insert, before update, then after insert, after update. So that's mean all those methods is going to help you to perform some sort of different task when you have to grab those event. Let's say the before up insert is gonna trigger when it's the time to insert something. Let's say you click a button and that a API called, and the API actually trying to insert some data into the database. But before that, this event, like before insert event, happen. So you can do some sort of login, or you can do anything that's based on your need from the business. So the before update is also kind of like a similar. So whenever you update a table, it's gonna there is some event that's also triggered before the update. And with the similar case, we have after update, after insert, and also there could be multiple. So you can just ask all those method, and based on your need you can apply those method. So in this particular subscriber property, you have to define those files. So let's say you created a class like timestamp subscriber, and then you also have to specify those files into that subscribers property, as we did like for the migration and entities. Let's say we can just simply create a folder like subscriber into the source directory, and then we can put all those subscriber related code into that particular directory, and then we have to mention that particular folder or the file here in the subscriber property. And what will happen whenever that instance will create, it's gonna listen to the entities, it's gonna listen to the migration, it's gonna listen all those subscribes, and it's combine all sort of files together and establish the database connection with all the necessary requirement and the resource. And you can ask more and some common necessary stuff you can do with that subscriber property is like auditing or logging, as I told you. And then some sort of data validations you can use, like before insert, before update. You can let's say you want to insert something and you want to validate, or you want to modify some of the data before you insert, you can use that before insert options. Then data transformation, and also cache invalidation. Yeah, cache invalidation happen like after update and after remove, as I told you. Like there are some other property as well. As so you can just simply ask give me all the property that listed for the events handling. So that's about all those property, and there are more property as well. As so you just have to ask, and based on your need you have to find out those property. Maybe you can go to the data source, and if you just go to the TypeScript support, you can get all those property it has, you can see. So whenever you have to do something different, then find out try to find out from that type, like is there something similar that I'm looking for in that type already exists or not. So if not, then ask Gemini to give you the solution. But understanding all these things is really important, and I believe this is the best way I can explain, and I try my best to explain. Yeah, let me comment down in this video like how you're able to understand it or not. So that's it for the property. Now if I go to the code again, so this particular section of code is gonna responsible for connecting our database into the local database. If we just simply put this, and if we don't use the neon, then it will always connect with our local database. So as I told you earlier, that we're gonna check that if there is some database string from neondb from the environment, then we are gonna apply something, or otherwise we're gonna do the local database connection, right? So that's why for that case we just have to check if we have that string available in the environment or not. So let's go back to our code, and let's just grab the whole code now, so that we can finish that. So if I just grab the app data source, now you can see for neondb connection string, we don't have to specify like host, port, username, password, database, all these things, because when it's like a cloud server connection, you just simply provide that URL here, and all the other thing like type, then logging, synchronization, true, false, all will be kind of the same. And also when you are using like a connection string from the remote database, then you have to use the URL, and also you have to provide this particular property like SSL reject unauthorized false. So what that means, so if I just go and ask this two property from Gemini, like what this two property means, then let's just see. So URL is gonna, the URL is the URL for the remote server of that particular database, and then SSL, this is let's just see what's that. So this is like a nested object configuration for secure socket layer SSL transport layer security setting, which are required for secure connection over the internet. So what that means, so if you just added like rejected unauthorized true, or in the SSL there will be some multiple property as well as, so all will be help to verify the URL or make the URL securely connected when you are establishing the connection, because it's a database and that database connection establishment happen several times when you read or write some data, or maybe there are, let's say, hundred of two maybe 100,000 of user. So whenever any API hit, the connection establishment could reapplied. So that case there could be multiple times it's trying to hit that URL. So for that case you have to provide some of the security options in that sense. So that's why we have the property SSL. Here you will find some other security option, but for our case as we are doing it like locally, so make sure like reject unauthorized false. That's mean if the URL got like authorized error, then it's gonna not allow that. Let's say that means it's gonna pass that error. If you just put that true, then if that's connection error like URL give any authorization stuff, then it's gonna not able to connect with the database. So for locally you just make it like false, and for production you have to make it like true. So if any URL is not secure, then you will not, it will not gonna connect with the database. So something like that, and you will get some better explanation from GPT like this is the key setting for cloud hosted database like Neon is set true, the default for most secure is setup. So that's mean if you just set that true, is the default is gonna establish the secure connection, and the client will reject the connection if the database server SSL certificate cannot be verified against the client trusted certificate authority. So that's mean if the server URL is not like SSL certified, like then it's gonna not establish the connection. So if you just make it like false, then for the development purpose the URL could be like kind of like not secure, but in the production it must be secured URL. So that's why you have to use true as well as there. And you can see a new things like pool size 5. That's mean what's that pool size? Let's just ask that again, pool size. So if I just ask that, let's see it able to understand or not. So yes, it is about like database connection pool. So what that means, that means when we have tons of users, so let's say 1 million users, so it is not a good way you just connect 1 million times the database. That's not a good way. So for that case, let's say you have a user size of 1 million, then you can add the pool size like 1,000 or maybe 10,000 or maybe 100,000. So what that will do, so it will be kind of like a limitation of the database connection. Let's say 1 million people just hit your API in a concurrent timing. That time this database that time database will try to establish connection 1 million times. So that's not gonna happen. So we're gonna max we're gonna set the max limit for that case, because whenever database trying to connect so many times, it's actually resource consuming. So you have to prevent that. For that case, you have to put kind of like pool size based on your user or the traffic. Let's say you have 100 people use your application, so that case you can just use 5. That's mean in a concurrent time, like in a 1 second, there will be 5 connection that could be established with the database. Let's say in 1 second 100 people came and hit a API that's actually perform some database task. That's mean there will be only 5 connection establishment, and all the 5 connection will be reused in those 100 user synchronously. So when one connection close, like not close, like when one operation happen, then it will go to the next operation for the different user. So with that particular maximum size is gonna actually try to compact those concurrent things. So it's more about like performance management. When you have tons of traffic and user, then you have to manage that traffic or the database connection establishment very precisely for the performance issue. So you can use that in that sense. And I believe there are also some other property as well as for handling those performance things. And also you can see like how the count also work, like what that 5 pool size means, how many user it can handle, and all those things. You can ask different question if you have any. So that's it for our case. So this app data source is the now kind of a new instance which will use all those property from those environment variable to establish the connection. Now we have to initialize that particular database connection. So how we're going to do that? We have to grab this code, which is gonna help us to initialize that database. So what it will do, we need to create a function. It's a arrow function, just simply arrow function. We have to trigger or invoke that function to initialize the database. So that's why we just put that initialization in a function, so that we can just simply use that anywhere from our code base and initialize the database trigger. And we're using app source, the same property or the variable here, where we initialize create the instance of the data source, and then we have a method called initialize. So this method is going to help us to initialize the connection or establish the connection of our configurations, and then it's kind of return the promise. So you have to catch them, like using .then and .catch. You can also use async await, it's up to you. So in the .then is gonna give you the success portion, and in the catch you will get all the error if it's not able to connect with the database. So I'm going to use our logger function, logger package, to log if we successfully connected with the database. Then we're going to log that. And also if there is neon db connection string, then we can say that we connected with the cloud database. So we're going to show a different log for that case. And if you got any error, then we're going to show the error. And if we now just save and try to run the server, nothing will happen, because we didn't trigger that particular function anywhere. It's just a simple function in the config file. So we have to trigger that. And also when we trigger that function, we should see that we got that log. So let's just initialize the database. And where we're going to initialize that, we have to initialize that in our index file, which was the root or the entry file. And you already know in that index file we have a method called this.config, and this is the method where we're going to put all those configurations. So if I just go to the code changes, here you can see, let's just go to index, and here you can see I imported that, and in the config method we just simply call that particular function. Let's also grab with the comment this. So you can see we set up the port. Now we can just simply initialize the database. Let's just call this particular function, and it's going to come from our config/data source file, and that's it. So whenever we start the server, it's gonna initialize the express, then it's gonna call the config, then it's gonna also initialize the database. So if I now just save, and we should see that local database has initialized. So if you go to the function, then you can see local database has initialized console. That means we are successfully able to connect with the local database. So if we now just simply provide that particular neon database connection string, then it should connect with that neon database. So let's say I'm gonna just simply took this particular demo string, like a dummy string, to I didn't to just check that what's happened when we just try to establish connection with the wrong URL. Now you can see that it's showing that it's not able to connect with the database. There are some error like this. So when you put the valid URL, the connection string, you will successfully able to connect with your cloud database. So let's just now remove that. We just good with the local database. So, and if you think like it's hassle to you to set up the local database, then you can just go with the Neon Cloud database. It's simply very easy. You just have to go to the website Neon TV, and after going to there, you can just sign up. And in after sign up, you will able to just create the database. Is there would be like good interface. You can just use that in easy way, or if you are super beginner, then just I would say just watch a dedicated video about NeonDB. I think that's gonna help you to create the database and how you can connect that, and then come back and continue the video again. So that's it for our database connection. And I believe we have done the database connection, and also in the particular documentation I provided some explanation and also how you can connect all those things. So that's it. So when you see the log in the terminal, that's mean your database is connected successfully. Now let's try to connect our Redis server, and also let's add those Redis configuration code. We're gonna do the same in the config folder. We're gonna create Redis client.ts. So why this file? So this file is gonna help us to connect with Redis server, and also whenever we're gonna cache some data, we are gonna use this file or the Redis that we're going to initialize in our code, so that we can cache some of our data. So for that case, we have to install IO-Redis. That's a package for communicate or handling the Redis things. So you have to just install that. Let's just first install that package. So we're going to use nvm use, then pm install IO-Redis. And yeah, if you face any issue, just use the same exact version with mice. So let's just import the IO-Redis and the logger as well, as because we also need to log when the Redis connection establishment successful. Then yes, we are gonna do the same thing here. Like if we have the cloud URL, then we're gonna establish the connection with the cloud. If not, then we're gonna establish the connection with the local. So how we're gonna do that is simple one line code. You don't have to put all the configurations. So we need a variable, and inside that variable we are going to create a new instance from the Redis. So how we do that? Like new Redis, that's it. So when you just declare new Redis, it's gonna establish the connection with the local Redis. But if you provide the cloud URL in a first argument of that particular instance creation, is gonna establish the connection with that cloud URL. And after establish this connection, you will get that particular class in that particular Redis variable. And now if you just use this Redis variable anywhere in the project, then you can just simply cache some data. Let's say Redis dot, now we should get some all the method like append, like all those built-in method you're gonna find, and you can apply those things. So, and also how we can verify that it's connected successfully or not. So we have two events from the Redis, and there could be multiple events. You can find them. So redis.on, there is a method, and that method is actually help to trigger or like grab all those events. So there is a event called ready. So when the database connection established, it's triggered this ready event, and you can now log. So that's what I did here. I just logged here like success, Redis connection successful, ready to use. And when we got error, then the same thing happened. We can grab that error and log there. And now you can see there are some other code as well. As let's just also understand what those code are. So I created a constant here. like this constant is kind of like 1 minute, 5 minutes. These are the proper key, and the value is kind of like the minute value. Let's say 1 minute is like 60 seconds, so all this value is converted into second. Let's say 5 minutes is 5 into 60 second, 50 minutes in 50 into 60 second. So what is that particular a constant is for the cache time. Let's say when we are going to use the Redis, we have to cache some data for several times. Let's say we're going to cache some user credential for, let's say, 1 hour. So for that case, we always have to provide like 60 like we have to always provide the number, and those number could be changed. So that's why we have to create a kind of like constant, so that we can just simply use that constant value. Let's say I want to cache for 1 hour, I can just simply use cache time dot 1 hour, then it will automatically get that value. So that's for developer experience. And then also we can just export that type as well. As so whenever we're gonna use, so these are like helper kind of constants we need to use when we're gonna use that Redis. And also we have to export the Redis as well, as because we have to use the Redis. So for that case, I'm gonna just export the whole export as a default this Redis that's we initialize here. So for using the Redis, we can just simply call Redis anywhere in our code base and dot other method, and after that we can also use the cache time to provide the caching time, that how much time we are gonna cache that data. And also you can see there is a simple functions. What this function do, let's just copy and ask Gemini to explain this code, like what is do. So if you go, then it's a function that named generate cache key. So what that will do, so this will help to generate key. If you know with Redis a little bit, so Redis actually help to store data based on key and value. That's when you can provide a key and you can provide a value, and based on that key it's gonna store, and every time you provide that key it should be unique. It's like a JavaScript object. We provide a key and we provide value. So and we how we get that information, we provide the key again, we get that value from that store. So it's kind of like a similar like a JavaScript object. And when it comes to key, and it must need to be unique every time. That means we need some sort of a function that's going to help to generate a unique key, so that we can track that key when we need to grab that information, when we need to set that information. So that's why I have created this function that's going to help us to actually generate a key with our pattern. So what's the pattern is, so I want to generate that key that will start with code toad. Okay, and then the key should look like, if like code toad, then I'm gonna say a colon, and then I'm gonna say user, then there will be user ID, something like that. So that's why you can see I'm just taking as a array of string, number, or any sort of things that going to be work like a key. So maybe mostly like string or number. So whenever I pass, like whenever I call this function, so I can just simply pass, let's say I can simply pass multiple argument. Let's say 1 2 3, then I am passing user, then I can pass product, something like this, anything. So what this will do, it will took all those property, and it will place like code toad, then colon the second argument, then the third argument, then the last argument, something like that. So then it will, you can see it's gonna create a simple unique cache key, and that's the key. When we cache some data, we have to provide that key, and when we are gonna retrieve that information from the database, we also have to provide that key. So that's mean we can just reuse this functional like this function so many times when we need to put when we need to cache some data, and also when we need to retrieve those data from the database. Let's say we have a dynamic information that need to be cached. Let's say a user profile information or a user credential. So how we're going to do that, we have to we need a key like code toad, let's say with the pattern of like this, then there will be colon, then there will be like user, then there will be like the user ID, because every time a new user here, there will be kind of different ID. So we also have to use that ID in a key so that it become unique. And then we can say, let's say credential or something like that. So this is the key for the user ID 1 about his or her user credential. So that's how we can just make it dynamic, and whenever we call that, we can set that value with that same function, and also when we need to retrieve information, we can also use that function with all those value to generate that key so that we can simply retrieve that particular information. So these are kind of like helper things for Redis, but the main thing is like establishing the connection, and also we're exporting that particular Redis default from this file, so that we can just simply import that Redis client anywhere, and we can just use those Redis method like Redis dot append for actually append like cache some data, so that's it. And if you know or want to know more about Redis, just let me comment down this video if you want to see more tutorial about Redis or something like that. So you will also see some explanation here in the documentation, and I would just recommend just ask Gemini about if you are confusing with the code, or if you need to know more about this particular function and the whole file. Okay, so that's it for our Redis connection, and as well as if we need to perform anything with Redis, because in the later section you're gonna see how we create some custom decorators to actually make the whole Redis caching super easy to cache data, and that time you're gonna learn more. So let's now see what are the next step uh, pending for this particular section. So here you can also see how you can use that Redis. So for using that Redis, you can just simply go to any of that repo like file. Let's say for our index.ts file, we already have declared that API route. Let's just see an example as we declare here. So for that case, we have to first generate a key. Let's say we generate a key like this. So we have to call that function from that particular file. We import it like this, and now we have to store some of the value. Before that, we have to check is there are any value or not. So you have to use like await, and if you use await, then you have to make the function async, and you have to import that Redis from our not io Redis. You have to import our Redis from our config Redis file like this one. So make sure you can just simply use like capital letter, or you can use small letter, that's up to you, but don't import that from io Redis, then you will not get the support of our custom configuration or anything. So when we use like redis.get, that's the method that's gonna help to get the information, and you can see we are just providing the same data here. So if we got some sort of like, let's say, user ID, we'll put that user ID request dot query dot user ID, something like this. So that's gonna also generate the same key every time whenever we got the same user ID. And we're gonna check now that if there is any value or not. If there are no value, then we're gonna do this, or we're gonna do that. So let's say just condition. So these are the same condition that will be applied every time when we just work with the Redis. So we have to just first retrieve that information to check is there are any information cached or not. If not, then we're gonna cache that. If we already have the data, then we don't have to cache. We are gonna retrieve those data and send back to the client as soon as we get that data. So that's we have to do. So every time this logic will be same. So that's why I said you that in the later section we're gonna build a custom decorator that's gonna write a common logic that's gonna help to easily cache any data from any function. And also here the timing actually helps. So for setup any key or any data, you have to use like redis.set method, and inside that method you have to provide that key that we generated, and then you have to provide the value, and then you have to provide like the expiration, like when that will be expired. Then that time you can just use simply the cache time, like the constant, and with all those properties. So this is gonna help to put the timing on that particular thing. So now if I just save, then I can simply store some of the information. If I just simply hit that particular URL, let's just save that and run our server to check all is working fine. Now we should see that the log of the Redis connection. You can see that Redis connection successful and ready to use. So when you use the Redis into the project, you are only gonna see that connection established successful message. If you don't use the Redis at all here, let's say I'm not gonna use that here, and if I just save that, still you are getting, because we already imported that. Let's just not import from here. Maybe we should not see that because we imported the whole file, that's why it's trying to establish the connection. If I just now removed, and then you can see we're not able to see any successful message because we are not using this file, and as this file is exported default with that Redis, then whenever we import that file, it's going to establish the connection. So that's why when we use these particular things anywhere in the file, you will see the log like Redis connection successful. And if you got any error, you will also see that in the terminal. So now if we just hit that particular URL like slash, then let's just hit that URL as our backend is running in the local host 8000. So if I just hit that, then you can see it's showing hello world, and also it should store that information like you can see sitting code to test in Redis. So what that means, we have that log like there was no value because it's the first time we save and try to retrieve that information. So there was no value in that Redis. So that's why it's give you like this log, and it set up that value into that Redis. And also it will expire within 50 minutes. Okay, now if we try to hit that API again, then we should see this log, not this log anymore, because we will get that particular value again. So if I now just try to reload, then you can see getting code. This is the key. That's the key that helps to catch that particular value from Redis. That's mean we are now able to get that value from the Redis. Now we are not setting up that value in the Redis. So that's how we are gonna use. Now let's just see some of the common command for the Redis so that you can also play with that. If you go to the doc, then you should see some of the common CLI command for the Redis. So if you just want to use Redis, first of all you have to use like Redis CLI to perform any command. So as you can see, we already have code to test that is stored in the Redis, and it's a separate server in our computer. So now you can just access that without running our servers. If you just say Redis CLI, it's gonna connect with that Redis server into your computer like this. And if you just try to find out all the key, you can just put this command and you can see all those key. This is the key from the different project. This is the key from our project. So now if I want to delete a key, we can also delete the key by this command redis cli del, and you can just put your key. So like this, I'm gonna delete this particular key. So if I just simply go and delete this, and it should delete, but I think we're able to get some error. I'm not sure what's the error, so we can maybe have to put like quotation, something like that, to specify this say string. Maybe we can just ask Gemini like what's the issue with that. If I just ask the error, then we're getting that error is because in our first command we used like redis CLI. So we can use that when we are not connected with the CLI, but when we are already connected with the CLI like this, we don't have to use this anymore. So we can just simply use del and the key. That's going to be the command. So that's why we're getting that error earlier. So we just put that key and hit, then you can see integer 1. That's mean with the name of this key, there was one property of the value, and it's right now deleted. Now if we just try to show all the keys again, now you can see there is only one keys. And if I just try to delete our key as well as here, like this, and that's deleted. Now if I just try to hit our API, and before that we also have to run our backend project, and let's also see all the key. And there is another key, like another command that's going to help you to find out keys, which is like pattern searching. So if you need a key that will match with code toad, then you can also able to find that. So if you just put that particular things, of course make sure you don't put redis CLI before if it's already connected with that Redis server. You can just simply put that, and you can see we don't have any pattern matching with these things, or maybe this giving some error. So just ask GPT or Gemini to correct that command if you want to find any oh, it's a command for deleting all the key that's related to that particular code toad pattern. That's why you can see in the Redis client I specify a kind of a pattern like code toad, and then after that it will be start with colon. That's mean any key that will be look like something like code toad and then colon. That's mean all the key that has this kind of conventional pattern. That's mean we can say that's those key are from our project like code toad project. So that's how we actually make that unique. And there is another command which is redis cli flash all. So what that's do, if I just close that, because we already have the redis cli in the command, if we just hit that, then it will flash all those caching informations from the server. Let's say if you have 20 project, if you store maybe 1000 data, all data will be cleared from the server. So make sure you use that carefully. So now we have learned the Redis things, like all the commands, and also how we can use our uh, Redis instance, any file, so that we can cache some of them important data we need to cache. And in the later section, we're going to see more implementation of the Redis. So stay tuned. So now it's time to add some of the middlewares. So why middlewares? Because the first thing is like CORS middlewares. That's going to help to prevent some of the application. Let's say if we just open our server to every client side application, then anybody can come to our server and hit API request. That's we're not going to allow. So we must need to prevent that. Let's say for our client side, the front end URL was only localhost 5173. So we are only should allow this particular URL to request from our server. So for that case, we need a library which is going to be like CORS, and also we need the type definition library for that. So let's just quickly install that. And after installations, we have to create a same file in our config folder, which is called course.ts. Let's just create that particular file, and inside that file we're going to put that code. So that's the code. We just imported course from the course library, and that's the kind of method or functions which will help to establish that settings or configurations. So if you just put that code and try to understand what's going on in that code, then you will easily get the explanation of each property, as we already do. So origin is the array where you can put all those URL of that application, like you're gonna give access to your server. Then method is gonna help to specify the method. Let's say in the front end application we are only going to allow get request, not any other request, so you can also specify them here. Then credential true, it is important when you have to set cookie, and we're going to discuss that later in this video when we're going to implement the authentication. These are the properties that's really important, like credential, allow headers, expose headers. So all this is kind of like a critical and important properties that help to configure our server request and response kind of things. And also message is kind of like a caching thing. So if we have cookie, then we can also cache that with kind of like definition. So if you just want to see more in-depth definition of all this property, you can also Gemini, like what are them. So I already told you some of them. Like for the credential, it's gonna help to this is critical for cookie and authentication. And setting this true tells the browser to include credential like cookie, authorization header, or TLS client, and all these things. That's mean access allow access control allow origin header in the response to be a specific host, blah blah blah. So what that's mean? That's mean like it's gonna help you to add some of the authentication header. Let's say if you already work with like authentication, you already know that we have to pass authentication header like barrier token in the headers, and sometimes we have to pass cookies in the header. So if you don't put if you don't put credential true, then it's not going to allow to accept those property like headers or kind of like cookies. So you must have to provide it true. And then also in the header, what are the property you're going to accept? So we are going to accept content type, authorization, and X requested with, and not more than that. So you can specify all these things. For let's say for the authorization, you're not gonna accept authorization. Instead, you can accept only auth. So you can also provide that, and based on the configuration and in the front end application, you have to also use the property as well. As you can not just use authorization if that's not allowed in that particular configuration. So this is very important configuration or middleware that must need to be set up into your backend project. So after building this particular function, now we have to use the function in our root file as we initialize the database. So how we're going to use that? So if you just go, then we can just simply import that course config. And how we're going to use that? We have to just simply use like this dot use like this. So if you just go like this and just grab the comment as well, as you can see, we have to use this.app.use as this particular things like as I told you earlier, that it's a kind of middleware. Like this function is kind of work as a middleware, so we have to use that function based on the method called app.use. So this is the method that's helped to inject middleware in any of the express instance. So that's why you have to use it. But for the database connection, we don't need to establish that connection by middleware. It's just a simple general connection, like general function. But for middleware, we must have to use this.app.use for injecting any kind of middleware. So that's the middleware for actually configuration our uh, origin and all those URL stuff. And now we need two more, middleware. The first one is going to be like the cookie parser. That's gonna use. We're gonna use that in the authentication section more briefly. So let's just install the cookie parser, and also we need Morgan. That's a logging middleware that's gonna help to see all those log of the API we hit. So if I just run right now npm run deb, in the terminal you can see we have only this log. So whenever we try to hit any URL, let's say this URL, we hit that, but in the terminal we want to see the log, like which API or the which URL actually got hit, but we are not seeing that right now. So for that case, we need an middleware that's going to help to log those requests. So we need that middleware, which is like Morgan. And for the cookie parser, is going to help to parse the cookie into the API request. So we're going to see that in the later section more briefly. So let's just skip for now, and let's just install those packages. So we have to install cookie parser and Morgan as a dependency, and also those type for the dev dependency. So let's just install those packages by this command, and also we have to install those types like cookie parser types and also Morgan types. And also if you face any issue, the same thing, just use the exact version I used here. So after installing that, we're kind of good. Now we just have to use that code in our configuration. Let's also grab with the comment that we provided here. Let's just add both of the middleware, yeah, because we need to use. So first of all, we are going to use the Morgan the same way like this.app.use. And also for the cookie parser, we just have to use like this from the cookie parser package. You can see we just imported cookie parser and also the Morgan. And in the Morgan, we just provided a property like tiny. If you go to the Morgan, then you should see the format, and it only accepts tiny format. Okay, so if you provide that, then it's gonna give you tiny format, means like it's a very simple minimal format it's gonna give you. And then for the cookie parser, there is no configuration you have to provide, and just make it as it is. And now if I just run that server, now we should not get any error, and also we should see some sort of URL when we just hit. So if I just now hit all this slash URL, and then you can see getting get 304 and the millisecond also. So that's what we are gonna look for the middleware like Morgan. But for the use case of cookie parser, we can see that use case in the authentication section. So let's say if I just now try to hit like auth, then it should also showcase that we are able to hit auth URL, but it's giving 400 error, and it took 1.446 milliseconds. So that's how useful this particular Morgan tool. And also when we see the cookie parser use case, you will also see the usefulness of that particular middleware. So the final step is to check all the like build the project and check all is working. I already built that because in the dev script is build the project and run the project, so everything seems like working expected. So that's the code. And also verify the database connections and also try to hit the API from Carl or Postman, or just directly hit from here, so that you can see the log. And also check the Redis connection that's successfully happened or not. Let's say here we already added that Redis connection code. So yeah, you can try that yourself also to make sure all those connections established successfully. And for final version, if you go to the root file, you can see we didn't push those code, like all those route related, like Redis related code, we didn't push that. So I'm just gonna simply remove that, or maybe I can just keep as it is like this, so that you can just grab that code, and you can also try to practice like what's going on the Redis with when we hit any API. And if we want to store any information, we can also use the body query to store some of the dynamic data. So that's it. So the commit name is backend db redis and some middleware setup. I'm just saying that again so that you can sync with the commit, as well as the documentation is the backend setup. So it is the final stage. So I think you will be able to learn how we can set up all those database and the redis and all those things. Now we are kind of good to go and implement our first feature, which is going to be like authentications, and then all the things will come next. So now let's start our first feature, which is going to be the authentication feature. And if you go to the authentication section, then you can see there are 4 page. And in this particular section, we're gonna develop the authentication UI, then implement the backend API, and then we're gonna combine that API with the front end to build the whole feature. So that's going to be the flow. And if you just go to the commits, and after the get start commit, you will see the first commit like authentication. So all the commit you see with the authentication level are related to our authentication section. And you can see it is start with clean up the boilerplate for React, then set up the tailwind CSS, and all those steps you can see. All these commits are related to our authentication feature. So we're gonna see step by step from the documentation, including the commit, so that we can build this feature efficiently. So first of all, we're gonna start with clean up the project. So let's navigate to the front end slash source and delete some of those things. One thing I want to mention is like if you now see all the documentation here, which is pretty much like all the steps that we need to do, not like step by step code here. So why I have made kind of like this, because I want to put some space for you if you are kind of like a beginner and you want to contribute on open source project. So I think you can start with the documentation. So you can go to the commit and you can grab that code, you can attach that code under the steps. Let's say maybe here in the layer after layout .tsx, you can add that layout.tsx code. You can grab that from the commit, and also you can directly contribute on those documentation. So that's why I didn't put all those step-by-step code. I put that in the older section, like we saw, like in the backend setup. I tried to put all the code that seems like if anybody can just follow that doc, they can just grab that code and move forward. You can see all those mentioned here, and tons of things. But from the feature like authentication, I don't put all those code here, because in the video I'm gonna follow those steps, and also we have those commits. So I don't think I have to add those code on the documentation, because it could be time consuming for me to produce the whole documentation. So that's why I'm going with the open source. So if you are new, beginner, intermediate, if you want to contribute on that particular project, then just clone it and try to improve the documentation, at least initially. Then you can also further contribute to the whole project. And as I discussed, that we have a good roadmap for the future feature. So yeah, there could be a lot of things you can contribute. So let's clean up the project. So I'm going to navigate to the front end project, and in the src folder we have some default boilerplate from 10 stack router. So we have to remove them. So first of all, we have to remove the index route, I guess, or maybe we have to clean that. And also we can just simply go to our commit, like front end fe, that's been front end clean init boilerplate code. So if we just navigate to this one, then you can see we just deleted app.css logo and the routes from index.tsx. So let's just try to delete the index.tsx and also our app.css logo.svg, and that's our app. Now you can see we have set up already the 10 stack router. It's by default from the template, so you don't have to worry about the file based navigation setup. All will be included in here, and that's kind of like the root file for our application. So let's try to run this. We have to go to the front end, npm run deb, and the project is running. Let's just check. So yes, now we can see there is like showing not found. So that's all it has changed in this particular commit. So let's just commit these things as well, as so that you can also follow along. Or maybe we can set up the tailwind css, and also then we can commit. But I want to make consistent from all this commit. So let's just commit them, and I'm not gonna commit this one for now, because yes, that's not part of our changes. So this is the commit, like authentication front end clean init boilerplate code. That's when we just remove all of those things, and our project should build perfectly. Let's just use npm run build, and yep, we are good. So now we have to set up tailwind css. So we can go to the documentation from tailwind css, So let's go to Tailwind CSS and make sure you use the latest version by changing it to the latest one. And then you can go to the get started method, and we have bunch of options for installation. So as our project is built up on Vite, so we have to follow the guide for the Vite installation. So for that case, we have to install these things. Let's just go to the open the terminal from the front end and make sure you use pnpm install, not npm install. And before that, also use nvm use if you just freshly open the terminal. And let's also go to the commit, like if is there any other setting we have added, then we can also see. So we have changed something in the index.html, then also in the package.json we added those packages, and also added the styler css file by config, and yeah, these are the changes. And also if you go to the section of setup, you can also find that particular step, that what you need to do. We have to update the index.html file for tailwind css directives. Then we have to verify that tailwind css is working or not. Then we have to update the config and style to complete the setup. So let's back to the documentation. Now we have to, after installations, we have to add that configuration into the vite.config.ts file. Okay, so let's just go to the vite.config.ts file. This file we are gonna put that uh, configuration. So copy these things like this and add that into the plugin array. So we have that plugin array already. And also let's just check from our commit, like where we have added that. So yes, you can see in the plugin we have now 3 options. So we have to add tailwind css at the end. So add, yep. So that's how it should look like. And after that, you go to the dog, then we have to update our style. So we have to import tailwind css there, and then we are kind of good to go. So let's just also see from our style.css file, we imported tailwind css, and also we added a simple variant for handling the dark and light mode. So let's just simply add that. So we have to go to our style.css, that's the main css file. If you go to the main.tsx file, then you should see that it's import style.css file. That means this style file is the root style file. So you can just simply import tailwind css, and now let's just add a custom variant to handle the dark mode and light mode from our HTML file. So let's go to the index.html file. Now we can able to add the attribute like data theme, dark or light, in our HTML. So let's say here, right now it's showing like data dash theme is dark, and it's gonna refer to this kind of custom variable, like custom variant. And what that's mean, when you declare like dark, it's gonna work, or like it's gonna trigger the dark theme from tailwind css. So how we can test that? So let's add something on our main.tsx, or maybe in the root.tsx file. Check how's going, like the UI. So maybe we can just add a h1 tag and hello world. Oh, and we don't have any page yet, as I deleted the index.tsx file first. So let's just try to check from here. If I just refresh, nothing happening. Maybe our server is not running. Yes. So let's just run the server pnpm run deb, and let's try to refresh. And you can see hello world showing and the page showing not found because we don't have any page yet. So that's why it's showing not found. It's from 10 stack by default. So if we don't have any route, or if there are like no route to that match from the URL, then you will see like not found. So let's just try to add some class text to Excel. Then let's just add text red 500. Let's try to see our tailwind CSS is working. Yep, our tailwind CSS is working fine. So now as we added that particular custom variant to set the theme, like you can see the dark and light, so we can change it to light and dark. There could be 2-way. So let's just try to see that our dark theme and light theme working or not. So the text is going to be like red 500. It's going to be for the light mode, but for the dark mode you can see the suggestion as well as here, because this suggestion is coming from like when we declare that particular custom variant. Yeah. So the dark, we are gonna, let's say the text will be what, let's say the text should be, let's say, this color in the dark theme. So if I now just refresh, then you can see from the index is showing data theme equal to dark, and we are getting that dark color. And if I now just change it to light, then it should show the red color, because initially it should be red, but when the dark mode enable, it will be Ember 500. Now you can see that it's showing the red color. So that's mean our dark mode and light mode also working without any hassle. So in the future, we have to create a custom hook that's gonna help us to enable or disable the light mode and dark mode to change this data theme property to light or dark, and that's gonna instantly change our UI themes. So that's all about, I think, about set up the Tailwind CSS. And also we have here you can see in the body from index.html file, we have added a background to make it like a common background color. So let's just go to the index.html file and add that particular CSS, and it's under the body. So yep, we have to add that inside the body tag, and that's the color like BG gray 50 for in general light mode, and BG 900 for the dark mode. Yeah, right now we are in the light mode, so let's just say we navigate to dark modes, then our background should change to dark mode. You can see that's working fine. And also let's see if we missed anything from the commit. So we just removed, we added all these things, and yeah, that seems like well. And if you want to know about more like custom variant, then we can just simply ask to Gemini, like tell me about these things, like the syntax and what's that happening. So you can see that's a directive that's used for styling framework like Tailwind CSS. Is configure a kind of a PostgreSQL plugin, create a new reusable variant or utility modifier. Then this dark means it's kind of a name that assign to for a custom variant, like we can use this, and also all the explanation you can see. And if you need more questions, just ask repeatedly to get answer. And also if you need any configurations, then also I think you can ask there. So that's it for Tailwind CSS setup. Now we can grab that commit and also commit our changes. So I would like to just remove everything that we have changed from the root.tsx file, because we can also verify from the HTML file. Let's say we added the dark background and also the light background. So that's it. And also we can see two packages we used, Tailwind CSS White and Tailwind CSS. And yeah, let's just commit that so that you can also move forward with the step-by-step guide. So that's it. Now we have to go to the next section, which is set up the authentication layout, and then eventually design the authentication page. And right now you can see it's a simple page. There are nothing in design or anything, so we're gonna build everything from scratch, and also no other library like Material UI or maybe ShartCN or anything. So we're not gonna use any library. Instead, we're gonna try to implement all those components from scratch. And I'm gonna give you a little explanation about those components, because if I just put all the line by line explanation in this video, then the video will be almost 100 hours. So yeah, so now what the documentation is saying, like create a new layout for authentication page for of your website. So yes, let's navigate to the routes, create a folder name with parentheses, and inside that website. So what it is saying that this naming convention helps group the routes for the website. So let's just create that first, and then I'm going to explain to you like what's going on about that folder structure. So that's a folder with the parentheses, and the parentheses is really important. And under that parentheses, you can add any name. But why we're adding like website? Because in our front end there will be three types of UI. The first one will be for the website, then the second one is for the admin, and the third one for the learner. So that case we have to categorize our pages or routes. So in that case I need to specify those with folder name, like website, then admin panel, then learner panel, something like that. So that's why website is for And also let's go back into our commit to see all the changes. So the commit is going to be for this section is create a layout component for website and sign in. Okay, so let's just open the commit, see all the changes. You can see we have all these changes. So let's talk about this parenthesis website. So what that means? So that means if I just simply ask to Gemini like what that is in the 10 stack router. So website, what that folder name means in 10 stack router. So of course this is a part of file based routing and represent the URL path segment and define nested structure and layouts for your application route. So I think it does not give the explanation that I want to share because it include that parentheses. So it's called pathless, pathless folder convention. If I just ask, so what is pathless folder in 10 stack using parentheses? So let's try to see. Now you can see it give example like parentheses and inside that app and also auth. So what's that? So this is a special convention used for grouping routes without affecting the resulting the URL structure. That's mean if I go to now any of this route like kind of like this, of course we don't have that page, but let's say we have a website and also in that website we should have some common route like let's say contact page, then we could have home page, then a pricing page. If you have product details, that could be another page, but those will be part of the website. Let's say then we have an admin panel. So in the admin panel the URL should be like if we just go admin dash course, something like that, admin slash product, something like that. But for the website we don't have that kind of like URL because in the website we just simply go like contact this, and then maybe for the sign in like this sign in. So that time if we just create this kind of folder convention, then it will help to group all those route. Let's say we have all the website related route here like contact page, sign up page, sign in page, then pricing page, all those things, we all those route we can put here, but it's not going to affect in our URL. As you know that any folder we create in file based navigation, that's become like the part of route. So let's say if I just create website without parentheses, then it will be part of the URL like localhost slash website. So which I don't want or we don't want. We want anything like sign in, something like that. So for grouping all those route, we have to use like this kind of syntax. And you can see that source routes this app and then index.tsx, what the resulting URL path is going to be like slash. And then let's say under the app folder profile.tsx, it will be only like profile dash profile, sorry, slash profile URL in the path. But if you just put like app without parentheses, then it will work like app slash profile. So that's kind of the benefit of using the group routing, and we are going to use that 3 times for actually maybe more than that, and also in the nested folder as well as whenever we need to grouping some of our UIs. So that's it. Now let's try to create the layout and understand what that is, and also try to create our home page for that case, because right now we don't have any home page. It's showing like not found, and as we already deleted the index.tsx file, so there are no entry point for the home page. So now you might wondering like what is this root underscore underscore root.tsx file. So that's kind of like a wrapper kind of file that's inherit all the routes from file-based navigation in 10 stack. That's mean let's say you have 20 or maybe 100 routes. So this is the component that's actually inherit, or that's actually kind of a wrapper component for those 100 component or 100 pages. And if you declare any design on like in the root.tsx files, all those pages will be got that particular design. Let's say you can see here it use like 10 stack DevTools, and if you go any page from your application, you will see that DevTools here every time, because of we declared that in our underscore underscore root.tsx file. So it's a kind of a wrapper file for all those routes. But in 10 stack file based routing, the beauty is you can also create this kind of wrapper for every grouping route. Let's say for our website, now we need kind of like a wrapper, because website design and the admin panel design is different, the layout is different. So what if we have some sort of a wrapper component that's gonna help to wrap all the website related component or like the route together and give a different design or layout. And also for the admin panel we can also wrap a common layout component that's also gonna give us a different level of UI. So for that case, it comes to like a feature from TenStack, which is you can see create a underscore layout.tsx file, as like as you created underscore root.tsx file. So you have to create a underscore layout.tsx file. So what this will do, this will kind of like also not affected into the URL. Let's say if you now go to underscore layout dot t just only underscore layout, there will be nothing happen because this will not work like route. So whenever you use like underscore in a file name in the route, then it will ignore that particular name into the route. So that's mean this is the now becomes like the wrapper component for the website related pages. So if I now just create a index.tsx file, so what this file means, this file means the home page. So if I now just go to the home page, and yes, the text is showing in the black color. So let's just change the design to light theme for now so that we can see visually the text. And you can see that it's showing hello website, but where the text coming from, the text is coming from like here, and we have another text in the layout.tsx, but we are not able to see that. Why? If you go to the root.tsx file, you can see we used a simple component name outlet. So that's from TenStack router. So what that components do, let's just ask for Gemini what these outlet components do in TenStack router. So this is the component that's served as a placeholder that tells a parent route exactly where this child nested route component should be rendered. So what that means, that means it will be work like a placeholder. Let's say that's the wrapper component. Now if you have some sort of design, let's say design here, then there could be design under that nested route. So what that means, let's say you have navbar, then you put that navbar here, then you put the footer here. Now you want all the content or all the route inside of those particular section, so let's say there it could be a nav tag, then it could be like footer, and this could be like the main application UI. So this outlet actually tells the wrapper component to all the nested route will be placed exactly like here, like render exactly here. So let's just try with an example so that you can also understand clearly. So in the base root.tsx file, I'm just gonna remove that particular DevTools for now. We don't need that for now, or maybe just let's just put that here. And inside that layout, we also have to use that outlet component to make sure that where we are gonna render that UI, because right now we don't have any outlet component here, and it's just directly showing that particular page UI. So if you give that outlet component, then it will just simply show you that particular component design. So let's just say we this is the code, and I'm gonna say navbar. So navbar, and I'm gonna add another one which is called, let's say, footer. Okay, footer bar. And inside of that things, I'm gonna just place the outlet. Now what that means, that means I want to render all the page inside of the like middle of the navbar and the footer. So that's I declare in the layout, and you don't have to do anything, and just simply you can see hello website. Now if we just go and refresh, we should see that. But why we are not able to see that? Because if you just declare the underscore layout.tsx, and it's directly not going to work in TenStack router, at least maybe in the Next.js you don't have to do that. So what you have to do is you have to also copy that name, and you have to rename your file with that particular name or the wrapper. Let's say you have 20 wrapper, or like it's like weird, there will not be 20 wrapper. That's not that's impossible. So there will be, let's say, 3 or 4 wrapper. One will be like a layout, another could be like container, another could be for cards, whatever. So you have to create, you can create those by adding underscore in the start of the file name, and that's it. You can see sometimes this file change a lot, so you can just simply delete that file and just try to run that project again, so that it's again generate that particular file like route3.generate.ts. So this file will be changed a lot whenever you work with the routes file. So now what we did, like we added the same kind of name here, like underscore layout. Then we added like .index.tsx. So now if we just go and refresh, then you can see we have the navbar, we have the footer bar, and we have the middle text inside of the navbar and footer. So that's mean you can understand that this particular layout is actually inherited in our route component. So if I just declare any other route like layout dot let's say home.tsx, or maybe sign in.tsx, so what that will happen, so if we now go to page like sign in, we have to save at least. So you can see the same kind of convention like layout index.tsx, then layout sign in.tsx. So if we now just go to sign in page, oops, we are not able to see all the pages. Why? So let's also verify that from TenStack documentation. So if you just go to TenStack documentation and go to TenStack router and the documentation, and also if you navigate to file-based routing, then you should see all those convention here, like the underscore that I talked about, like this. The underscore means like pathless layout, as I already told you. So here you can see that pathless layout.tsx, that's going to be like a pathless layout that will be inherited somewhere. Here is the example. So that's what I was trying to mention you, like this is the layout. So this will work like the layout, that means this is the component for the wrapper, and then with the same name you can declare multiple routes like this, and this will work like route A, route B, but it will be inherited from your main pathless route like this. So for our case that should also work, but let's just try to run again. That why we're not able to get that, because right now we should see underscore layout wrapper is gonna inherit in our sign in page as well as in our main index homepage. So I think that was for like the file like route tree.gen.ts. This file sometimes got corrupted because on it's just generated on the fly like in runtime, so it could be corrupted often. So you have to just delete that file and try to run the server again, so that all the route generation become like restart again. And you can see if I just refresh, this is the home page. And now let's just go to the sign in page to see, and boom, you can see like hello website layout sign in, and in the URL you should not see the layout text, because that's gonna ignore as it's a pathless route. So that's how we can make common routing things in file-based routing with TenStack router. But as you can see, this kind of naming convention in file is kind of weird. Let's say you have 20 files or like 20 page for the website. So is that going to make sense like you add underscore layout on all those file initially, like when you start those file name? It's not gonna look well. So how we're gonna solve that? There are another way we can also solve that, which is creating a folder with the name of the same name like underscore layout. So it will work like a pathless folder, and inside that folder you can put all the pages. Let's say I'm gonna go with index.tsx. That's going to be for the home page, and also we need sign in page. So let's create sign sign in.tsx, and let's just delete this particular two file. Now you can see we have a file name called underscore layout.tsx. So that's the wrapper file, and we also create a folder underscore layout. That means it's the pathless folder, and inside the folder if you can now put all those file or the pages, it will work like the same. It's gonna inherit this component all of those pages. Now let's try to save and check. you can see it's still giving like not found error. So it's for the corruption in the route tree file. So you can just simply restart the server to regenerate all those file, and when you do so you can see that's working back again. So if I now just go to sign in, then you should see the sign in page. So this is how we can get rid of from that hassle, like adding underscore layout start of the file name. That's not looks well, but this looks well. Let's say now in the website you have 2 or 3 wrapper. Let's say one for layout, another could be for container or cars. You can also put that here, or there could be like a pricing layout, there could be like a homepage layout. You can also create those folder, and inside those folder you can put all the pages, and those pages are gonna inherit from the layout. And also when we use like a parenthesis, that's also mean that the main folder will be pathless, and this folder will be pathless only is gonna took this uh, page as a URL, and you can see both of them is pathless. That means the URL is kind of like slash, and if you go to the sign in, then the URL will be like sign in, and all of these things will be pathless. So these are the things that come from like 10 stack router by default. So don't remove any of this code. So whenever you create a file inside the routes folder, it's create a kind of templates like this. So that's it, I think, for the layout stuff. So now you may be able to understand how we're gonna create those snapbar and footer, how we can integrate them with our all the pages, including admin panel and the learner panel. And also in this video, in the later section, we're gonna see super complex route management with the help of 10 stack router, and you're going to be amazed by watching that. So yeah, keep patient until the end of the video. So now let's try to look into the documentation to see what we have to cover. So you can see that the layout underscore tx file, underscore layout.tsx file will contain the layout UI code, all route within the website folder. So these are like all the explanation I did earlier. So now we can add our authentication route. So you can see that create another folder named auth, and it's going to be in the front end slash source slash route. That's mean we're gonna categorize our website and as well as authentication pages. So let's just create auth. This is the folder. Let's just check back our code so that we can also make sure where our authentication folder is. So it's not inside of the route, it's under the website, not only under the website, but also it's on the layout folder. So we have created the website folder, then we have layout, and then we put that particular folder here to categorize more. Let's say in the authentication system we don't have like only one page, 2 page, there could be multiple pages. Let's say forget password, remember password, then there could be a page for OTP and all those stuff. So if you just put all of them under the website or maybe in the layout folder, then it will also again make like mess. There will be like maybe 30 plus page. So you also have to categorize them or group them. So that case I just add like auth, and it will specify that all the page under the auth will be kind of like authentication related page. So yeah, that's how cool 10 stack is. We can create as nested as we can. So after creating that auth, and also this all the page for the authentication, it's also gonna inherit from this particular wrapper like underscore layout. So what are the file or pages you nested under the layout folder, all will be inherited from here. So that's a beauty. So that's mean in underscore layout.tsx we can define a common layout for the website, and then we can create multiple layouts inside that. So let's try to see what we have to also create. Like let's create a signin.tsx file inside of our auth. So that's going to be like the sign in page. So the sign in page we created here is going to be deleted because that's not we are gonna see here. And also let's just delete the index.tsx file we didn't even create yet. So yeah, the folder structure will be look like this. And also if you go to the commit, then you should see the better visualization of the folder structure. That's our website, then layout, then we don't have an index file. Inside the layout we have we have a index file. So let's just create a index file inside the layout folder. So I think we already was that file, so let's just bring that back. So that's the index file, that's in the home page. And inside the auth we have the signin.tsx file, and now let's just create another file that's gonna handle our GitHub authentication callback. So we're gonna discuss that later in this section, but let's just create the file. And as we created so many files and our route tree.gen.ts could be corrupted, let's just rerun our server so that it can regenerate all those files and pages. And if we just refresh, now we can see the sign in working again, and there are another page which is called GitHub. Let's just grab that particular route, GitHub callback, and try to check. Yes, we are able to see the same page with the same layout coming from the layout underscore layout.tsx. Sorry for my pronunciation. So what these two file will do, so the first one will be like serve as a sign in, and the second one will handle the authentication process with Git. Okay, so yeah, now it's time to create our first component. But before that, I'm gonna show you like how our sign in page will be look like, and also what the github-callback.tsx file or like the route should look like. So that's our working project, and you can see in the sign in page, that's going to be our UI. So there will be a card, and there will be like a GitHub continue button. That's where user can come and click on that particular button, and when they click, then it should navigate to GitHub. I think our site is not running, so let's just go to the correct URL, and you can see, let's just log out and go to the light mode. You can see that's the card, and if we click on the GitHub button, then we should see this kind of UI authenticating, and we just logged in our admin panel. So that kind of like spinner UI is what we're gonna achieve. Like that's the UI for the process, like like handling the GitHub authentication stuff. So for that case, we need an UI which is called this GitHub dash callback. Here we're gonna load the spinner kind of things, and we're gonna process some of the backend API call to handle the GitHub authentication. And in the sign in page, we're gonna just put that button to so that we can navigate to the GitHub page. So when we're gonna implement the backend, you can see that what's the whole or exact flow of the authentication is going to be, because when we click on that button, it's gonna navigate to the sign in page from the GitHub. Because I already logged in with my GitHub account, so it does not show you that login scenario. But when you have you didn't log in, or if you have multiple account, then you will see kind of like a sign in or choose account page from GitHub. Then you choose that account, and it's gonna call back you to your it's gonna call back to your website again. And that time you have to put kind of like an UI to show the user like the like visually represent comes kind of like a waiting or loading to the user that the authentication is in process. So that case we need that particular UI. So let's try to work with the UI. So that's it for the visually what we're gonna build. So let's just close that, and let's work back in our UI components. Also our server is closed. Let's just run pnpm run dev and just refresh. That's our main page. So if I just now go to the commit, then I think we are kind of done with this particular commit. And you can see we also push that route tree.gen.ts file in the git. So it's required and it's mandatory, otherwise your project is not gonna work. So you must need route.tree.gen.ts file, and it's gonna generate it by default when you just run the server. But putting that in the GitHub is really good. It's gonna help you to track what are the file changes, or like what are the navigation changes or not. So let's just commit our code and move forward our next step, which is we're gonna create all those components for completing our page UI. And I can see that there are several file changes. So let's just look back. So we added that light mode, then we're gonna also put that route tree. Then in the root file we should not change anything. Let's just discard these changes, and all those things you can just push here, so you can also able to see what we have done. So we have learned like layout component and sign in page for our website. So let's just commit that and let's move forward to our next section, which is create the first component for website navbar and footer layout. So let's just go there. What you can see, like we have created our first component and also we're trying to add those real navbar and footer. Right now we don't have that, we have just simply text. So let's create our navbar first. So you can see in the code we don't have any library. It's just simply tailwind css, pure tailwind css. So let's create a components folder inside this src, because in the routes folder we're not gonna create component folder, because if we just create a component folder, it will also act like route. So we have to create that in the source directory. So components, inside that we need to create another folder, because if I just say how we're gonna follow the convention for components is kind of like the same way how we declare the routes. So let's say in the route we have website, admin panel, learner panel. So in the components we will have the same thing, like the same folder structure, website, learner panel, admin panel, and inside all of those folder we'll put all the component that related to that particular modules. Let's say we have 3 component that belongs to website, then we're going to put that in the website folder in the component. Let's say we have 10 component, those components are common throughout the whole application, so we then create a common folder in the components folder so that we can put all those globally common components inside there. So for that case, like navbar and footer is kind of like a common UI, but not for the whole application or the entire application, because in the admin panel and in the learner panel we will not have like a navbar and footer. Instead, it will have be kind of like sidebar kind of layout. So for that case, navbar and footer is only part of our website. So that's why I can just create a website folder, and inside that website folder now we can just create the navbar.tsx and footer.tsx. And one thing you might notice that every time I create new component, I'm using like camel case or starting with a small letter. Why? Because you can also see some of the components start with like capital letters. So yeah, that's preference from the developer, but I feel like using camel case is really good. Instead of like creating all the component names with capital letter, and all the route will be like again camel case, so there could be inconsistent. So in the React, every single thing is kind of like a component, so why not just make with the camel case for every single piece of file. I would go with this approach. So it's up to you. If you want to make like a camel case or like capitalize file name, you can do that. So let's just try to see the design from the navbar. So this is the navbar component. Let's just grab the whole code. You can see it's like almost 50 lines of code. And now you might thinking to explain me all those 50 lines of code. And I would say that's going to be like terrible. Like explain you all those tailwind CSS one by one, tag by tag. It's not going to be like a at least intermediate developer game, because if you already know styling and tailwind css, I don't think I have to explain all these things. You can just simply grab that code and you can understand what's going on those code. So in this whole video, if it's about component design or if it's related to the component, then I'm not going to explain A to Z all of those component, like all this design stuff. Instead, I'm going to explain what are the props that component will took, how the component logic actually work, how like the internal component functionality actually working. All those things I'm going to explain. All the props, what are the meaning of this those props, I can explain them, but not all those design. If I just is sitting here and trying to explain all the design, the video will be like super huge. So that's your responsibility to understand and learn from the code, like what are the UI related stuff that's going on. So you can just simply copy the whole component, or maybe segment of the component, and ask to Gemini to explain you all the CSS style, or like tailwind CSS style. So explain me the tailwind CSS style from this code, and you will be amazed by how specifically it explain tag by tag. And I think that's going to be like the best. So let's say you stuck on a component that you are not able to understand that component. So what you will do, just grab the whole code and paste here and try to understand what's going on. And also in my video, I will try to cover as much as possible about the component stuff, but more on the logic, not on the UI things. So if I now just put that navbar, and also let's just use this navbar as well as in our root, not root, as it's like a common things. So in our layout, which is like here, so let's just use like this. So you can just import this and you can see it's just imported. So yeah, that's the navbar. So we should now see our navbar in the UI, and you can see it's showing. That's and also it has some route, but those route are not initiated yet. So let's try to understand from Gemini like what's going on the navbar. So you can see it's first talking about the nav tag, and inside that nav tag is gonna give you all the classes explanation. You can see that the first part is like for the sticky is gonna help to position, then this is for the background color, this is for the border, and this is for the backdrop when we just try to scroll or something like that. And then in the inner div is also categorized that like this. And then the flex containers, then the logo link, and also the navigation links. Oh, so one thing I want to mention, like for navigation, you can use like link from 10-stack router. So how that will work, it will kind of like similar things as like Next.js. So you can just simply call the component, and in that component there is a props called to. Inside that to, you will get suggestion of all those route. You can see that's the beauty, as well as when you use like 10-stack router file based routing, you also get the suggestion from those route on the fly. So you can just select that route, and here you can put the class if you want, and inside that you can put any component that will work like a link, or when you click on that component it's gonna navigate to that particular link. So that's how the links work. And these are like the explanation from the style related. If I now just ask explain the logic related things, so I'm gonna say explain about the logical or data props code from the navbar. So this is how you have to ask and try to understand what's going on, because it's not possible to explain everything, every scenario in a single video for from anybody. So that's why it's your task to understand one by one, to learn more. So if I now just see what's going on, then you can see it has a props like nav links. So that's an array props. What that array props will do, that means it's gonna took an array of the links. Let's say if you go here, these are kind of like all the links, all the route. That means if we pass array on that particular navbar, then it will work as like link. Let's say I pass when I initialize that component here. If I just pass the array, I think what's the props name is, the props name is navlinks. So if I just go here and try to pass navlinks, and now we can just simply pass the array. What that array will do, this array will took an object, and inside that object we can define two. You can see that two means like the URL path, and then we can define the level, like what will be the route name. We can say like it's going to be like Hassan, and then we can also put what else, like is exact. That means the URL path is exactly like that one, or it could be like optional kind of things. So this is kind of an optional property. We're not gonna maybe use that here. Yes, so we can just simply remove this part. Yep. Yes, we already used that here, like is exact, because we want the home page exactly like this. So you have to use these things for the at least home page for now. So that's the navlinks props is. So if you just go Gemini, you would get better explanation like what it will do. So this is the main prop, and the under like question mark make it optional, and it expects an array of object where each object represents a single navigation link. Like all the link you see, those are like the navigation links. Then the data, the prop destructuring. So here if you go to the components, I didn't pass the route from here. Instead I just put a default array here, because if we want to reuse, then we can just simply pass that nav links here. But as the default, we are gonna see all those routes, and you can see these are like home page and course page and the leaderboard pages, and that nav links actually rendered uh, in this particular UI portion. And you can also get the explanation like rendering the an iteration logic, and you already know that we use like map to render any array or kind of like same thing in the UI. And also you can see we use optional chaining for avoiding some of the unnecessary error. And that's it. That's how we actually render the navbar. So let's go to our documentation and see what we are doing here. We are in the right step or not. So yes, we are in the right step. We have to now create the footer. As we are good with the navbar, let's just try to grab the footer code from our commit, which is like this one. So this is the footer. Let's just grab the footer. Is very small. We don't have much code here. So yep, that's the footer, and you can see we used new date dot get full year to grab the current year. And yes, some basic design. You can also pass the copyright. You can see the copyright is kind of like the props. So if we want to pass the copyright for different things, then we can also pass that. It will work like a text, but for the default it's gonna work like this. And we can just simply use that footer here, footer components, and that's it. So now this layout is kind of like ready for design all of our pages. And if I now just go, and you can see that's the footer, and all the content middle of that particular things will be work like the main pages or the pages UI. And also let's see in the layout.tsx if we have any wrapper style. You can see that we also have the wrapper style like this. So let's just grab the code and go to the layout and also put that. So what this wrapper will do is gonna fix the navbar and footer, as well as it's gonna add the flex grow for the main UI. That's mean if I just show you in the UI, then you will understand. The footer will be go under the screen, bottom of the screen, and the middle of the content will be like growing. Let's say if you have tons of content, then it will start scrolling. If you don't have, then it's gonna stay kind of like a fixed width of the height, and then the footer will be like go to the bottom, and the navbar will be top of that particular file. So that's this is styling for, and this is for the layout for the website. And now if we create any file or any pages inside the underscore layout folder, then all will be inherited from this particular layout. So I think that's it for our components, like the first component we have created. So let's commit these changes. So you might be wondering why I am doing all those very micro changes and committing them into GitHub. It's important because it's gonna help you to track on the course properly, because when you watch video and try to code, it's become like super hassle. I also feel the same. So in that case, you can just simply watch the whole video fast, and then you can just simply go to the commit and on the documentation to follow all the steps, and for the commit you will grab this code and you will do it by yourself practically, so that you don't have to switch between YouTube video and then doing the project and all those things. So I think that's going to be like a better learning process. That's why I am trying to break down as much as possible on all the coding. So let's just commit these changes and we are good for the next step. So in the next step, we are gonna build the UI, like the GitHub authentication UI that we already saw. There is a card, and inside that card, we have to need a button. So that's we're gonna design. But for that case, we need a simple library which is called CLSX package. That's actually help to merge so many classes together. Let's say if I just show you some sort of class. Let's say in this class name, you can see there are several classes. So what if some of our class came like dynamically, so that we have to merge those class together. So there is a package which is called CLSX. That package is actually help to merge Style and CSS classes. So let's just install these things, and also we're gonna install the icons. So first install these things, and for our icon we're gonna use pnpm install lucid react. Yep, we are gonna use the lucid icon. Let's also install that as well as, and we have to create the UI for GitHub callback first, then we're gonna go with the sign in page. And also we have to create the button, and the button is going to be like a common button. We must have to create a common button because button is kind of like a common component that use the whole application. So we have to make the button super reusable. So let's try to go our commit. The commit will be for this is sign in page and GitHub callback page with common button. So let's just go, and here we are. We have to install two packages. You can see with the packages. I believe I already installed. And now let's see, from the components we have to create a component called button, because as I told you, we are going to create a common folder inside the components. As we saw that we created website component, and now we're going to create another folder which is going to be like common, and sorry for my typo, it's going to be like common. So in this particular common folder, we're going to put all those common components like buttons, input, maybe badge, and all those things. So let's just create the button.tsx, and here we're going to place the button code, and the button code is really bigger. It's not gonna be easy to understand the whole code at first, because there are some good logical things, and also there are some props as well as you need to understand the whole component. So we will try to understand that a little bit later. Let's just try to see what are the changes we have done so far. So first let's add the github callback.tsx file, which is going to be like kind of like a loading kind of UI. So for that case, just simply grab this code, and let's go to the github code callback and paste that code here. So that's the UI is going to be for our github dash callback page. So let's just visit that page to see our UI. Okay, our server is not running, like our front end server. It's going to be like, yep, that's the UI. You can see like it's a spinner that's spinning, and we're showing like authenticating. Please wait while we complete the GitHub authentication process. So when we click on that particular sign in button, it's gonna take us to the GitHub page, and when we click sign in from the GitHub, it's gonna call back to that particular place. That's why I rename this route as like GitHub dash callback. So in the production level, it's not recommend to use like GitHub callback. You can say like callback login or callback sign in, something like that. But for understanding purpose, I just put like GitHub callback so that you understand properly like what's going on. So when we come in this particular page from redirecting to the GitHub page while login, we will get some sort of code, and in that code, in this particular page, we are going to call our backend API to send that code to actually authenticate and follow the further process. So that's why this UI is for. And now let's try to design our sign-in UI. As we already add the component, let's just also bring the code for the sign-in. So you can see I can just simply copy the return statement from here, and let's just replace that return statement and inside all the code. And now you can see it's asking to import the button. So let's just copy the button, and also you can see there is an icon of property on that button. I'm going to explain them soon. Let's just wait. And also we need an on click handler. Let's just took that handler here. So I believe you already know all kind of like this kind of basic stuff like handler, like on click event, and all those how we can pass props, multiple props in those conditions. I think these are like basic stuff from React. So I believe you already know those things. So let's just first try to this icon. Let's just comment these things, and GitHub icon, we can just import that from Lucid icon, but you can see it's showing deprecated. So you should not use this kind of GitHub icon. If you just simply go to the page, sign in, now we should see the UI. You can see that's the UI, and it has like a simple text in the card, like the header and some sort of just paragraph, and then inside that we have a button, and that's the button is common, reusable. We're going to explain that, but the button will also accept the icon. You can put any SVG icon here, but as the GitHub icon from Lucid React is gonna deprecate it, so we cannot use that. Instead, we have to use a custom icon or SVG icon. So what I ask is like, I just simply ask Gemini to give me a GitHub icon in SVG format. So it gives me a code like this. You can see this is the component. So let's just grab this. It's from signin.tsx file, and put that under our signin.tsx file. So that's the GitHub icon code provided by GPT, like Gemini. So you can just ask that. It's like an SVG icon, and now we can just simply use that here. So let's just comment that, and also comment that so that you also know that's deprecated icon. Now you can see we pass the GitHub icon. So now you might be wondering, uh, is that button also accept icon and all these props? Yes, it's accept, and we're gonna understand all these props. So for now, let's try to see like it's working or not. Yes, our icon is working. So that's the icon, and we have the text for the button, and that's it. And we have a on-click handler, which is gonna handle our on-click event, like when we click, we need something need to be done or in action. So that's why this handler. So now let's try to understand the button components, and you can see it's huge and it's not possible to explain me like all those things. You can just ask Gemini to explain. Let's see what's going on. So first it's gonna give you all those classes related stuff, and you can see, let me just go through. So in the props you can see we have variant, then we have size, we have full width, we have icon, we have icon position, shadow, scale, hover, class name, outline, color. So if you know about like button variant, if you're familiar with ShartCN, you can see there are tons of button variants like primary, secondary, danger. So when you use like secondary, it's become like gray color. When you use like a danger, it's become like red color, so something like that. So that's the similar case we are trying to apply here. So we created like a button variant, and that's the type, and that's gonna use here so that we can get the suggestion. Let's say here what variant we used. I think that's the variant of like the primary variant. So in the primary variant, it's gonna use the primary color of the theme. So let's just remove these things, and if you go to the variant, that's the primary variant, and by default it will use like the primary variant. And then for the size, we also have some sizes like extra small, small, medium, large, XL. So whenever you use those size, the button will react with that things. And then we have icon positions, like are you going to place that icon to the left side or the right side? So you can also give the position left or right. So these are the kind of type of those props. And we have shadow. If we want shadow, then we can just say true. Then also a scale on hover. So when we on hover on that button, if we need to scale, then we can make it like true. It's gonna scale to a little bit bigger, to more interactive button. Then we have class name. If we want to provide any custom class name, that you can see we already provided here, like PG background and blah blah blah, all this design. So you can also put that, and it's also essential in the component level. You put all those in a props, a mandatory props, or like sorry, an optional props always, which gonna help to provide some custom design. And then we have outline color. So what it will do, it will give you, let's say if your button is about outline like this, then you can also put the outline color. So and by default these are the props. And also we have a props like full width. So if we want the button to be full width, then we can just call that. As you can see, we already call like full width. And if we don't use that full width, then it will be took only that much space that it required. So let's just put the full width, and you can see how we use, like we put the icon like an SVG icon, then we use full width, then the size. You can also get the suggestion because we declare the type there. So yes, that's the size, so you can make it anything. Then also the on click event listener, and also you can see one thing here, which is other props like this dot 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 other props mean it's gonna took all the other props from the button. That if we just go a little bit down, then you can see it's a button tag from the HTML. Now here you can see dot 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 other props. That's mean if you just hover over the button, then you can see it's a type like JSX button type, kind of like these things. So if you just simply go to button, then you can see there are tons of props as well as like button HTML attributes. So all these attributes gonna be accepted in our button as well as. That's mean if I now try to use like disable or maybe name, type, value, then we can just simply use those props as well as like we did here on click. You can see that we don't have any props name on click here. Instead we are using the other props dot 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 other props. That's gonna help to took all the attribute from our native button element, like from the HTML native button element like this. That's mean we can pass disable, then we can pass name and all sort of attribute here. And now if you try to understand all those design related stuff, you can also try to ask Gemini to understand what's going on, because this button is like at least have tons of various kind of UI stuff. Let's say when we put like button variant to dangerous, secondary, or outline, we have to change the style. And also you can see the use case of the CLSX class, like the library. So you can see that we are merging tons of tailwind CSS. So what I did, I didn't write the whole component by myself. Instead, I used Gemini to write or give me a button that have all these props. So you can also ask Gemini to give you kind of same button component, like ask first all the props, like what are the props you are gonna accepting. And also if you need those variant, also just mention those variant, then it will give you exactly kind of like same button, but not the design will be same, but you have to give the instruction to give you the proper design. And if I just go a little bit down, then you can see the enable shadow, there is a conditional check here. So if we have the shadow, then we're gonna use like variant primary or variant success. If the shadow is undefined, then we're gonna uh, enable the shadow when our theme is primary. So these are like the basic design logic that's Gemini provided by default. I didn't actually ask them. So yeah, so you can also try to understand if you are interested on the styling stuff. Let's say if you are interested in custom design styling things, like custom component styling, then you can just study all those design stuff. Just grab that code, try to understand portion by portion. Let's say first you are going to understand what about all the propses, like what's going on those props. Then you can understand all the logic before the render method happening. So let's say what's happening in the variant classes, how we're gonna merging that, what's the condition, and then also the size classes. You can see how we are merging the size mm, tailwind and CSS together to actually perform the size things. Then also width class. So there are tons of things are here for learning the styling related thing. So it's going to be like a super learning materials when you try to learn styling things. But in our project, it's not about just teach you the styling stuff, instead building the whole project. So that's why I'm just kind of skipping all those explanation of the style related things. And also sometimes we don't need to know about all those logic happening in this particular button if our goal is to build a larger things, not like smaller portion of applications. So we just need a reusable button where the button design could be consistent, and also we can reuse it everywhere. So that was the requirement. And the button actually the Gemini actually give me that kind of button, and that's fine. I don't have to look back in these things. If in the future I need to modify anything, then I can just simply come and grab that code again, provide to Gemini, and try to ask again to modify some of the other portion that I want to modify. So that's a way. And you can see in the bottom of that we place that icon, and also we put the logic. If the icon position is left and there is icon, then we put that icon here. If it's in the right, then we just put the right, and in the children, that's the children things we put. And that's all the class merged together, like base classes, variant classes, size classes, width classes, and all those things merge here, and then other props. So that's how we can create component. We can learn those component design, and also the logic inside that component. And I believe this process is going to help you a lot to understand the logical perspective first, then the design perspective, and it's going to also help you to move so fast on building this project. And I think that's it for our UI for the like sign in page and GitHub callback page. Let's just recheck again. We have 5 file changes, and this is the UI for sign in. Then we have the callback UI, and also we have the common button UI. That's for the button. And we can now just simply use this button everywhere. Let's say because the style will be consistent as I put that particular styling things kind of like a common style for handling button. So now we can just simply use this button anywhere. And by the way, if you want to see a whole component design video, then comment down below, then I'm gonna try to make a tutorial that's gonna help you to understand how component library work. And yes, I'm gonna go with like building that from scratch. And also there are another way. Here you see I use like a button from scratch. Instead you can use button from Chatsion. Instead you can use a button here like from Material UI. So that's up to you. You can also experiment that from your side. But for my side, I like to implement anything from scratch, and also I love to teach that as well as. So that's why I created, and I think there will be more learner scope here for the audience who will watch this video and also grab that code. So I think these are the changes that for this particular commit. So let's commit that and finish this section and move forward our next section. So yeah, that's going to be the commit, and that's it. So if I now just go to the list, and we have completed our sign in page and GitHub callback page with common button. And let's see the doc, and yes, we are right now in the 6th step. So let's move to the next step. So we have finished the step 6, the UI. Now let's move into the step 7, add navigation and theme changer. So if you go to the navbar, then you can see we don't have any way to navigate to the sign in page right now. The only way we can navigate to sign in page is by hitting the URL directly. So we need some sort of button like sign in button here so that we can navigate to the sign in page. And also we have added the option to change the theme like dark to light mode. So we can also put a button here so that we can toggle the theme. So that's what we are gonna do in this particular step. And also for the commit, you have to look into the theme changer and static navbar buttons added. This is the commit. The last commit was this, like sign in page and GitHub callback page with common button. So now we're gonna follow this commit. So let's just open that and see we have only 2 file changes, and we have to create our first hook like custom React hook for implementing or handling the theme changer. And we're gonna add some button in our navbar. So let's add those button. So let's just open the navbar component, and let's just see what are the changes we have made. You can see we have added that hook. So first of all, let's add the button. So we can just simply grab that portion of code that is gonna give us some of the button in the navbar in the right side. So let's copy and try to add them. So I think those button will be placed somewhere. Let's see again all the changes. So if I just open a little bit from here, then you can see all the button will be placed under the links. So if we have a div like this one, and you can see it's also wrapped with justify between and flex. That's mean if we just put a container or a portion of code, then what it will be, it will be like move to the right side of the navbar, and this will become like the left side part because we are using justify between. And also let's just import the button that we already created, and also icon from Lucid icon is the logout icon. And then the mode, so I'm gonna work on the mode a bit later. Let's just try to see the UI, and this is going to be the moon icon and also mode. So let's just also use a state like mode. That mode means like is that gonna be light mode or dark mode. So we need a state that's gonna handle that. And in the code change, you can see we are using that custom hook. So for now we can maybe just comment this out. Let's just make that what I think true, or we can just simply declare an state here at least to check the UI. Or maybe it's better to create a hook inside of our src folder, because this is going to be the first hook, custom React hook. So we need a hooks folder, and inside that hooks folder, if you look at the folder structure, inside that hooks we have to create UI folder, because this is a custom hook that related to UI changes. So we must need to categorize all those custom. Let's say in the future, if we are gonna work with API binding, then we will need hook for API query. So that time we're going to create another folder called query, where we're going to put all those custom hooks related to API query. And those pattern will be kind of repetitive for various different tasks when we do with custom React hook. So in that UI folder, we are going to create the use theme.ts. So let's just create that, and it should be inside of that UI folder. And now we can create a custom hook. Let's just simply copy the whole code and try to remove some of the code. Let's just say we will have only mode, that's an user state, and of course we can put any mode here, like let's say dark mode for now. So that's our hook. You can see that's an state. In that state we just initially declare dark mode, and now we can just simply use that state here to apply our mode. So you can see we have changed that like here. So let's just import the use theme hook, and also now let's just comment out the on click method. So what is the on click method is doing? So it's gonna set the mode. If that's in the light mode, then it's gonna set it to the dark. If it's in the dark mode, then it's gonna set it to the light, and based on that mode we are also showing the sun icon and the moon icon. And that's it. And the rest of the code is same for the admin panel. And we have several buttons. Like first of all, we are gonna put a button which is called sign in. Then we will have a button for admin panel, another button for my course, and another button for logout. So let's just look into the UI first, and I'm going to explain why we have those buttons. So you can see that's the sign in button. If we click that, then we are navigating to the sign in page. And then we have admin panel button. So whenever we click on this button, admin panel button, it's going to navigate us to the admin panel if the user is admin panel. And then we have my course. So this my course mean is seems like learner page. So whenever you click after login, then it will take you to the learner dashboard if you are learner. And then we have the logout button. It's gonna help to log out, and here we are, it's gonna help to change the theme. Now you can see it's the, as we added a state, so it's now working like the icon. Now we have to make it work for the theme. So how we can do that? Because as you know earlier, that in the HTML we have a property called data-theme light. So if we can just change this data theme to light to dark or dark to light by JavaScript code, then we can easily achieve the dark mode and light mode functionality. So how we can do that? So we need a small JavaScript code, and also in the use effect. So whenever that hook will run, we will run the use effect hook, and that use effect hook we are gonna set the attribute from the document element like this. So whenever we use like document element set attribute, that means it's gonna referring this particular HTML, and set attribute is gonna refer you know to set up any attribute. Let's say I'm gonna set up the language, then I can just pass lang then the value. So similarly I'm passing like data theme, and the theme will be from the mode. And initially you can see the mode is in the state is dark. So whenever this the use theme hook rendered, then it will run the use effect hook. It will took that mode from the state, and it's gonna set that theme to that particular mode. And when that's done, we also must need to save that in our local storage, so that whenever we refresh, that's also persist like the theme. So we must need to store that into the local storage. So we can just simply use local storage dot set item theme, and we can pass that mode. So now that's not gonna help to fully make the theme changer functional, because it's just setting up that mode, and you can see the mode is kind of like static right now. So it should be dynamic. That's mean this mode should come from the local storage as well as well whenever we refresh. So whenever use theme call, so we first gonna check from the local storage that is there any theme or not. If not, then we are gonna set that by default any theme like light or dark. But if there are any theme on the local storage like light or dark, then we're gonna set that theme into our mode. So how we're gonna do that? So we just simply need this kind of logic. So let's just bring that and see. So here you can see in the user state hook we have a callback method. So this callback method is gonna help to set the value sometimes of your use state hook. So here we're gonna do is whenever that use state who gonna call, or use theme who gonna call inside of any component, is gonna trigger that callback hook. And in that callback hook, we can check the theme from the local storage. So local storage.get item theme as the value we provided here. And if that's and also we provided as light or dark or null, so that means that's like we're providing the type to that particular value. And if the stored like the value of that theme is gonna light, then or if that value is gonna dark, either light either dark, we are gonna put that is stored. That's mean we are gonna put that value. If not, then we are gonna set light mode by default. So I believe you understand the logic. Like we first checking the mode from the local storage. So if the mode is available, then we're gonna put that either is dark or light. If not available, then we're gonna just put light mode as by default. So that's the complete custom hook that's gonna help us to function the light and dark mode. So if I just now go and just check refresh the page, now you can just toggle and you can see the theme changes, and that's just happening instantly, no delay, and it seems like really good. And also if I just refresh, now you can see the theme actually persists. So that was it for this particular section. So if we go to the step 7, now you can see I think all is related to the theme changer and the custom hook. So now let's move into the step 8, and before that let's just also commit this particular changes. So we're gonna commit it like with this label: authentication, front end theme changer, and static navbar buttons added, as we also added some of the static buttons. So let's just commit that. Great. So let's move to the step 8, and the step 8 will be this one, I think. So implement basic UI for admin panel and learner panel. So as you can see in the navbar, we have added admin panel link and also learner panel link. So we must need some sort of UI so that we can navigate to those pages when we log in. So these are all the UI that's gonna use for complete the full authentication flow. So when we will log in, so we must need some sort of pages that where both type of user can navigate to after login. So we must have to implement those pages first. So that's why let's go to the commit to see what are the changes. So this is going to be the commit, like admin slash learner panel with basic UI and sidebar component and profile page route. So that means we're gonna create some of the route, and you can see there are several file we have changed. So let's see step by step. So if you follow the documentation, it will be a little bit hard to understand for you, as it's about totally like the steps that I will understand better, not you. So if you watch the video, then you can understand the process, and then you can also contribute on those documentation to make it better. But for now, while I'm making the video, the talk for all these sections, like from the authentication to the end, is kind of like not proper enough to be understand for any learner. So that's only for me while I'm making content. And when you understand, like by watching this video, all those sections, then you will able to understand what all those steps mean, and then you can also contribute, and also you can build the project by just reading those steps. So that's a kind of way. So now if I just look back all the commits, let's see what we can start with. You can see we have created a component for sidebar. That's mean when we logged into the admin panel or the learner panel, we need a common sidebar things. Then also we need some pages. So you can see in the routes we have created 2 pages, and including the folder structure like admin and learner. That's mean there will be 2 types of routes as well as we did in the routes folder, like for the website. So now we have to create for admin, and it will include in the URL like something like like admin slash profile or something like that. And for the learner, we're gonna use like learner slash profile, sort of like that. So for admin, and we also need to create for learner, and these two will be included in the URL, as these two are not pathless folder. So let's see. And also we have to create the same sort of things like a layout component and a layout folder. Inside that layout folder, we're gonna put all those pages so that we can inherit from the layout, and that pattern will be followed same with the admin. So let's create those files and folders. So we have to create the file first, and then we have to create here another one like layout. So this layout is for the learner and this layout is for the admin panel, because both are kind of like a different user, so their admin panel could be different, their UI could be different. So in the UI sense, the layout also could be different. So make it separate from initially is super beneficial in the long run. So let's also create the underscore layout folder and also create that here. Now we're kind of done with the structure of the folder. Now we can just create those pages. So let's just try to create all the pages. So we are going to create profile page. That's mean for now, whenever a user logged in, we are gonna move them to the profile page. Let's say admin login, we're gonna send them to the profile page for admin panel. And if we're gonna like log in with learner, then the same thing will happen. So let's create the profile.tsx file for both, and the profile page is kind of like very similar. It's not different for learner and admin. So maybe we're gonna make a common profile component that's gonna be reused in both of our pages. So now you can see we have that route as well, as which is like profile. So if I now just try to visit, and also let's see in the navigation navbar component if we have any error. I don't think we have. Okay, we have one, so it's kind of giving us error. Let's watch that. So it's saying search is missing from the URL. So why search is missing? Do we have any query or something like that? I'm not sure why that's. Maybe for the URL, those are not functional yet. So the error have just gone when I delete like route3.gen.ts file and restart our frontend project. So if you face a similar error like I face, like search is missing, then just simply delete that route3.gen.ts file and restart your frontend server so that it generate all those routes. So whenever you create some route on that routes folder, so it's try to generate the route3.gen.ts file. And sometimes for Git and also VS Code, sometimes the file get overwrite and also it's become like corrupted file. So you have to delete that file often and also restart the server so that all the file actually get regenerated freshly on this particular file. So this file is actually like a kind of like a tracking of those route file. So in earlier days we have to write this file where we put all those navigation link, but when it's come to file based navigation, so in 10 stack router we don't have to do anything, instead just creating those folders. So whenever we create folder, that's gonna just work like a route. So cool. So we were in our pages. Now we can check all the pages. So let's see the steps. So we have created those layout, and also we have created the profile, the tsx file. Then now we should visit admin slash profile and also learner slash profile page. So if we now just try to visit, then we should see those pages. And yes, you can see the layout for the website is not showing here, because that was the layout only for the website, not for our admin or learner panel. You can see that. So now let's see the next step. So we have to add the outlet component in the layout.tsx file for both admin and learner folder to control the nested route. Simply what we did earlier on our website in the layout.tsx, we put that outlet so that all the layout we can just simply inherit on those other pages. So let's also look into the code, that what are the changes we're gonna do. So let's just add a simple code here. The profile is going to be like kind of a form. So let's also go to the first layout page, and here you can see we have sidebar or some sort of like that. So we're going to implement the sidebar as well as, let's just bring that code and put, and this sidebar will be, we're going to implement. Let's just comment for now, and you can see we are just giving a whole height of that screen for this tree, and also we're gonna put that sidebar inside there, like in the left side, and the other thing we're gonna put like in the right side, the whole panel UI. So this is going to be the layouts, and also inside of that layout all the page will be there. That's mean for the admin panel there will be sidebar which will be kind of fixed, as like navbar in the website, that fixed navbar and footer. So in the admin panel and the learner panel we will must have the sidebar in the left side, so we have to put that in our layout component, so that sidebar. And also in the main content we have to provide that outlet, so that all the page we create in that particular underscore layout folder will render from here. So we will get the sidebar every time. So let's just call it sidebar with a div so that we can differentiate that. So that's it for now. That's for the admin. And if we go to the learner profile layout, like learner layout, that could be kind of same. So maybe we can create a common wrapper for the whole profile, or for now we can just simply put the same code twice. Okay, just make that comment out, like comment, and then let's just make import that outlet so that all the page also visible. Now if we just try to visit, then you can see that's the sidebar, and that's our main content, and the sidebar is will be kind of in the left side, and our main content will be in the right side, and that should work both for admin and learner panel. Okay, we are not able to see the sidebar because in the learner panel we didn't add that text. So now we need some sort of like a sidebar. And also an important note here, you can see that we have to add use theme hook that we created so that it sync with the theme like website. We can define it in the root.tsx file, but it's better to control it separately, or if you want you can do that. The best practice is to add it in the underscore root.tsx file. So what that means, that's mean if you go to the underscore root.tsx file, as we have use theme hooks which we used in our navbar component for the website, not for the other route. You can see we have admin, learner, and both have different layout. So that use theme hook will not work in the admin and learner panel. So for working the whole theme throughout the whole application, we must have to add that in our root.tsx file. Like here we are providing a component. Instead we can just simply refactor this, create a separate component, and here we can just initialize that particular use theme hook. But I'm not gonna do that because you will understand like how we can separate any sort of UI if we want, and we can take the control of the whole UI as well as when we separate them. So that's why I'm just not adding, but that's up to you. You can just simply create a component, separate component, and add that particular use theme hook so that you don't have to add them every time. In not every time, like one time, like here we can just simply define that. We can just simply call that use theme hook. That's it. We don't have to do anything like the mode and all those stuff. So that will be handled here. You can see like in the use effect hook, it's just simply changing the mode. And when you add that, so that it's gonna now able to sync with the main theme. Let's just also add in our, or maybe for the learner, let's just see. So you can see in the learner the background is kind of white, but if you go to the website, right now we are in the dark theme and the background is kind of different color. So then our learner panel, admin panel also should visibly like dark theme, that the expected result. And you can see the admin panel is showing the dark theme, but the learner panel is not. So that's what I was trying to explain. Like if you just don't mention that, or like add that hook here in the underscore root.tsx file, then you are not able to get those theme changes stuff. And in that sense, that means we can control everything inside of a particular route folder. So that's kind of the beauty from 10 stack. So let's just also use this, and now we should also see the whole thing is working. So you can also simply just refactor this. That's your task. You can do that from your side. So now it's time to create the sidebar. Let's just get rid of these, and we need the components. And as I told earlier, that sidebar is the component, kind of like a common component, so we can just put that in our command. And also here you can see we have created another folder, like under the common folder we have created a layout. So that's mean all the common layout related component will be inside of this folder. That's also one level categorizing all the common components. Let's say we have common components for form, so we can just create a form folder. Inside there we can put all those form related component. Let's now create the sidebar component. So I'm gonna just bring that name sidebar.tsx, and also let's just copy the whole code and try to understand one by one, because that's also kind of UI related code and we have some sort of logic, not a lot of. And yes, of course, I'm gonna suggest you to just got the explanation from Gemini, because that's the best. And for an overview, what I can tell you that this is going to be a sidebar component which will took the menus, because in the sidebar we must need menus, so the menus should become from the parent component like a list, so that we can render all the menu items. And also there should be a logout handler. That's mean in the sidebar, if you saw the UI, we have a logout button here, so that's mean that should be also controlled from the parent. And also some user informations, like in the UI we have the user information like username and that particular username on the name. So these are the three props that we need. And in the user info we need name and image, so that's why I declared the props. And also for the menu types, you can see we have icon, because the menu should have icon, you already see that. Then we need the label, the menu name, then to, that's mean when we clicked where we should to navigate, so that's why we must need to provide the navigation link. And also batch, if we have like kind of like notification and like a small sort of number, then we can also put that. So this is kind of like an optional extra thing. So when I was trying to design the whole navbar, like the sidebar, I just added that feature. So here you can see I'm using my avatar right now, like a fallback for the user information. So I think we should have to change that to the URL, something like this. So that's what I added here, to make sure I provide this URL as a fallback image. So let's just add that image, and let's now try to add this sidebar, and I'm gonna explain that again about the sidebar logic, what's going on. So let's just comment out, and now we are getting error like sidebar. Now we also need to need some menus. So let's see we have some menus or not. So if I just go to the layout from admin, then you can see we have some menus. So let's just copy those menus and put that. So all these menus are going to be like the real menu for now. So we will have dashboard, course, module, chapter, lessons, learner, profile, all these things we're going to implement. And let me correct that we are in the correct file. Yes, we are in the admin and in the layout, and that's the menu list. And we also need to import all those icon, because those are from Lucid icon. Just simply use like this. And also we have to import the type for the sidebar menu. So one thing I want to mention, like you can see that we are using all the type, or we are writing all the type here for that particular component. These are not like data set related type. So if that's data set related type, then we will create another package inside our packages folder, similarly like logger, which is going to be like definitions or maybe types, where we're going to put all those data layer related types, not component related type, because I think component related types and interface should belong to that particular component. That's a kind of a standard practice. So that's why we're importing that particular interface from the component itself. And still we are getting error for maybe importing the sidebar. So let's just import that. So initially it was like imported the sidebar component icon from the Lucid React. So make sure you import that correct sidebar from the component. And also we need a kind of like a handler for logout. So let's just declare a functions for now, like an empty functions, so that it worked fine. So I think the function should be below from the menu list. So that's the function, and yes, let's just do the same for the learner. Comment out that sidebar, and let's check our code from learner layout. So we will have less menu than the admin panel, because in the learner sense we will only need profile page, then the course pages, and the billing page. That's it, not more than that. And also let's just import all those icon in the learner panels so that we can see. And this sidebar again is imported from maybe the sidebar lucid icon, like you can see that lucid react is suggesting, so it should not from lucid react. Let's just import that for components, and I think we are good. There are no error. So let's try to check from the UI level. So yeah, that's the dashboard I was talking about, like, sorry, that's the sidebar I was talking about. And you can see here we should have the avatar, but right now is the 10 stack dev tools. So let's just remove that dev tools as well as from our underscore root.tsx file, because we don't need that right now. Or maybe we can just put that in right side, so that we can also, I'm not sure why it's not going to the right side. Let's just check that we have the type. Yes, bottom right, that's the correct type, but it's not happening. Let's just simply restart the server so that we can see the change maybe. Sorry, so let's just refresh. It still is not going to the bottom and the right side. So maybe there could be issue from the 10 stack side. So let's just remove that. Whenever we need that, we're going to use that particular dev tools. And also we can just simply use like this, like simply just rendering the outlet so that every page will be like kind of same. There are no wrapper in the underscore root.tsx file. And now you can see we have that avatar, and the image now showing the placeholder image, and that's the name, and that's the logout button. And these are all the menus. And let's look into the admin panel. Should be kind of same, and the menus are more, and also the user information. So now let's back again into our sidebar component to see what's going on. So as I discussed about the props, so the user informations will be dynamic. So whenever we pass the user information from our admin panel, we're going to put the admin panel related, like admin user information. And for the learner, we're going to put the learner information. And for the menus, you can see the data structure already, like we are passing the icon, then we are passing the label, but we're not passing the navigation link for now because we didn't create it yet. So we're going to pass that, but we're going to make it super dynamic. So you're going to see that it's like a complex dynamic routing system we're going to build, so that you don't have to specify those route, because route can be changed. You can change the folder, you can change the file. So that should be dynamic, so that we're going to reuse from some of the 10 stack method, which will help us to fetch all those routes from our routes folder dynamically, so we don't have to touch manually on those navigation link. So that's let's just see from the sidebar again. So we have the logout button is like here, the UI and the information, and also we're showing the image, like, and in the placeholder we just put that website images link. So that's the website where you can simply find some of the images. So if you just go to that site, then you can see you can find any sort of size image, you can customize them. So but the image will look like one of this. So that's it in the bottom of that particular sidebar. And in the middle, or like in the grow up the middle section, we're just rendering all those menus. You can see that menus.map, and we're just simply rendering, and also we're just providing that icon and the level. And this is how we use the icon. So item.icon. So what that item.icon is, so it's like the lucid icon, so that we can use it like the component, and we can provide any sort of attribute like we provide when we use that component. So that's why we are just getting to view that particular icon. And above that is just simply logo and the name. That's it. And we have a little bit of code for like the responsiveness. So if I just now try to go for a smaller window, then you can see it's just a hamburger icon, and it's kind of responsive. So that's the code I have added. And we also have an state that's going to manage our mobile view sidebar open and close like this. So that's the state. And we're also checking that whenever let's just close back. So whenever we are in a route, we are active or not. Right now you can see whenever we click, nothing happening without the profile, because we only have the profile URLs. If we just now go, we cannot link that yet. So let's just see. So right now the active is only the profile, as we already have the profile page. So what we are doing, we are using a hook like use router state. So the router state is gonna give you all the routes, kind of an array. So if I just simply log that, then you will understand what that means. Oh, we can just simply use logger as well, as we already have that logger package. So let's just see that colorful log, and that's going to be like the router state. And yeah, let's just see router state and just open the console, and you can see uh, an object, and inside that object you will find matches, and in that matches you will see that these are all the route, like learner slash layout, uh, and you can also find the route ID. And also the best thing is, if you go to the location property, then you will get the current location of that particular stage. Let's say right now we are in the learner slash profile page, and you can see that it has provide you the href path name, and if that's have some query, then it's gonna put that into the search. So that's a beneficial hook whenever you need to access current route or any information related all the routes. You can just use this particular use router state. We are just trying to grab that particular path name and going to match with our label. So let's say the path name is kind of like learner slash profile. So, and in our label of our sidebar, when we just pass the sidebar, you can see we provided a label like profile. That's mean if we just compare with the URL, that is our label is available or include into the URL or not. If that's include, that means that's the active path. So that's what we check here. So is active is going to be like a method, and that's gonna help to make the menu active or inactive. In the when we hover, we can see like the effect, but for make that active, we must need to apply the class. So that's we have sort of different class. So for active mode, we have that kind of color, but when we are not active, then we just simply not use, and it will be like by default. So that's the logic, I think, all about. So you can see we are also using the router. Why the router for navigate to that particular route. So as you saw in our menu list, we have the navigation link. So if that link's available, we're gonna send them back to that particular route. And also that's for handling the mobile responsiveness sidebar. So I think that's it for this particular component. If you want to understand more, or maybe you want some more information about this component, then just simply ask Gemini about the whole code, or maybe a chunk of code you want to understand. So let's just commit the changes what we have done so far, and also matched with our commit, like this one. We have created sidebar, then the layout, and also the profile page with simple text. And let's just add this particular code that we didn't add it yet. So in our profile page, so here we can just simply put that. It's kind of layout for the profile page where we're gonna put that profile form. And also in this page we can just simply add the same thing. So we can refactor with a common profile component that will hold the whole form and the UI, so that we can reuse that in both of our learner and admin panel for now. But in the future, let's say if the admin profile and the learner profile become different, then yes, we will need a different sort of component. But for in this video, we don't need that. We can just reuse one single component. And if I now just save and try to refresh, then we should see our profile page. Well, so yes, we have to run the server. Yes, let's check the UI. Yes, so that's a simple card with a title, and there will be form. And I think that's the same for admin as well as. And if I just show you the UI, that what will be the UI. So there will be like the card, and in that card there will be avatar and the information like username, email, then the name and the image URL, and also user will be able to update that profile. So in our authentication section here, you can see that there are several sections, but implementing the whole authentication properly, we must have to build the profile page and also the profile update feature. And that's mean user will be able to sign in. Then after signing, they will able to navigate to the panel they belongs to. Like for admin, they will go for the admin page. For learner, they will go for the learner. But we are gonna navigate to them in the profile page, so that user can also update their profile. So it's going to be like a basic auth application, and then we're gonna implement further feature top of that. So for that case, now we have to design this form, and you can see in this form we have sort of form input field, and we need to build the input field component, and also this form should be validated well in the front end. And yeah, so all these things need to be done in the front end. So we are gonna complete the front end stuff in this particular section, and then when the API will complete, then we are gonna bind those front end component. So for that case, here we uh, need to implement the form UI, and also before that, we have to set up the validation library and the types, because types is important. Before we start the UI, we have to define that particular data, and the data layer need to be implement first. So that's why we need types and also the validation library, that how we are going to validate that form. So that case, let's start with installing the validation library. We are going to use Jot for the validation, and it's a very powerful library to create schema type validation. And we can simply reuse that same validation in the backend as well. As let's say in our UI, we have several forms, and those form also need to be bind for a API, and that API also need to validate that from as we've validated in the front end. So that case, we can simply reuse that particular Jot validation in the backend as well. As so we're gonna see that in our video, with the way of Monorepo, how we can create a common validation package or the definition package, where we put all those validation types, data layer things. Then we can just simply reuse that in the front end and back end as well. So for that case, we have to create another package, like we created like logger. That's going to be like the definition. Yes, I think that's the perfect name for explain, like to understand what's about that package is. So in the definition package, we're going to put all the types and all the validation. So before that, let's just commit the changes of our older commits. So let's just see the commit name. So that's the commit name. So let's just grab that, and these are the changes happen. I think we are good with all those changes, and that's it. Commit. Great. Now we can start with our next section, and the next section will follow this commit, like definition package added and Jot validation added for user profile update. Okay, that's mean for implementing that UI I showed you about the profile form, we need to now add the Jot validation. And when that's done, we're going to implement the UI, like the form field, like input field. Then we're going to implement the whole thing. So let's just go to the commit and see what are the changes we have need to implement, and also the steps. So we have to create a package inside of the packages folder called definitions. So let's just create a folder inside of our packages. We already have logger, so now let's create another one going to be like definitions, and we're going to follow the same kind of pattern we did in the logger project. So there will be source file, there will be package.json file, and also let's just navigate to the definition folder from the packages, and let's just quickly use npm init y for creating the package.json file. And here it is, and we need ts.config.json file, so we can just simply copy this one, and we don't need to use like tsc init. Just simply grab that, because we want the same kind of configurations on our definition package as well as like the logger, so that we can reuse that. And also now we can create index.ts file, where we're gonna export all those validations, types, all those things. So that's kind of it. And also in the package.json, we also have some common script, like the script we added in our logger modules. So you can just simply grab the same thing we have done. So I'm gonna just grab and paste that. So this will be the same, but the name will be kind of a different, similar pattern like this. So it will be start with @package slash. So before definitions we have to use like @package slash definition. So that's going to be the package name. So we can just simply use this to import our validation or the types. And then we have the same thing, like defining that we have index.js file inside this folder, and also the build script would be the same using ts app. And also we need some sort of packages, the dev dependency, the same packages that we used here. So let's just add them. And also we need an additional package because as you know that we're going to use jot for the validation, so we also have to install jot. So what I will do, first of all, install all the packages that I have added. So let's just add them, and we should see a node modules folder here. And the thing is, we are not able to see that node modules yet appeared. So now let's just install jot. So the jot installed successfully. Now we are kind of good. We have to install jot as dependency, and now we can start implementing all those validation and type for our profile page. So that's almost all the step we have done here. And let's now look into the commit to see what other things we have to do. So in the front end we have to install that. Of course we are going to install that, but we have to also declare some of the types, right, so that we can input them in the front end. So we are going to create types and validation folder. That's important. So let's create the types and validation folder. Why? Because in the types we're going to put all the common type that we're going to use in the backend and front end. And for the validations it will be also the same. So yep, we have both folder. Now we can just start creating all those types. So let's see what other type we have. So, and we have in the source folder we have the index.ts file, and then we have types and validation, and also on those file we have index.ts file as well as. So that's mean in that index.ts file it is gonna import all the type from each index.ts file, and the same will go for the validation. You got my point? Let's say if I just copy this code, then you can understand what I'm trying to explain here. So in this is like the root index file, and this file will be kind of like build and going to be used in our front end or back end. And in that file we are exporting the types index.ts file, and in that file there will be all the type which will be maybe imported from the other file from the type folder, and the same will go for the validation. And that's why we just took all the export and import from the types as well as from the validation, so that we don't have to put all those every time we add a new type. We don't have to add to export that here. And why we have to export that? Because if we don't export, then we are not able to use that in our backend or front end. So if you just go to the logger package, then you also know that here we exported that logger package. So without exporting that, we will not able to use that as a package. So that's why make sure you export and use like a star that's gonna everything from that particular file. Now we can create let's say for the types user.ts, that's going to be contain all the user types. Let's say we have a validation for user, we're going to create user validation, the ts that will contain all those user validation, and then we will import those validation in the index.ts file. So let's just try with, yeah, we already have to create a user .ts file. So let's just create user.ts file. That's for the user type, because in our profile UI it will be kind of like an user related thing. So that's why we need user type and also user validation schema. So let's just create the type for, oops, wrong place. So let's just create here user.ts, and maybe I did a mistake like adding a space here. And the same file will be for the validation as well as, but it will contain the validation, it will contain the type. So let's first try to see the validation. So in the validation folder, that's going to be the code for our validation. So let's just grab the code, and it's very simple code. So we just imported jot, and if you are familiar with jot earlier, then you already know that jot has a property called .object, and that's actually help to validate or create a schema of a particular data set. So let's say as you saw in the picture here, we have 4 fields like username, email, full name, and image. So, and you can see that username and email is kind of disabled, so it will be kind of like read only field, but the full name and image URL is kind of open, so user will able to edit and change those value. So that's why we need this two field only, name and image URL. But the other two field is not going to be like editable, or those data will not send to the server. So we don't need these two field like username and email. We can just simply grab those information and show them in the input. So that's why we need a name property and image URL property. So the name property is like, it's a name, it's like a text string. So that case we need to validate it like it should be a string, as well as minimum it should be a 3 character long. And if that's not provided, then we're going to show this particular message as a validation error. So you will find jot dot string. It's not jot, it's just chat. So it's just imported from jot library, it name like jet. So just use jet dot string dot minimum. So the minimum means uh, minimum character that we are gonna declare. And also the image URL should be like an perfect or correct URL. So that's why it has the method called .url, and that URL will validate that text is URL or not. If not, then we can also provide a particular message like please enter the valid URL. And also we are asking for at least minimum one image URL is required, something like that. So if you just simply grab that code and try to ask Gemini to explain, then it will give you a proper explanation and all those stuff like what this jet.object do. So this established that the data being validated must be a JavaScript object, because that in the form it's like a compact data set, so we have to pass that from through kind of like a wrap with an object. So we must need to validate this whole thing top of the object kind of things. And then the name property, it should be like string, then the minimum length should be 3 character, and this will be the message. If the validation failed, the same will go for the image. So that's how you can try to understand that particular schema. And in the future, if you need multiple sort of schema need to be created, then you can just ask Gemini, or just to think a little bit like what kind of data it will be. Let's say if it's number, then it will be kind of like a number. And of course there will be definitely method for the number type and all the type you can think. So, and also let's talk about the naming of those validation schemas. So you can see in the validation we only have one file right now, and in the future there will be tons of validation as well as. But what this validation name is, you can see like s update user profile. So you might be wondering what kind of name it is. So I'm gonna follow kind of a convention. Like for the types, we are gonna use like T first, capital letter, that will indicate that that's going to be like T. Like any variable that is start with T, that's mean kind of type. So let's say T user, that's mean is going to be like user type. Okay, then we could have like interface. So I could say I user, that's going to be like interface user. Then we would have enum, like e user status maybe. So what that mean? That mean it's going to be like enum user status. So including that particular character first with any variable, that will kind of help us to understand what kind of variable it is. And also if you just see as update user profile, that means you can understand what that means. That means schema. So schema update user profile. So every time we create any validation inside of this folder, we're gonna put the name that will start with the character of s, and it will represent that it's an schema that we can use in the front end as well as in the back end. So in the VS Code, if we just press s, then it should suggest all those variables. So that's our plan, is to implement this kind of convention, and make sure you also do the same. So that's going to be uh, it for the validation schema. And we can reuse this same schema for our you know I think that's the profile page is kind of like not creating new profile. It's kind of always we update the profile, because when you create the account, we automatically create the profile information, so we don't have to create that every time. Instead, we will just update that profile information. So that's why we need like update data set validational things. So that's the schema. Now we need type for that as well as. So that this is just simply an object validation schema that will validate an object which will have the field name and image URL. Now we can also make this particular validation schema into an or type, so that we can reuse that schema as a type as well. So how we can do that? Jot actually provide a good way to do that. Like here you can see in the last section when I asked Gemini to explain the code, what is this schema used for. It's the schema can be used for validate the from data, validate the object, then it can help you to ensure data integrity. That's mean it's gonna guarantee you that what will be processed on that data. Let's say if you just declare an URL to be inputted, then that data must be URL, otherwise it's not gonna be accepted in the validation. And then type interface, so that's what I'm talking about. Let's say since we are using TypeScript, Jot can automatically infer a TypeScript type from the schema, so that let's say for the UI, if I just start working on the UI, maybe we need to declare some type, like for the full name and for the image URL we need an object, and inside that object we need a kind of interface or type. So why we will create that second time? Because we already created the schema, now we can just grab that type from that particular schema. So that's why Jot actually help us to create that type. So how we can create that type? Like this, jet.infer type of, then we can just provide the schema name, then it will give us that particular type. So if you just go to the commit and also in the type section in the user type, then you can see we just simply created the same type, like same kind of way we created that particular type. So let's just copy the code and navigate to the user from the type folder, and inside there we can just put that, and now we can see that's the type name, and you can see we are using T update user profile. The schema was S update user profile. Now the type is going to be T update user profile. So whenever we need that particular schema and object type, then we can just simply refer these two variable, and that's it. Now we are exporting this particular type from the types folder, and also from the validation we're exporting the schema. But in the index.ts file we don't have anything. In the validation index file we don't have anything, so that when the whole export will happen, nothing, we cannot get these two things. So we must have to export this whole file, like the user.ts file. So what we will do, if you just go to the commit, then you can see in that particular type/index file we just exported the whole user file, as we did here, like we exported the whole type file. So we're gonna export the whole user file here. So in the future, if we have multiple type, let's say for product, let's say for category, let's say for courses, we can create all those type file, and then we will export everything from those file here, so that we don't have to write every export manually. Like let's say we are going to export that, we have to import that here, then export that from here. So these are kind of like hassle. So that's why this is the best way. We can just simply export the whole thing. And what are the variable and property has the export syntax, then those will be exported directly in that particular index file. So the flow is kind of like, if I just say this is the main index.ts file, then it's gonna look into the type/index.ts file. Let's say type.index.ts file .ts file. Oops, that's so bad. So index.ts file, and then it's gonna look into the user.ts file, and the same thing will be for the validation as well. As index.ts file, then it's going to look into the validation index.ts file, and the validation index.ts file will look into the other file, let's say for user, let's say for product, and all sort of. So that's going to be it, and I believe that's our code for the user validations, and it's also common. And you are gonna see that when we're gonna build the front end and all the back end, then you will see that we're gonna reuse this whole thing in the back end and front end together. So now it's time to build our definition project, so that we can install that definition package in our front end and back end, and try to check that all are working fine or not. As we already added the build script, like the same as the logger project. So if you didn't watch that section, then I highly recommend just watch that section to understand how the packages actually work. And we already have those commands, so now we can just simply use the build command to just build the whole package about definition. So npm build, this will do the same thing, like it's gonna create that index.ts file, including all those type. You can see that index.d.ts file, you will see all those type. Now we will get the VS Code suggestion and also those component, including in the to format, as we mentioned in the tsconfig.js file, which is like I think we mentioned that here when we are building like CJS and ESM. And I also give like kind of explanation why we need to build both CJS and ESM I highly recommend just watch that logger section. So that's it. We have successfully built that. Now we can just simply install our package in the backend and the front end, and we can reuse those types and validation. So let's just check from the code. Like this way we can install, and also we should have some sort of command to install. But yes, you can just simply use this way. So we're gonna use that right now for the front end, and in the future in the backend as well. As so just simply go to the package.json, and here you can see we already have that logger project installed. We will need this one here, I think, top of that, and now we can just simply install that again. Just clear the terminal and pnpm install the front end package. It's gonna asking to reinstall from scratch. Just keep yes, then it's gonna reinstall everything from those dependency as well as the new one, and it's going to be pretty much fast, so you don't have to worry about. And you can see that it's install our packages from the logger and the definitions folder. So yes, we have successfully installed. Now we can just use those things. So I think that's it for this particular section, where we're gonna show like set up the validation library and the types, and in the next section we're gonna just use them. But one thing I want to show you, like we can how we can confirm that it's installed. We can just simply go to any of our page, or maybe in the component, let's say in the common, let's say in the button, we can now, not in the button, I think, let's just go to the profile page from here. Yeah, now if we just try to search, let's say t profile update or something like that, or s update profile, we should get the suggestion, but we are not able to get that. I think that's for the typo, I guess. I think it's gonna take a little bit time, or maybe we have to refresh the particular VS Code, so that we get the type actually from our desired package. And still we are not able to get that type. Maybe type at least we should able to get, or maybe I'm just using a wrong name. So let's just try again from here. So the type name was t update user profile. So let's say just console.log, or maybe just use our logger project logger package to log. So logger dot, and we are also not able to get the suggestion from our logger package. Why is that? Okay, let's just figure out what's the issue going on. So in the front end, we should have the package.json, where we added both of that package definitions and logger. So I try to use manually. Let's just say import logger from logger, and let's try to use that logger dot. Okay, so why we have, I think that's we have to import like, and then logger dot, yeah, we are getting the suggestion, but the thing is we are not get that initially. Is I think it's maybe from the VS Code level, because we are using kind of like local repository. So that's why maybe we're not able to get the suggestion at first. So if we just simply use like this, then it's gonna work. It's gonna work, don't worry. So here we are gonna import our type, like t update profile. Maybe that was the type. Let's grab that name again. So it was t update user profile. So if I just now try to import, yeah, that's the same thing happening. So we have to just simply do this manually first, and after that maybe the suggestion appear. You don't have to do that every time. So it will be definition, and then we can just simply use like this. And then now what we're able to see is like only refers to a type, but is being used as a valuer. So we have to use the type like this is how we import the type. And also we cannot just simply use the type to console log. Maybe we can create a props or something like that. Let's say uh, interface user profile, and we're gonna put, let's say, object. Let's just say it's an object, and in that object we can actually define that type like this. So it's not gonna give the error, because we cannot just directly print that type. Yeah, that's going to be like an issue from the ESLint. So that's mean our type is working, and also we can just simply verify that, like by using the schema and passing an object. That's also fine. But yeah, we're gonna see that practically in the next step. So let's just get rid of this from now. For now, we're gonna see that the next step. So let's just commit all the changes, because in this commit we just have done the validation schema and the job. So you might wondering why I didn't put all those together, because as I said earlier already, that adding all those things together is not gonna be understandable for anybody, like for maybe a lot of people not gonna understand. So that's why I divided all those portions chunk by chunk, so that whenever you go to the commit and also watch the video, you consume and digest what I explained or what I shared. So that's why it's important to break it down into several parts. So that's the changes we have made. In the front end, we add the package, then the TS config for the new package definitions, and also we exported all those types and validation schema, and also these are the kind of same things. So let's just commit these, and now we can simply move to the next section, which is going to be like create the form UI and also use those validation schema to validate. And if we look at the picture of our page, here we need the input field and also the button. That's it, and we already designed the card. Now we can just place them. So as we saw earlier section, that whenever we try to create a separate independent component that could be reusable to everywhere, maybe other area of our application, then we must need to create that particular component as a common component in our common folder. So we already have the common folder. Now we're going to create a component like for input field, and that input field could be reusable for every single module that we have. In the future we will have course modules, chapter, lessons, and those UI we will have input field, text area, all those things. So we need a input field that can be reusable for everywhere. So that's why that's going to be the goal. So let's now see what are the things. You can see that commit here, front end package import issue fixed by added TS config. So we are getting the same, like you can see the earlier section we were not able to you know import the particular types and validations. So we already have that commit that's actually fixed that. So let's just look into that. I just somehow forget because I didn't look into all the step from the documentation. That's why I just missed that part. So in this particular commit, you can see that's the commit after we added the package validation things. Like after we added the job and we tried add the validation and schema, that's the problem happened, and I fixed that and also committed that fix. So if I now just go in the ts config, where in the ts config from our front end application, so that's why we're not able to import perfectly. So let's just go back to the package.json ts.config file from our front end folder. Let's just collapse the source, and in the tsconfig.json file we have to add all this section under the path. So in the path we already have like these things. This is gonna help to when we import using @ that's actually help the import. Now we also need our front end project to be understand that okay, we are gonna use these two things as a package that we are gonna import, and we also have to mention the folder like where you are gonna import them. So this is how we can explain. And also if you need to know more about these particular changes, you can just ask that and it will give a better explanation. And also let's just see what are the things we added. This was the older commit, and that's it. Here you can see include, we have to include all the packages source directory. So in the include here ts all the this include has all the TypeScript file from the root folder and also all the tsx file. Now we also have to include dot packages. That means it will go to the packages folder, and inside that packages folder if there are any nested source directory, they are also going to include in our TypeScript config file, so that we will able to get those suggestion directly in our front end packages like front end project. So now if we go anywhere in the profile page, let's say here, we should able to easily import them by VS Code suggestion. So and also let's look into from the Gemini that what it explains. So the first one is path alias, that's help to map the symbol to refer the source directory and help to import with a better way. Let's say if we don't have that path alias, we have to input like this. When we have path alias, we just simply use like @model/user. I think you already know that. And also in the second or the main things that we added in this particular section is like monorepo package aliases. So we have to tell our front end that we have the packages, and that's need to be also included in our front end project, so that it referred that we have some shared code that need to be integrated into our front end project, so you will see the benefit. And also if you have more questions, just feel free to ask here. Yeah. And I think you understand, like, yes, in the TypeScript config file we must have to specify what we are going to do with any other local packages. Now if I just try to type like s update user profile, boom, you can see it's giving the suggestion like from the package / definition. And also if I just go with the type like t update user profile, maybe the type you will not directly able to import, because as you saw earlier that importing the type is kind of a different nowadays in the React. So maybe we are not able to directly import that. Let's just grab the actual name from the type t update user profile. So if I now just try, yes, you will not able to see. But when you just declare an interface like this, and or maybe you declare a type like hello, and here if you just try to import, then you will get the suggestion, because now the TypeScript know that you are trying to access some of the type. Then it actually look into all the type that's actually integrated in our package.jsons that's with link with. So that's why when you're gonna create type interface and then you will get those suggestion. But in general, when we just try to use that here, it's going to work like a value, not like a type. So that's why you will not get the suggestion for the type here. So whenever you just going to declare the type, you will get the type suggestion. Whenever you using the schema, you will get the schema suggestion, because the schema work like kind of value, not type. So yeah, that's the syntax right now to import any type in React. So that's it. So we don't need that right now. So that was the fix for the import issue. So I think you able to understand that. And let's just see what are the changes we have to make. So in the sidebar, okay, in the sidebar it has also added like the key. So let's just look into the sidebar that we added the key or not. Maybe we missed that while we are mapping. So in the map we don't have that key. Okay, we already add that key. Maybe it was if I just go to the inspect and go to the console and refresh, okay, the server is not running. I believe you understand that if you already know React. So if I just refresh, now you can see the error here, like key prop from the sidebar. So there is some error from the sidebar that we didn't provide the valid key. So let's just add index. That's going to be like the number, and we can just simply use that index as a key. And now when we refresh, the error will be gone. So that's how you can debug and also fix the issue. And that's why I highly recommend just look into my commit, and all those commit is kind of like a story, like how I fix that, how I do this, how I do that, and also with a proper explanation. I think in the doc, I earlier I didn't follow the doc. That's why I missed the options, like how this one, I think this one, troubleshoot. If you see the import is not working, make sure you have the correct path and the package installed. Check tsconfig.json properly configured to include the package. So that's what I missed earlier. That's why the commit actually remembered me. So yeah, let's just commit that again for your reference. So let's just add that, and let's move forward to our next sections. And the next section commit will be this one, profile from and controller, common input field, React hot toast. And yeah, we are gonna do a lot of things, and I think that's going to be the last commit for the UI level. And that's the last step where we're gonna create the profile UI, like the form UI, and we're gonna add the validation to at least complete our form related work. And after that we can move to the backend implementation. So let's quickly do the front end stuff. So first of all, let's go to the commit and see what are the changes here. And also let's look into the steps. We have to create a common component for profile from, as we discussed earlier, and we can place that in either admin or maybe in the learner. That's up to you. But yeah, you can see in the components we also have common, and inside that common we have admin folder as well as. So let's just see from the commit. So we have add several things, like first of all the components. So in the components we have to create admin, and in that admin is going to be like an admin form, but we can reuse that in the learner as well as, but let's just put that in the admin so that it will work. Or maybe we can just put that into the common folder like profile from. I think that will be also good. But in the common I want to make sure like all the common component could be like independent, not included in our directly in our pages. So that's why I'm not interested to put that particular component into the common slash from. So yeah, let's just create this folder quickly. So we have to create let's choose the front end components and common. Inside that common, or maybe outside of the common, we have to create admin folder where we're going to put the admin related component, and inside that common we need another folder which is called form, because input field is part of a form, so we need to create a form folder, and inside that form folder we're going to put all those input field like select, then text input, text area, all those things. So let's create the input field component here, and also the profile form component in the admin folder. So first let's create this one, and this one will be inside here, and also then the profile form. Yeah, that's it. So these are the two components we're going to create, and also we're going to create some other things as well as. So here you can see in the profile page we just use that particular profile form for the admin, as well as we're going to go for the learner. So let's look into the steps. So as we are going to use React hook form for form handling and also validation, so let's just install React hook form, and then we can start working with the input field. So let's grab our input field code. So input field, this is kind of like a same component that we have done with the button in earlier section. So this input field I also tried to make that from AI, and also all the props I provided as a input, and then it's give me that particular common reusable input. So I think I placed that in a wrong file, put that input here, and let's try to understand what's going on here. So let's first see all the props. Like for input field we need label, then we need name, then the type is going to be like, is that input field is number or string, or maybe email, all sort of things. So this will inherit from the HTML input type attribute. If you just hover over, then you can see all those time. Then the placeholder, then value, and also on change, error. So if there are any validation error, we're gonna show under the input field, we can pass that error here. And if there are some information we're gonna show, we can also pass that. Then we have some class name. If we need to control the label class name, we can also grab that. Then we can also control the input field class name. So these are all the options you can add. As much as you can add, the more control level the input field will be. Then also like require, disable, and you can see that we are also gonna make that input field to handle text area. So if you just pass is text area true, then it's gonna work like a text area. Then also when you make that true, then you can also define the rows, that how many rows you can define on that particular text area, so that it will increase the height. And also we can grab that on key down event. Let's say you just type something and hit enter, then we can also grab that particular event. So in a real kind of component library, you probably see a tons of props, because that's pretty much important when you are going to make a controllable input field or any form field, because in the form field there are so many attributes. So we need those attributes to be controlled from the parent element. So that's why we must have to add them. And for the by default there will be type equal to text, that's it, and other will come from the parent component. So you can see that this is the style, base style, and when the form will be disabled, there will be the style change here. You can just grab that style and try to study the style, you can do so. Then also element class name, that's actually for like you can see when we have error, then we need to design the particular input field kind of a different UI. Let's say when the validation hit and we want to show the input field as a red border, and the design could little bit change. So that's why this class is for. And then the change handler, so this will come from the on change, like this. You can see on change. So we are going to provide that on change from the parent, so that we can control there. And also this particular function will accept the value, and the value will come from when we on change something, exactly like our input field. And inside that component, what we render the level. If we have level, then we're going to show the level. If not, then there will be no level. And if that's the text area, then we're going to show the text area. You can see that it's just HTML text area. And if you go up, then you will see there are no other library like material or any kind. So as I told earlier, that we're going to build everything from scratch. So that's it. The placeholder value, so all the props we get from here from the parent, so we are just gonna put them inside of those property, like as an attribute. You can see like rows, then class names. If we want to control the element like the text area or input specifically, then we just simply pass the element class name, then on change, disable, and also on key down, so on. So the same will be go for the input field. And here in the bottom of that field, we can just now simply showcase the error. Let's say we have that error property with string, then we're gonna show that error. If it's like info message, then we're gonna show that kind of info. You can see the color, like when we show the text error, it's going to be red. When we're gonna show the info, it's going to be like gray. So that's it. That's overall the input element. It's common reusable element. And if you want to study more, then I just highly recommend, as always, just ask Gemini, providing the whole code, or just provide chunk by chunk code to understand. First you can go, put the props to understand what's about all the props and how you can increase that if needed, so that you can add more functionality. Then you can just give all those upper logic here before until return method. So it's gonna help you to understand how the CLSX actually merging all those classes. That's also pretty interesting to learn. And then the component stuff. So I think the input field is more easier than the button we saw in the last section. Like here, the button is quite complicated on the styling thing. It's like mass kind of thing, because these are the code that's not going to be like fully qualityful, but still they are at least understandable and also acceptable. But we can refactor some of this code. Yes, we can use AI to refactor all those things. But I checked and reviewed. I think all the component I'm going to show you is kind of like well written, and also I would say out of 10 it's like 7 or 8 kind of, and if you read the code, you can also see some of the interesting point, and also the point that doesn't actually matter. So I think the input field is more straightforward than the button. And in the future, we're going to build like select component, and that's going to be like a complicated one to understand like what's going on inside that input field. So now that's it. We have the input field. Now you might be want to see like how the input field will be look like. So let's just try to design the component so that we can see the result. And for the component, it's like the profile from. So let's just grab the whole component, but the whole component is combined with the the validation and all those things. We can just simply use a single input field to show you like how the field working. And also let's just create the component first so that we can reuse that everywhere. So let's it's going to be like profile from, and then let's just add the wrapper, and we can just simply export the component, like export default. I'm super lazy nowadays to write code. I just try to generate code nowadays because we have tons of tools to generate code. So why not just use those tools to generate code and review instead? Like nowadays writing code could become like a repetitive task, or like I don't know, like not fully productive task. Instead, you should generate code and you should strictly review those code. You have to gain a skill about reviewing code and understanding the code, and try to find out optimization from that code. So reading, starting on the code, and reviewing the code is super important. It's going to be in near future, because AI can now write tons of code. You would not believe like how much code AI can generate. Thousands and thousands of line of code can be generated by just spending like tokens. So let's just add a username like Hassan, let's say. So that's going to be the input field, where we can just put the level, name, type, placeholder, value, disable. And also if we just hover over on like control space, then we can see all those suggestions from the VS Code about all the props. Put down change here. So let's just use this particular profile form into our route. Like for the admin profile route page and also in the learner profile route page, so that we can see the visual changes. And this particular form does not accept any props or something like that, so you can just simply use it freely, so there are no restrictions. And also let's add that into our profile from the learner side. And that's it for now. So let's just check our UI. So our server is not running. I just always forget to run the server. Okay, that's great. So let's just check. Still we don't added any navigation link here, so we're gonna add them. For now, let's just go to by using the URL. You can see that's our form, and it could be used as a text area. So let's just say, yeah, bring that, and if we just provide the is text area props as a true, then it will work like text area. So we're gonna say just pass them like this, and then we can just also say rows, how many rows we want to look like, what will be the height. I think 6, and let's just check. Yeah, so this is also working as a like text area, and it's showing like disable, so you just remove the property, and now we can see we can control the form. And also for on change, we have to on change, otherwise that's not going to work, changing the value. And maybe we also need some sort of a state here, so that the on change actually took place. So if you just now save and try to on change, nothing will happen. You cannot on change anything because you are not connect with your input field with a particular. So let's say you can just create a user state hook, and sorry, the user state, yeah, and then attach that value here, and in the on change you are just set that user state value to that particular value that's coming from the input, and then you will see a working input field. So that's how easy it will be when you use that. And you can see we are refactoring a tons of logic. See that a lot of logic under this particular component. And also let's see the errors working or not. So we're gonna put an error like invalid form or input, something like that. So when you put that, then you can see the input field design got changed. It become like red, and also the message here. And also we can pass that like info. If you just pass info, then you can see the message is here and with the gray color. So it's not seems like an error input field. So that's about the particular input field what we develop here. So now our task is to complete our design about the profile form, and also the validations, like how we're going to manage the validation with React hook form, and also do those stuff. So one thing I want to mention here is the pattern we're going to follow, like how we're going to able to write those logic of front end side code. Let's say in the profile form we have some logic, like how we can handle those form. And let's say if we are in a module called like course list, course create, and all those things. So in the front end we need some sort of a layer of like a folder structure pattern where we can put some of the code logic, and the UI will be in different folder. Let's say in our components we put all the UI, right? In our routes we put all the pages structure. So for the logic we must need some sort of separate folder or files where we can put all the logic. Let's say for the profile form we need a particular file to handle all the logic that related to profile. Let's say where we're gonna put maybe all those validation schema, like how we change form, how we do this, do that, and how we call API. So all will be goes to there, and that particular file will be used in our component to just simply connect with those logic. So we can achieve that by React custom hook. If you already familiar, like when we use the use theme hook, custom hook, to actually use that in React components. Because if you just create a function, and in that function you cannot just use React hook. So in our logic, when we have component related logic or maybe the feature related logic, sometimes we must have to use React hook, like use state, then maybe use effect, and maybe tons of other hooks. So we must need some sort of custom hook so that we can also reuse some of the hook. Because if we just simply create function to share logic, that's not gonna work with the hook. So we must need to create custom hook to actually use the use state hook, and then use effect, all those hooks, so that we can write those logic, we can share that, and in component we can just simply call that particular hook, and we can retrieve all those value easily. Let's say for the profile form we can call a logic share hook that's going to be like use profile controller. So what that means, that's gonna help to put all the logic inside of that hook, and we can just simply use those logic in the components. That's what we are gonna do in this section. And that's a kind of interesting pattern. I think I didn't saw that pattern kind of anywhere maybe for now. I just took that pattern from the backend side. So in the backend, when we go like MVP, where we model controller, and I think model view controller, that kind of pattern we follow, where the model actually hold the table, the controller actually holds some of the logic, and the view is kind of like rendering the view. So that case, in the controller we used to put some business logic stuff. So that case I also think like, okay, why not we also put all the front end logic inside a controller kind of things. So from that idea I just think and realize, okay, let's create a separated folder or hooks where we're gonna put all those business logic related to the front end. So that's why you can see in the commit we have a controller folder under the hooks. So what it will do, this controller folder we're going to put all the controller related to components. So let's just create the folder, and the controller means like the business logic or the components logic, all those. So we can just name it controllers or controller whatever, just make sure you become easier to understand. So and then I'm just going to create another one, because this controller folder should be scalable. Let's say there will be 100 components, and 100 component must have different business logic, and 100 component will have 100 controller. So that case we must need to categorize or group all those controller. So just make sure you created a nested folder inside the controller. Let's say for the account module you can create account, for the course you can create course, for the lesson you can create lesson, and inside that lesson put all the component that's related to lesson, pages or maybe lessons components, all those things you can put there. So that how it will become like a scalable. So in the account folder we are going to create our first controller, which is going to be like use profile from controller. So what that's going to do, so that's going to actually simply hold all the logic related to use from, like, sorry, from component, profile from component. So let's just add that and try to decode our first controller hook. So that's it. So you have to use like use and then the capital letter for creating a hook. Now we can just simply use any React hook inside of this particular function, and this hook can be used in any component, so that you don't have to write all the messy logic inside of your main component and then return the UI. Let's say for handling all the schema validation, you can just simply see the commit, like how many lines of code you have to write them inside of that particular form component. So you can see we have almost 47. Let's just remove 10 lines, so I would say 37 line. So that's if the component is let's say look into the profile from, then you can see how big the component is. It's almost 100 line. So if your component only component it took 100 line of code, then if you add another 40 lines of code about the logic for those handling those component, then it will become like a mess. And in React it's super easily become like a big component stuff. So let's say you just simply add a button and maybe add two form, and also you put some of the logic for controlling all those things, it become like 100 line, and that's really hard to understand from developer perspective. So I think separating those logic into different custom hook is really helpful, and you're gonna see the benefit when we're going to make this project way bigger. You're gonna see the benefit. So let's start with the hook and try to add section by section, like what we're gonna do with our hook like profile form. So first of all we have to initialize the React hook form. So for that case we can just simply use the use form from the React hook form. You can see that we are now using hook from React or maybe third-party library in our custom hook. So use form, I think we didn't install properly the React hook form. Let's just go to the package.json. What we need, so we need to React hook form. So let's check our package.json that we installed that correctly, and yes, it seems like we have installed correctly. And also I think let's just try again. Okay, we are not able to get the suggestion, and our file is also with .ts. Let's just simply manually just import use form. So how we can do that, like this, that's the code. So if I just go, yep, and see that use from, that will come from React hook from. That's a hook that's gonna help to initialize the form, and also you can put the validation schema, which will be help to validate your form. And now if I just remove maybe all these things, you can see we can destructure those. After like initialize the form, we can destructure a lot of property. That's we're gonna see how we do that. And also in the use form, you can also provide the type. So for our case, as we added the type from our package, so it's going to be like t update user profile. The type is about like the schema type that's coming from here. So that's mean this form will handle only in name and image URL. And in that particular use form, you will able to give like an object, and inside that object you can define a lot of things like default values. So these are the default value we want to see, like empty. So whenever we see the fresh form, we will see those value are empty. And also we can change that value as well as when we need. And also in the resolver, that's important things where we can put the validation schema. So let's just ask to Gemini like what resolver is to get a better understanding about the resolver. And there you can see that along with the dot resolver integration, so to initialize a form validates data against dot schema, you provided earlier this method. So it's just talking with the history. So if you go a little bit down, then the resolver, yes. So what's that? So this is integration package, usually hook from resolver slash dot. That means we need a different package for using this property. And what that property do, like the purpose, this is the core logic that ties your validation schema to the React hook from library. That means it's the connector who actually connect with your Jod validation schema with React hook form. So that's just simple it is to understand. And how you can connect, so that also required a different package to connect with your schema to hook form, because hook form doesn't build in support with Jod schema. And that's why you need kind of like a middle wire kind of library that's gonna handle that part to make your Jod schema into a hook from supported schema. That's the simplest way to understand this. So let's install the Jod resolver. So maybe we can just go to the commit and check from the package.json about the package name. So the package name is hook from resolvers. So just install that, npm install hook from resolvers. That's it. So after installing that, also let's run our server. My bad, I can just simply open another terminal and install there. That would be also fine. So there will be Jot resolver from our package from hook from resolver. So how you can import that is pretty simple. If you go to the profile form, and then not profile form, because now we are going to use profile from controller. That's our main logical hook where we put all the logic. So that's the import statement for importing the Jot resolver. So I don't know why it's not giving the suggestion. I think that's my VS Code problem. So you would able to get the suggestion like when you just hit it is gonna give the suggestion from hook from resolver slash Jot. Or if it's not, then just manually import that. And also in that particular resolver, now you can just put a Jot schema. So for our case schema, we can just simply call that schema as update user profile, and that is the schema we created here. So now we can see some sort of error and warning from VS Code. So it's saying that there are some property missing when we are trying to provide the schema. So this is the kind of like a common error when you have gonna use like monorepo and you use like local package. So right now I use like Jot resolver. Right now I just install that, and the version it could be like you see, let's just the version it's 5.2.2. okay, so and the Jot I install that was maybe yesterday or maybe in the morning. So in the meantime there could be another version that's released, like a minor version change. So that case maybe the type could be change or remove. So that's why we have to sync with all the versions. That means we have to upgrade the version frequently when you are just doing like this kind of package stuff. So let's go to our validation package and try to install the latest Jot and try to see that our error is gonna go or not. So let's go to the packages and definitions, and inside there now we can just simply uninstall our Jot. So let's just install Jot and then install that back again to get the latest version. Right now it was like 4.1.11. So let's just try to install that again to see if the minor version change or not. and it's showing the same version like 4.1.11. So I'm not sure why the error was happening. Let's just try to build that project. Okay, so after build the project, now we can just simply go back to our front end to install again. npm install all the packages. Okay, let's now just try to check. No, it still is not resolved. So yeah, let me find out a solution for this one. So what I found after investigating these things is because the hook from resolver is kind of a different third-party package, and also jot is a separate package. So when in the resolver package the jot doesn't upgrade it into that particular library itself, then sometimes it could be conflicted. So for get rid of from that issue what we're facing, we have to install exactly the correct version that we are used in the commit, so that we will not get that error again. So first of all, we have to go to our older commit where we initialize the schema and the jot. So you can just simply find that here, like definition package added jot validation. So let's just go to this commit to check our jot version, and also check that with our local. So it's showing 4.0.17. And if we now go to our package from here, like definitions, and the jot version is 4.1.11. So the version difference is huge. There are a minor version that released, so we have to downgrade our jot to this particular version. So let's just manually change that, and also try to remove the older one and try to reinstall again. So in the definition, we're gonna just remove the node modules, and then we're gonna install all the package again. And now it should install the jot with the exact version we work with, but still is showing jot 4.1.11. That should not be here. Maybe we are in the wrong. Okay, we are in the right directory. Yes, I think that's using from the local or kind of cache related issue, but I believe it installed jot 4.0.17. Let's try to build that again. npm build, gonna build our definition package, and after that we also have to downgrade the resolver with the same exact version we used here. So it's going to be like this one. So let's just downgrade this. So for that case, we can just simply navigate to our front end, and we can simply uninstall the resolver, or we can just manually update that particular version for the resolver. So it's 5.2.22, so we can just simply use 5.2.1. so that's the minor change happening. So now let's try to remove the node module as well as from the front end, and also if possible, so just remove the package lock.json. That's also track those changes and try to install again. npm install. Yes, so if we now see the resolver version is showing 2.22 because of we added something like this here, this character. So this character actually try to install the latest or the above any minor version. So we can simply remove that to strictly install this particular version. Let's try this. Yes, now you can see that it is showing 5.2.2 is available, and it's remove the older one and install the 5.2.1. So there could be some sort of package in the future could be deprecated, or there are some minor release happen. So that case, you if you face any issue, then you have to just remove that particular character to downgrade strictly to the exact version that we are using in this video, so that you will not get any error. And also the same things need to be in our packages here for the jot. So let's also go to the definition package.json, and also remove these things to install exact version that we used earlier. And we don't have any package log, so that we go to our packages and try to install again. Now you can see the jot also has downgraded. That's it. Let's also build our definitions so that we can get the latest from the front end project. Now let's install back again so that it get the latest local project. That's it. So workspace also done. So if we now just go and try to use that again, we should not see the error. Okay, still we're getting that error. So that seems like problematic. I just reload the server, check any error happening or not. So I think the error is gone after restart the VS Code or reload the VS Code, because sometimes it's kind of like cache things that just doesn't work on the runtime. So yeah, you have to reload the server. So I think the error is gone now, and it's just looking well. So that's how you have to debug. So if you face or stuck anywhere while you are doing code by watching my video, then as soon as you got error, just try to fix that on the fly from using Gemini or maybe from Stack Overflow. And nowadays we have multiple LLM tools. We can just ask and try to resolve that error and then continue again. Otherwise, you will lose the flow of the whole development. So that's the setup for React hook from. Let's just save this file. We are going to use that controller in that component. So now let's try to add one by one all those logic that we are going to do. So for complete hook from setup with our schema, we can just simply use like this. And here we have default value and the resolver. And here we have destructured three things like control, handle submit, and form state. And in this form state, we will destructure the errors and is submit. So is submit is kind of like a boolean flag that's gonna help like when we submitting the form, it's gonna track that. And also errors, you can simply know that it's a error. Like if we got any error from the validation, we will get that error in here. And handle submit is that method that's gonna help to trigger the form, to submit. And then control is a kind of a different like important things. This control is going to help to let's just watch from Gemini to give you better explanation. So let's just provide the whole code and try to put that here. Okay, I think that was different, like the short version mismatch. I tried to find out from the Gemini. So yeah, this is what. So the controls, the purpose is it's an object used to register external components that are a native HTML input, like a custom dropdown or third-party date picker with React hook from. Functionality, so when you use separate controller component from React hook from, you pass the control object to it. This allow RHF, like React hook from, to internally track the state and validation rules for the custom input, making the form fully integrated. So what that means, so if you go React hook from documentation, then you would see just go to get start, and here there are a bunch of options like register fields, apply validation, integrating an existing form, integrating with UI libraries, control input, and so many things. So if you look at our custom input field, what do you think? It's like a custom input field which does not directly have input element. The component itself has that input element, but when we use that, we don't use the native input element. Here, let's say in the component we didn't use like input from HTML. We just use our input field. So that case, the whole component will work like a UI component, like UI library related component. Let's say you import a input field from Material UI. So what you call that? It's called like the input field come from Material UI, like a different UI library. So our input field is kind of like the same. And for that case, we have to follow this particular documentation, like integrating with UI library. So if you just click there, then you can see the same kind of implementation we did, like control. So what that control is gonna give is gonna help us to integrate with third-party UI libraries, where you just pass the control to the controller component. That's we're gonna see like how the controller components also work. And inside that controller component, you will able to inject your custom component like from the UI library. You can see like we have to use like controller component from React hook from, so that we can get control of that particular third-party input element like select, input, all those things. And in that controller element, we have to wrap our main form component into the render method, render property, or like render props, and we will get all those things. So let's just try to simply understand that by just copying the code, like what it will do. So you can just go to the documentation and see the implementation, how we implemented that. And you can see like the input is imported from the Material UI, and how it used, you have to declare a controller. Then inside that controller, you have to pass the control. The control is like the hook from control. Okay, so you have to pass that control from hook from, and when you pass that, then in the render method, render props, you can provide the whole input field, and you will get all those native control attribute from React hook from. So if you just provide that to Gemini, let's see what explanation it provides. So controller component acts as a bridge between React hook forms, internal state management, and your external custom form fields. Let's say in our main input field, we didn't have any state to control our on changes and all those internal state. So what we do, we use that input field out in any component, and then we pass all those state controlling props or attribute. So when we use third-party UI library, all the UI library work kind of like same. We have to pass those state from the parent side. So for that case, React hook form actually provide you this controller component that will give that particular help. Like it will work like a bridge to manage those internal state into itself, like in React hook form, so that you don't have to took the hassle of managing those state. And you can see the control. This prop is an object you extracted from the use from hook, and it tells the controller which specific form instance it belongs to. It necessary the controller to connect with the form context and the logic. So in this controller, it's gonna internally identify like which property you're gonna use, or like which form you're gonna targeting. Let's say in our this controller, let's say if you have name, you have a property called name. So if you just put that controller into your input field like here, this one, then it will automatically and also you have to put the name so that it can identify which form that's really connect with the hook from property. And also the render props, that's kind of like the bridge. Here you can put that particular third-party libraries component, and you will get all those field attributes from as a argument. So let's just simply just implement by ourselves to understand what's going on. Okay, so first of all, we have to pass that controller to like from we have to pass the controller from here, because right now this is kind of like a hook, so we cannot just simply use this control indirectly in our profile form. We must have to use that hook so that we can use that. So for that case, we have to return some of the values. So let's just return the control, and also the handle submit, and also return the error as well. As so is submitting, yes, we can just simply complete that later. So let's now try to use this particular hook here, and now we will get the control easily here. So that you can see we don't have to write those code inside of that particular component. We can just separate that, and now we can just simply import and use that whenever we necessarily need it. So now let's just see our code from the profile from, like how we can integrate a particular from, let's say this one. So this is the from for the name property. So let's just use this, and also took this one as well as for the image. So yep, these are the two property that's going to be like included in our hook form. And other property like these two, email and name, is going to be like email and username is going to be like read only, so we don't need to wrap that with hook form. So yeah, you can see the value for now. Let's just remove those value like this, and yeah, we have to import the controller component from React hook form, and that controller component we have to provide that controller, and also make sure you provide the name so that the controller can identify which form or like which field you are talking about. So the field, the validation you provided, so the validation was the property was name, and the same name you must have to provide here in the default value so that it validate, it can identify, and the same name you have to provide in the particular name like here, so that all three can connect together and perform the action. And also we should get the errors from here. So if you just say errors, you will get that errors, and you can use that errors. So these errors are the errors like as you saw in the error property, we can just pass any error. So we will get the errors from our errors from the from state from hook from, and that error will have like the same property like dot name, and on that name we will have message. That message is gonna give that particular error. So every time if we need to use our React hook from with our UI component, then we must need to wrap with the controller component, and inside that controller component we will have render attributes or props. And on that props we will pass our main UI component, including all those changes. Let's say in the field, this field will be kind of like all the, it will contain all the attribute the native input field has. Let's say we have on change, on change, then we have on key down, maybe we have on blur, and all those kind of event handler we have in our input field, like a native input field, all the attributes from here. So maybe you can find like on blur, you can see that's the event. So all these native event handler, you can find that in this field. So that's why we're passing all those value here. So let's say if you just try to find, you can see that it's on blur. So that's mean now we can get control the whole thing in our hook form with the UI components library. So that's, I think, it for how we can implement our custom component with hook form. And that was the full name, and that was like the image field where image URL field where we put the image URL. And also we can put like some sort of information. So let's just see from the UI. Okay, let's just refresh, and we are getting some error. Let's see, our client is running, but I think we need to clear the cache. Let's just stop the server and try to run again and refresh. Yeah, the issue gone. So these are the two fields now. You can see it's the same field, but it's now control. The control is on the React hook form, and these are the two fields that's like the read-only field. And if we go to the controller, and there should be a property called values or something like that, get values. So with that get values, you will able to see all the values from those from. So in the middle, you can see we don't have any other state or anything that's need to be handled for our from value. So when we are passing this particular field, and it also have the onChange method, so whenever we are passing that onChange method internally with our input field, it's directly change calling that particular onChange method, and the render method field.onChange method triggering that, and also it's using the name to connect with the hook form configurations. Then it will also connect with the resolver with the same name and set the value internally in the state. And when you use get values, let's say just we can just simply use that here in the log. Let's say get values, just call that method. And you can also pass those property, or you can just simply pass nothing. That will give all those values. Let's just say here, if we just simply inspect and try to text anything, we should get those value. Right now we need to somehow trigger something, otherwise that's not gonna give anything. So let's just grab the button for submit our hook form. So we can grab that button by this. There are some other information as well. As let's just grab the button for now and put that button under our input field here. And let's just import the button, and it's submitting. You can see it's submitting is kind of like the boolean property that's gonna disable when that's it's submitting the form. So let's just also import in submitting from here, and also export that directly from here. And now we can submit the form. How? This button, okay, we have to wrap that particular things into a form element so that we can submit the form when we click on that particular button. So we can make the button as a submit type. And let's just do this by wrapping with form. So here, so if we just go and just simply wrap our all the input field with this, then so let's just bring all those input field including the button inside of the form element, so that when we trigger that button or submit that button, it will trigger the form tag, and also the onSubmit method is gonna call. And here you can see in the onSubmit method we are calling a handle submit method, and inside there we are passing onSubmit. So how we will get these two value? So we will get them from React hook form. So here you can see we have handle submit. So this is kind of like the built-in method for from React hook form that's gonna help to trigger the handle when you submit a form, or when you click on a button. You can just trigger the form from anywhere by using handle submit method. And in that handle submit method, you have to provide another method which is going to be the exact method that's gonna handle your the form submission. Let's say if I just click like create a function here on submit, or let's just bring our function like use from controller. Here you will see we have a on submit method. Put that, and you can see this on submit method will took the type like this, the submit handler type. And here you have to pass the type from the schema that we created. So it's actually the type of that particular object, so that we can grab that value. And you can put it async, or you can put it anything like not async function, because right now when we are gonna use that, we need some sort of async task. That's why we just define that async. And on that particular function, in the as an argument, you will get that particular values when the form is submitted. So if that form got validated, then you will get the value, but if not, then you will not get the value. And the thing was that we have to see whenever we change the value. So we can also see the value by actually defining that into the render method. Let's say just pass that get values from here so that we can use that in our component. And let's just complete this function as well. As so we have to import the log for log the form data. So whenever we submit that, we'll get that. And also we have toast, so we are going to install the toast later in this section. Let's just pass the on submit for now. So that's it. Now we can use both of that. So let's just use first the get values and then also the on submit method. And on submit method, it will going to be for in our handle submit, and also we can grab that handle submit. So that's mean whenever the on submit method triggered from the form, then it's gonna call our handle submit and it will pass the main function from our controller. So this is the function that where we can write our logic after the form successfully submitted, and this handle submit is gonna do the work by itself, like handling validation, handling retrieving all those data and all those things. So now if we want to show like the values, we can just simply console log here so that we can get the value in real time. Let's just type and see that we can get the values or not. So we are not able to get the value because we didn't call that. Call again. Yes, now we are able to get that. And when you are changing, you can see we are not able to get the value in real time, because how react hook form is work is like when you change something on the input field, it will not render in your UI. And that's kind of like super optimized way. If you're familiar with Formic, that time whenever you change anything in the input field, and if you just console log those value, you will get the real-time update. But in React hook form, that's not the case. In that case, whenever you change something on the HTML, you will not able to get that result by just simply call the method. Instead, you have to watch that, or maybe you can put a use effect hook. I think there is an method called watch. That watch field actually help to see real time changes, but you will not able to see that directly. So let's just say watch, and I think watch will be okay. And let's just remove the get values because we're not going to use that. So maybe in the future section you will see the use case of this value. That's mean this is the method that's only work when you trigger something. Let's say if there is a button and you click that button, then the get value will call and it will retrieve the latest data from that particular state. So get values use case is kind of different. And if you need like check in real time, then you can just use the watch method. So let's just this. And mostly we are not going to use the watch method because that's not good. You can see like whenever we change, the value is also changing and giving us the actual value. But that's not good. Whenever you use like watch method, it's going to re-render and you will see the changes. Instead, you can use the get values whenever you need, and also the on submit. That's the standard way to use or fetch the data when you submitted the form. Now let's try to submit the form to check our validation is also working or not. We just simply refresh and now try to update the form, then you can see the validation is working and we are not able to submit the form. And if you just click, nothing will happen. So let's just provide a name and also URL and try to update again. You can see that it's not accepting because it's not a valid URL. So let's just provide a valid URL, and now you can see if you just now try to update, then you can see the form data that's showing in the console. So that's the flow. So if I just recap the flow, first of all, you need the controller from React hook from, which will help to wrap your third-party UI library. And in the third-party UI library, you will have on change, on key down, on blur, all those attributes from controlling your native input. And also this controller method have the render props, which will provide you all the same native method like on blur, on change, and all those things, so that it will sync with your UI library. So when you use like field.onChange, field.onBlur, and when you pass like this, or maybe when you hard coded use like this, onChange equal to field.onChange, so what it will do, it will call the internal onChange function from the controller, and inside of that controller function it will have kind of like an state, internal state that actually help to set the value, change the value, update the value, all those things that connected with our hook form, so that whenever we submit the form we get that from data from that particular internal state. So that's how you can just simply use hook form to manage your form very efficiently. So now our validation is working fine, so let's try to complete our form UI as well as our use from controller hook. And I think that's all we have so far to explain in that particular page. Let's just grab the whole code overall. As you saw earlier in the UI, under the button we have also two property here that's showing like last login and kind of information. So that's why I'm just grabbing the whole component. And here you can see we have some error, like it's showing user.username. So where we will get that user? So we will get that user from, of course, our controller. And where that user will come from, our controller. So let's just see. If you go to the controller, then we should have that use click. And here you can see we define an object that we return. Let's just also define that. We can define that as well as here, but for now it's hard coded. In the future this will be come from when we log in, we will get those informations and we're going to pass them, and when we pass them we can show them here. So that's why we need to grab that user input here and also put all those information. Let's just save and see what will be the data. So the data is like we will have an image here, then we will have last login and then join date, these two information, and this two field will be controlled by React hook form, but this two field will not. This will only show the information. So that's why you will see here we use like just only input field, and we are just setting the value with user.username, user.email, and that's coming from our return property here, email and username, and also the name. So we just provided hard coded, and also the last login created at. So these are the two information we are showing here at the bottom of that particular page here. And the onSubmit method is inside of our form. You can just wrap the form within this two property, including the button, or you can just wrap with the all the property. That's also fine. And also if you need to trigger manually, let's say you have a button and you want to trigger, so you can just simply grab that, and instead of using on submit, you can just use like on click here, on click, so that form will be triggered from here. So let's just make this type, just comment out this type so that it will get, or maybe just we can say button type. So now we don't we have the form, but it's not gonna trigger, and the submission of that form will trigger from the by clicking on the button. Okay, so let's just try to check. Let's just refresh and click, and you can see it's kind of the same, it's working. So it's up to you how you use that, but using a form tag, that's like the standard way. Just use the form, then on the onSubmit method just pass the. And now let's complete our use profile form controller with all the code. So first I'm gonna grab inside all the logic and I'm gonna replace them. Yeah, so that's it. Now you can see all the code is almost done, so we just need the toast. Why toast? So when we submit the form, so we are going to check or like we're gonna call the API, and when the API successfully insert the data, then we can show the toast. So we're gonna use React hot toast. Let's just see the library name. So if you go to package.json, you can see that React hot toast. So let's just search that in the Google to check out that. So that's the library, and that's really cool. It's very teeny, and it has good support of customization and a tons of stuff. So you can just simply use different one based on your requirement, but I think it'll be perfect for my needs. So let's just install that, and let's see how we can set up that npm add react hot toast. And for set that up, you have to go to the documentation react hot toast. You will get the process. First of all, you have to install, then you have to put that inside of your main wrapper app, and then you can just use that from anywhere. That's the beauty. So let's just use this toaster in our main app, and also let's just close and also check our commit that where we are initializing that particular toaster. So if you just go to the main.tsx file, then you will see we are initializing the toaster here in the route provider before and under the strict mode. So, and you might see some of the changes here, but let's just, the main changes should be this one. We have to add that line. So let's go to our main.tsx file, and under the strict mode we can just simply call the toaster, and also we have to import that as well as, but we're not able to get the suggestion. Let's see what's the issue. No, we are not able. Let's first fix this error and also try, or maybe we can reload our VS code, and let's just try that again. No, we are not able to get the suggestion. Let's try to import that menu. So yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes not. That's, I think, issue from my VS code and cache, as I'm using Ubuntu. Sometimes that's not working as expected, and there could be reason. Yeah, so yeah, that's the toaster, and you just have to import it by like this, and then you can just call that component, and here you can put all the configuration. You can put all the configuration based on your need, and go, if you just go to the documentations, then you will see how you can configure the toaster. So let's say that's the starting point, and if you go to the toaster, and here you can see all those props, and inside those props has its own meaning, like position, reverse order, container style. You can provide the styles, you can also provide toast option, toast id, and so many things you can provide. And it also provide hook like use toaster, so that you can also use that hook to control some of the functionality. Then it has use toaster store, that's kind of a store that will help, like how many toast you have. You can also pause that toast whenever you need by using these things. Then also toast bar, I didn't use that yet. So yeah, you can just check that out and experiment. So let's just see simply in our main.ts file. Yes, that's the only changes we have made. And also now let's just open the toast, and you can see the toast.promise. So why toast.promise? Because it's helped to give us kind of like a asynchronous toast. Let's say if you just go, and here you can see promise. So when you click on that promise, then you can see it's like showing a loading state, and then just appearing the toast. So what that means, you can wrap that with your API calling, so that if you just pass that promise here, any promise, then until the promise resolve, it will show that particular loading, and when the loading done, you will get the success message like this. And if the not loading done, if promise resolved, it will give you success message like this. If the promise give error, it's gonna show the error message like this. So that's how beautiful it is. And also in the loading, if you want to provide any text, you can also provide that. So let's just try to submit, and what I did here is just passing a manual promise with set timeout of 2 seconds. That's when it's gonna load for 2. So let's try to fill up the form and also put some sort of avatar URL. You can see that's my URL. And if we now just try to update, then we should see the toast. But yes, we're not able to see that because of maybe the toast also required some sort of styling here. When we import our toaster, it also required styling from React Hot Toast, I guess. So let's just check from our code. And no, I think that's wrong. We don't have to use any styling. You can see like all the step here. First we have to install, then just use that as a wrapper, and then toast from anywhere. So I think our issue is with the maybe submission of that form. Let's just check here that we are able to get that form data or not. We just try to inspect and try to save, try to check by clicking here. Yep, we are getting the data, but we are not able to see the toast, and the toast is coming from React Hot Toast, and inside our main function we use that. So let's check from our commit if we missed anything. So in the package.json we install that. Then in the profile form we didn't use anything, and use form controller we use the toast, and also put that code here. And in the main.tsx file we just import toaster, and these are like kind of like change on the ESLint when I just save maybe. Yeah, I think we are good, but still we are not able to see that toast message. So oh, I think our server is not running. That's the problem. My bad. So when I just install that particular package, I didn't run that server again. My bad, sorry. So just run the server and try to refresh. And now let's try to set up anything like this, try this, and you can see updating profile, and then when that successful, then it gives the success message. And let's say if we try to failed that particular form, then we will get the error message as well. As so that's it. That's how we can just use our React hook form to validate any form and also submit any form based on our need. And if you go to the commit, and we so far added all the changes that need, and also we added the profile from in our admin profile page, and also let's just check from the learner profile page, and yeah, we have the same form. Now you can see it's in the different page, but the same form, same way. We are able to update it, we are able to get that information. So whenever we are gonna bind the API, for the learner it will be kind of different, for the admin it will be different based on the value, not like the functionality. The functionality will be same because there will be no change on here. And also you can see the avatar also changing live, because whenever you add that, is updating the state from locally right now, and in the future it's going to be like fully dynamic. And if we go in our documentation and also go to the last step, I think we have finished all the steps like creating the profile UI form. Here we created the use profile from controller to actually move all the logic. So now you can see that how beautifully we manage all the logic inside a particular custom hook, and then we just use that custom hook into our component, so that it makes now the whole component looks way more cleaner. You can see that in the return statement we don't have any mess logic. Instead we are just importing all them from here, like destructuring when we just pass them, and that makes the whole code more developer friendly. Anybody can now come here and see what's going on the code, because all these are like UI related things. And if he or she need to check what's happening, they can just go to here to check all the logic. Even they don't have to look into those components, because all the value is actually passing from here. So that's how we're going to use to implement all of our component from the front end side, so that it remain kind of like a convention for our whole application, and it's going to help us a lot. So that's it for our front end starter and authentication UI, and the commit will be this one. Let's just commit our changes. So let's commit all the changes. We have deleted that file earlier, and package.json, you can see we added the hook form resolvers and also hook form and also React hot toast, and all the changes. Let's just recap and try to just push that, just put that here. And when you follow that commit, you can see that we downgraded that job, so that we don't see that minor versioning issue. So you also do the same, watch the previous section. And also maybe it could be fixed when you already watching the video. So I would recommend just first try to install the latest job. Don't just downgrade yet. First try to the latest one, and if that's failed, you get the same error like I get, then just downgrade your jot, including the jot resolver from your front end project, and then just check everything is working fine or not. So that's our commit, and push that. And so far we have completed the from UI. Now we can just work with the backend to start our authentication backend. So now let's move into our next section, which is going to be backend starter and API. That's mean we're going to start with our first API, and the commit we are going to follow is the backend user refresh token entity and common repository added. The last commit was profile from and controller common input field React hot toast. So we're now going to start with this one. And also let's see the documentation here. So the doc is super big. You can see there are tons of stuff, including the charts and steps and the follow. So you need to be kind of patient about the whole thing, so that you understand, because it has some good logic implementations that need to be understood. So yes, you have to sit tight to understand all these things. You can see the chart, like how big it is and what's going on the chart. So yeah, we're gonna understand everything, not line by line. That's not possible, but yes, I will try my best to explain all the stuff so that you can also learn. So now if I start the section, then you can see these are the changes for the first commit. And also if you just go to the documentation, then here you can see a little flow, small flow. That's the flow is kind of like when we are gonna build any API in this video or maybe in the project, we're gonna follow a convention as like as in the front end. In the front end we saw like we first created a component, then for the component logic we created a controller custom hook, and in that custom hook we put that logic. And in the future when we work on the front end more, then you will see how the complete pattern of the front end. But for the back end, it's kind of straightforward. We need to first create table. Whenever we start on any API, we need to create table, or maybe we need to use the existing table. So first it comes to entity that we call table. Then we have to create service. So what that service means, it's a class. Inside that class there will be multiple method. Each method will be responsible for each task with the database, a particular table or maybe multiple table. Let's say we have a table for user, and in that user table we will have several services, and let's say get all user, then create user, update user. So in that service we actually write the database logic code, and each service method will kind of help to perform maybe several or maybe a single task in the database. So that service layer will be kind of like as usual class method, and that will be no related with any other things, so it will be independent, so you can just use that service into the backend from anywhere. Then it comes to the controller, so that's also a separated class, and that class will handle the logic of how to handle the request, how to handle the response. So whenever someone hit any API, then the API actually start with the controller, and then controller decide which service need to be sent to the client side based on the need, based on the request. So that's the controller is. That's mean in the controller we can use multiple services, and it could be different. Let's say we have user service, we have product service, we have course service. So there will be a controller, let's say a controller for billing, a controller for something else, or maybe report. So in that report controller it will communicate with multiple service, let's say user service, then payment service, billing service. So all those service in the controller it will use and try to compact a response that can be sent to the client side based on the need. And then we will have route. So the route will be kind of like the endpoint that will connect it with the controller. The controller will be connected to multiple service, and multiple service could interact with multiple tables. So that's going to be our flow. So whenever we start a backend work, we're going to start with the database creation, or maybe update the database, or maybe using the existing database. So for our case, the authentication feature, we need two database table, which is going to be for one for user, where we will track all the user list, and then another is going to be the refresh token. So why refresh token? A separate table, because when we log in, there are tons of steps happening. Let's say you just logged in, you generated a token, the token that's sent to the front end side. The front end side use that token to interact with all those application stuff. But what will happen when the token expired? So we have to regenerate that token, right? So that case we need refresh token kind of things. It's kind of a mechanism that used in authentication, and that's a common mechanism and a standard mechanism. So if you didn't work authentication from scratch yet, then you will not be able to get that because in right now in modern authentications, like we have tons of libraries that give out of the box authentication features, so you will not able to understand all those things. So if you just build that from scratch, then you will only able to understand the whole thing. So we're gonna see that like why we need refresh token, and it's going to be connected with the user, because a user could have multiple refresh token. Let's say a user can log in with multiple device. That time the refresh token could be multiple, and also the refresh token will be failed, expire. We have to regenerate that jot token. So mainly the refresh token use case is to regenerate your JWT token. So let's say you log in the applications, and you are using it in certain time. So how you are using it, like after login there are kind of like a JWT token, and that JWT token passed to the backend to validate the API request. So if that JW token does not have the expiration date, so that anybody can took that token and use that by Postman, use that by any third party API client, and that's not securely good, because it can expose data, it can be like create privacy problem, security problem. So that case, every time, like in a day, every 50 minutes or maybe 10 minutes, we have to regenerate the JWT token. Otherwise, anybody can use that token to just do whatever they want. So that's a common practice. You have to regenerate the JWT token. So for that case, we need another token, which is called the refresh token. So that refresh token actually comes with cookies, and that's sent to every request through cookie, so that whenever the JWT token got expired, we have to regenerate that. And how we can validate that the request for regenerating the JWT token is correct? Using the refresh token. So the refresh token is kind of the token that's gonna help to verify that, okay, this is the right time. Now let's just regenerate the JWT token. So when that's also done, then it also regenerate the refresh token and send back to the client side again, so that the same refresh token the hacker or anybody can't reuse. So that's kind of a security mechanism that's helped to make the authentication more secure. So we're gonna see in details. So let's just create the entity or the table with type ORM to see how we can just create them. And let's just look into the commit and also the steps that we can start with. First of all, we have to create the folder, entity folder, and the account folder where we can put two entities. So user entity, and there will be like refresh token entities. So let's just go to the entity and account. You can see user.ts. Let's just create those file. Let's just call up the front end and also the packages. Inside our src folder from the backend, we will have entity folder, and here we are gonna create account. Again, I'm saying because when we create multiple folder, then we have the options to scale it to more file, to adding more file, to group all those code. So that's why I'm just added account. That's mean all the account authentications, all the profile, all those things will be here. Then we need another one which is called refresh token. So let's just create refresh token.ts. Now we can just start working here. And let's just check back the doc what we are doing here. So add user entity and exploited purpose. So yep, let's just add the user entity first. Okay, that's going to be the code. And yeah, now we can see in this particular entity we need to use something from the definitions package. So that's like the enum. So we have to create some enum. Why? Because in our user entity, if you just look into that from the table, we have ID, that's going to be the primary key, that's number. Then we have a string, that's going to be the GitHub ID, because as we told earlier that we're going to implement GitHub authentication, so we need GitHub ID, then username, then name, then email, image URL, then role, then status. What's the role? Role is gonna, for the user is gonna learner or admin, so that's represent the role. And the status is going to be like, is that user is active or inactive, that kind of status. And also last login created and updated. So we're gonna use like enum for the role and status, so that we can also use that in the front end as well as in the back end. So that's why we have to create enum. And where we're gonna create them, as we have a package called definitions. So in that definition, in the type, we're gonna create these two enum, like user role, you can see that's learner and the admin, and user status is going to be active and deactive. So let's just quickly create those two enum, and let's just use that from our package. So if I now just go to the packages and also the definitions, and inside the definitions we have type and user already created. Let's just add this to enum, and you can see we follow the same convention. We start with the character like that's mean enum, and then after that particular keyword, and that's it. Now we can just simply build our definition package, and then we can just import that. So let's just go back to the doc. Yes, so let's just build that first. Build our package slash definitions. So we have to navigate to, let's just run that. Okay, we are good. Let's just navigate to the packages, then definitions, and we have to build that project, npm build. So you can see every time we change anything from our package, we have to build that package, right? So it's kind of like boring task. So we're also gonna see in the later section like how we can automate everything, so we don't have to just write and save, then build. We can just write and save, and it's gonna directly use in our backend and project, front end project. So now our build has succeeded. Now we can just install this particular package in our backend folder, because in the backend we didn't yet install the definition package. So let's just install that first. So we have to navigate to the backend, and we can use the command. Let's just check from the doc that we have that command for installing that. I think somehow I missed that part in the documentation about installing that particular package in our backend folder. But still, if you go to the I think monorepo, and then understand monorepo by an example project, then you will see the installation command here, how you can install that package like this. So pnpm at the red package logger or workspace. So for our case it will be definition. So let's just go and let's just copy this name and paste that. The extra thing you have to add is dash dash workspace, so that it refer the workspace. And that's it, pnpm and this. So it's gonna add our package. Cool. And you can see the error gone. And let's also try to check that the import suggestion we are getting or not. Yes, we are able to get the suggestion from VS Code. And also let's just put the status. Now let's try to understand what's going on that particular user entity class. So if I just simply collapse, then you can see it's a simple class name user, and after that we added a decorator which is called entity. So if you familiar with decorator, then you easily understand like why this kind of syntax. But if you don't, then I would recommend just watch some sort of a dedicated video about decorator, like how it's work on the JavaScript or TypeScript. Then you will understand what's going on. So in this particular decorator is gonna refer as a kind of like creating a table under the hood. So when we use a class and we declare the decorator, it's gonna create a table. So now let's just copy the whole code and try to understand from Gemini to get a better understanding or explanation. So let's just put the whole code, or you can just provide chunk by chunk code. That's also better approach. So here you can see code structure and identity. First of all, that's the entity and the primary generated column. So let's just see what that is. So you can see in the first property of our class is like ID, and it's using another decorator called primary generated column. So what these two? So of course the entity and primary generated column, all those decorator comes from type ORM, and the entity marks the class as a database entity. By default the table name will be user. So as I told you, like the class will initiate the database, and then the ID property as we saw, and using this particular decorator, it defined the ID as the primary key of the table, and the database will automatically generate unique sequential number for this column on every new record insertion. So I think you already understand like what the primary key and ID do if you know the SQL. If you don't, then just watch a dedicated video about SQL and then come back again to continue from here. Then we will need GitHub ID. So again, you can see we are using at the red column another kind of decorator and passing some value. So all this decorator has its own meaning, but if you look into the particular structure of our table, then all the property you can see that's actually mentioned here. You can see we created ID, then GitHub ID, then username, name, email, image URL, role, then status, last login, and all those things. So if now just go to the Gemini, then you can see the GitHub ID that's also using the column decorator. That column decorator means it's helped to create a column, and whenever you use just the column decorator, it represents that it will be the property will be kind of a column name. So that's why you can see all the property we added the same decorator called column. But in that end, you can see for the date we use like create date column, create update column. That's mean these are the two decorator that's help to automatically insert date time. So and also when we just update anything, it's automatically updated that field. So that's why we have to use this particular decorator. And other than that, we are using the same decorator like column. And for enum, you can see that we are passing some of the value. For the type we are passing enum, then for the enum we have to pass the TypeScript enum from our package like this, and then we have to pass the default value for that enum, that what are the default value will be, and the property name, and then also we are going to have to pass that particular enum. So that's how we can create enum column. And other than that, all are kind of same. You can see nullable true, nullable true. That's mean we are gonna allow all those property could be nullable. And you can see the same property here. So let's just go here, and you can see all the explanations like database configurations, that the GitHub ID will be var character slash text unique constraint, as we provided unique 2 for the GitHub ID, because that's ID we need to store it unique true. Then username is the nullable, that's mean that it's gonna store the username, then all the kind of same thing. And then it's give you enum explanations like what's that annotations and all those property do, so you can just check that here. Then also auditing timestamp, that's I already told you, like it's automatically set the create time and also update time. And then we have some code here, you can see that's already comment out, that's one too many, so we're gonna see them here. For now let's just ignore that. And that's it for our user table or user entity. And I believe you don't have to spend a lot of time to understand the whole thing. You can just now ask Gemini or ChatGPT to provide you table informations. Let's say if I just give this particular table informations and I would ask to give me a table for that. So let's just say give me an entity for this table with type ORM. So you just have to specify all those informations, and then it's gonna give you the code, so you don't have to worry about the whole thing. You can see the whole code. So now let's just put that like in the refresh token. You can see that's fine. And here we have to import the user because the refresh token is fully connected with the user. So let's just remove that and try to import like this user. And also it's related to the user column, like user ID, that's going to be related to our refresh token user ID. So that's generated from Gemini. So this is how you can generate all the tables code, so you don't have to write by yourself. And let's now look into our commit and grab the code from there, because that's what I have built so far. And that's it. Let's just look into all the property. We have primary key ID, then we have column take token, that's the token for the refresh token, then expired, then when the refresh token will be expired. So whenever the refresh token expire, our session from the front end will be like logged out. That's it. Then when that revoked, then device info, and we're gonna support like 3 device for login. So yes, we can also see that logic in this video section. Then we have IP address, created at, updated at, user ID. So this is the user ID that's gonna help to connect with our user table. So in this user table we have the ID, and that's the user ID here. We're going to store that in our refresh token. But if you saw the Gemini code, it's also gives some joining stuff here. You can, when you need to retrieve information from refresh token, you need to use this particular section. That's going to help you out for retrieve all those tokens related to a particular user. So we're not going to do that for now. Let's just ignore that. And if I now just go to the documentation, we have created the user table and also refresh token table, and I don't think there are something special here. The same thing we saw, like column decorator and a create date column and also the entity. So I believe you got the whole point. So now let's try to run our server to see that our code is working fine or not. And one thing I want to mention, if you just go to the config and the data source, where you already saw that we added entities, and what this entities array do, that is gonna grab all those entity from that particular entity folder. So that's mean whenever we run this particular server, then if anything wrong with the entities, we will get error. So let's try to run npm run dev, and you can see we didn't get any error. So let's say we do any mistake, because it's gonna just caught in the VS Code. So I think if that's mistake is database level or anything wrong with the database end, like anything in the entity, then you will get the error directly, because whenever the data source trying to connect with database, it's just grab all those entity from here. So now we can write the migration stuff, because we work with database table. We created a schema, we created the table. So now we can just write some migration script to see how we can migrate, or we can apply migration. So for that case, let's look into our commit, and here in this commit you will go to the backend, then package.json, then you can see tons of migration script here. So we have to grab them: migration create, migration generate, migration run, migration revert. So you can grab from deb and just replace from deb the package.json. Then you can see we have the deb, so we have to replace from deb, and we have all those scripts. So what these scripts are doing, so just let's just copy them again and try to understand what's going on that particular script. So let's just took and just ask. So these are all type ORM migration command, and the first command, like that's the script name is migration colon create. That's using npx type ORM migration colon create and the particular migration folder. So what this will do, this will create an empty migration file with a timestamp and the default class name blah 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 like this, and you then manually write the SQL or type ORM code inside of the file up and down method. So in the type ORM, it has to be generated like a migration file first, and in that migration file there will be two methods, up and down. So the up method is gonna migrate, the down method is gonna downgrade the migrations, and then this first command, like the create command, is gonna create an empty file in the folder from in the source src folder. It's gonna create a migration folder, and inside that it's gonna create a file with the timestamp like this. So let's just try to run the first command, and if we now just close and just simply use pnpm run migration create, so that's the script name. Let's just copy, and when you hit the command, then you can see it created a folder named migrations, and inside that migrations it created a file with a unique timestamp and migration.ts. That's the file, and then you can see it has a two method like up and down, and here you can just manually can write that, or you can use a command from type orm that's also write that code. The code is going to be like what are the changes you have made in the entity, you know, how many entity you have changed, what are the stage of changes of your database right now. So that will be in this particular two method. Then if I now just go to the second script, then you can see it's using like npx type orm ts node common js migration generate. That means it's gonna generate migration file. So automatically generate a migration file by comparing with your current type orm entities to the database current schema. It creates the necessary code in the up and down method to synchronize them. You got that? That means this generation script is gonna create the like code. It's gonna write all the code that's need to be sync with your current database stage. Let's say you already have this two table and it's created the table in the database. Then after a few days you came back again, you changes something on that particular table, and that's mean your table got changed, but in your local database that's not applied. So that case you have to apply that by migrations, and you need some sort of script that's gonna apply them. So this command is gonna help to write that particular code. So let's just use that to see, and when you just hit that you will get error like this, ts node not found, and you will get kind of like error. So this particular command like type orm command, it's required ts node the package. You can see I already mentioned that if you encounter an error for ts node package, install it along with its type. So we have to install ts node. So let's just google it, ts node and its type install. Yeah, let's just grab that command. So we have to install the types, then we have to install ts node, and we already have the TypeScript. So cool. Now let's try to run our generated script. So pnpm run migration colon generate, and we're getting some sort of error. So the error is about the database is not able to find the password or the username from .environment. As if you look into the command like script command, then you can see it does not have that particular command that we already added in the start and deb, which is -r.env-/config. As it does not have that command, so that's why when we are trying to run this command, it's not able to retrieve the information from .environment variable. So for that case, we can just solve that by adding that particular command like -r.env/config before the npx by using like node then this command, and maybe we can just add import the dot environment variable here and then use that. So as the all the script become too big for now, so we can just simply add uh, the code here like import config. So we have to import the config from dot environment variable like the dot env package like this, and then you just have to call that config method directly here, and when you do so it's gonna help to retrieve the information from the environment variable. So now let's try to run our generate command again, as we already have the migrations file. So we can just now simply run the generate command, and now you can see it's showing migration has been generated successfully. So now if you just go to the code, the first one was generated when we created like using the command migration colon create. So that's create the file like this one, which does not have any particular method. But the new one, you can see it has the up method and the down method including the code, and in that code you can see it's trying to create all the table that we mentioned in our entity folder. And if we just now run our final command, which is going to be like migration run, then it's gonna call that particular file and try to run the up command so that it will create all those type. And let's say you already run the up command and it created all the table, and now you want to downgrade all the changes, then you have to then run the command like migration revert. So it's gonna drop all the table that it created right now. So let's try to run our first command, and we're gonna check that from the database. So let's just open the database client. So I'm just opening the dviewer. You can just use any of your client. So right now if you go to the Postgres, then in the Postgres you will see like a common schema which is called public, and if you open then you should see all the table, but right now we don't have any table because we didn't run our migration yet. So let's now try to run the migration, and it's gonna look into all the code from the up method, and you can see all the script that's execute. You can see all the log. That's the log I talked about when I added the logging false here. So if you just add logging true, then you will see every time anything happen with the database, you will see log like this. So right now the migration successfully executed. Now if we just try to refresh, then we should see all the table including the migration table where we have two row, and the user table where the same command we specified, and then you can see refresh token table as well as. So now as we already created those table, so what if we want to go back to our older stage? So for that case the command migration revert. So if we just now try to execute that command revert, now it should drop all the table and it should take us to the older stage. So if I now just go and remove this tab, and in the public schema under the database you have to refresh, then you should not see all those table like all the entity, but you will see those row. You can see that's the row, and this row means like that's the stage of the initial one, like when we created this migration file. You can delete that as well as, but just put that, that's like empty one, so that it helps to navigate you to the last stage. So that's how we can perform the migration. So make sure you deleted or drop the database first, then create the public schema, and then after that you can just simply run all the command. Start with the create, is gonna create our first migration file, and then use like migration generate, it's gonna generate the code like this up and down, and then if you just run migration run, it's gonna apply the up method for creating all the table change, or like any changes you have made in the schema is gonna update that. And if you want to go back to the previous one, then you can just simply use migration revert. So that's all the command, and make sure you added the config. And I would say right now in my code here you can see that I didn't add that particular config method, but yeah, when the video will be published you will see that the latest code. And one thing I also added here, the development mode, so let's just add that too. So what we are doing, we are checking the environment variable that is either development mode or production mode. As I told you earlier, that in the is development mode, we are gonna make the synchronize true so that we don't have to manually migration apply in our database. Instead, it's gonna sync automatically by type ORM. But for the production, we are not going to do that, so that's why we have to add this flag. So based on that flag, when it's going to be in the production, we will apply the migration manually. But for local implementation, we are gonna just simply use the synchronize true, and that's it. And you already know the command, so yeah, I think you are gonna able to do so. So that's are the changes that going to be for this particular commit. We have created the entity and tables, and then we have added the migration script. Now one thing we have to do, let's go back to the documentations. We have to create repository. So what repository means, it's like initializing all those table to use it into your project. So let's create the file and folder. So the repository folder will be inside of your src directory. It's kind of like a similar like entity migrations. You have to create a repository here, and then we can just simply grab the whole code. Of course, we have to create a file called index.ts, and let's just import again. So let's just try to ask what's the changes here, explain including. So first of all, we have to understand what is repository. So in type ORM, it's a general pattern for object relational mappers to create repository. So it's kind of like a class or object that acts as a dedicated data access layer for a single database entity. So as you saw, we have created the entity like this. So we cannot just simply use like user.create, user.find, something like that. So we need some sort of layer that's going to use that particular entity to help us to apply all the execution with the database. Let's say if we now just try to use like user, then we'll not able to get any method here, like how we will then interact with the database. So for interacting with the database, you must need a layer or kind of like a way to insert, find, or simply just write and read data. So that's why we have to use like app data source don't get repository. So this get repository is the method that's gonna help to wrap your table and perform all the interaction. So now if we just try to use like user repository dot, then you will see all those built-in method that's gonna give you the support of interacting with database. Let's say we want to create, then we can just call create method, then we put the payload of that particular table information. Let's say we are going to fetch some of the data, so we can just use find, then we have find and count, find by, find one, and there are tons of method you can use. So that's really important when we are going to build the services where we are going to write the logic about user authentication, or even for a different feature. We always have to use this layer like the repository to interact with the database, and make sure you created this repository, and that's going to be reusable. Whenever you create it or apply it once, you don't have to create multiple times. You can just simply use like user repository, refresh token repository everywhere in this particular project. So now we have done so far the repository. Now let's try to check in our commit that what are the things we need to change. So we have added the enum, then we created the repository, created both tables, and also added the migration script and the packages. So let's check back from our local changes. So we are kind of good, and you can see the migration files here, as I didn't push those migration stuff. So you can push them, so that's up to you. But as I already have those commands, so I can just simply uh, delete that migration folder for now. Why? Because the project is not completed yet, and I don't want to make like create tons of migration files. Instead, when the project will be completed, or maybe it's like in a stage where all of our schemas and database are kind of fixed in development mode, then we can just create a migration file to actually lock that particular stage in the database level. So make sure you create that. And as we are already using the command like the config for synchronize true, so we don't have to apply that every time. So whenever we are going to deploy, or like whenever the project is totally complete in our side, then we can create the first migration file to lock the whole database, and then we can deploy that. And later in the second deploy, or maybe in the future, if you changes anything, then create another migration file to lock that stage as well as, and then deploy it, and then perform the command in the production mode, so that you don't lose the data or you don't actually mess up with your database. So that's the standard way to do that. So that's why I just deleted that particular files, and now we can just simply commit all the changes and we'll navigate to the next section. So in the next section, you can see we have to create common service for database operation. So what that's mean, and also what like the service. So the service pattern is kind of like as I discuss here. So the service pattern help you to write all the logic that's related to database. Let's say you have a CRUD application, and inside that CRUD application you have to interact with a table called to do, and that to do you could have like several methods like insert to do, then find to do, get by to do, then delete to do. So these are the four type of interaction that need to be performed with the database. So in our project structure, we divided it into several pattern. So in the service file, we're gonna put all those database logic, and in the controller file, it's gonna connect with the route. So whenever we call the route, it's called the controller method, and then it's gonna call the service, and the service will perform the database stuff using the entity. So in that process, if our project becomes too big, then it is kind of mandatory to create a common service that help to perform all some of the common tasks like get all, get by id, create with duplicate, update, and all those stuff. These are kind of like common things that we used often. Let's say we are going to create user, that time we use like the create method from the repository. So yes, we must have to use that from the repository. Let's say user repository dot create. Then let's say we have to create courses, then we call course repository dot create. So every time we have to call that method and provide the payload. So that seems like some common code. So if I just take you to the changes, so the commit will be for this section is this one, as we added user refresh token entity and common repository. So let's try to check the second commit, this one, get profile update profile method. And yeah, we have done tons of things. If you just go here and go to the common under the service, so you can see now the folder structure visible in this commit. If you go to and collapse the whole thing, now you can see we have controllers, and in the controllers it will be communicate with the routes, and you can see we have the route, and in the route you can see we define all the routes which is interacting with the controller. And in the controller you can see we are going to use services, and the services will come from the services folder. Inside the services folder we have a common folder which will contain the common service, and that common service is going to be used in our user service, so that we don't have to perform all those repetitive tasks. Let's say you can see those repetitive tasks like get all, that's going to be like find, then it has find by one, then it has repository.save, all those things. So that's why creating a common service is really important, so that you don't have to always write like try catch, then you have to took that id, you have to make the condition, then call like find by one, then put the condition, and then return that, awaiting that. So this kind of code you have to repeat every time. So why not just make it reusable abstract layer that we can just simply use it whenever we need it. So now let's just try to create the service folder and the common service, and we're going to see how we can use them. So just create the service, or let's just simply create the whole folder structure that we need to create. So first folder is going to be the services, and then we need the controllers, and under the controller folder you can see account folder, because we are going to make sure it's also follow the same consistent pattern like the entity. And in the services we also have to create two folder like the account and the common. Account gonna contain all the code that related to account as like as the entity. So now we have to create the routes as well as, yep, so that's cool. And inside that route, it also gonna follow the same pattern. Like we will have an account folder and a simple file called index.ts. So we can start with like the route. That's a good way to start, but that case we need some sort of controller and then services. So let's start with the route so that you can easily understand. In the documentation we started with the common service, but yeah, we can start with both way. So for the route, let's just go to the route index.ts file. So what's that? That's, if you look into the main index.ts file, here we have routes. You can see uh, in the routes method we have declared some of the route, and I already told you that we are going to create some sort of class that's gonna help to scale when we have hundreds of routes. So that's what we have to do here. So let's grab our code. I think we should start with the documentation style where we created the service, because route needs the controller needs the service. So ultimately we have to create the service first, and we have to understand the service first, then we are going to understand the controller, how we can integrate with that, then we're going to go with the route and how we can point that into our main application. So let's just go to the common folder and then the base.ts. So this is going to be the particular code for our base service. So let's just grab the whole code and try to understand what's going on. And inside of the services common, let's just create base.ts. That's going to be the base service that's we are going to use in every classes when we create service. So now you can see it's like a JavaScript class or TypeScript class, which will took a generic type which will have ID on that particular object. So let's just simply put that code into the Gemini to understand what's going on. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah. So as usual, just like the kind of introduction is gonna help to do the standard card operation and transaction management along with the error handling with type ORM entity. That's mean this particular base service gonna help us to perform any sort of CRUD operation with any table. We're gonna call that service and we can pass that particular entity, and then we can apply all those methods, which will be kind of like standard CRUD operation. So the first few line we use the logger, and then we use to import some of the important stuff, and then we created the class. Then the constructor method, we didn't do anything, and the first method is going to be like the get all. So what is that method is going to be? And this method will have the return type of the promise of the generic type. So if you just go, so it's give all the explanation in the table, which I don't like. So I just asked to not give the explanation in table format, which looks terrible. So in overview, it gives all this method. The get all method fetch all the entity, get by ID gonna fetch single data, then create method gonna create data, update method to help update the data, delete method is gonna help to delete the data. All the method like is general CRUD method. Then we have two more method like create with duplicate check. So sometimes we have to create informations or insert some of the informations while checking the data is duplicated or not. So that time we can just simply call this method create with duplicate check. So it's gonna call the same create method and it's gonna check the duplication, and then we have the same kind of method which is gonna update with duplicate check. So it's gonna update the data and it's gonna also check the duplication whenever we need. And also we have run in transaction, then normalize results. So there are some private method. So let's see what Gemini gave us. So yes, as I told you, there is a transaction management. So if you're not familiar with the transactions in the database, so it's actually help you to execute several script together. Let's say you have to create an user information beside a to do, and when the to do will be insert, before that you must have to create the user. That's mean you have to insert two information in two table based on the first execution and then the second. So that case, if you use your backend server to insert first in the user table, then get the user ID and insert the to do table. So in the meantime, your server could be crashed or there could be execution error in your server. So in your server level, it's not easy to manage those kind of tasks. when you have a tons of files that need to be changed one by one. Let's say a bank transaction which could affect multiple tables. So in that case, we have a built-in mechanism in the database level which gonna help to perform all the operation together. And one of the operation got failed, nothing will be inserted. Let's say in the case of user and to do, the to do need user ID. So if the user failed to create, then it will not gonna create the to do. Let's say the bank transaction, you have created a user, then the user send the money to another user, then the user profile table or user account table gonna updated, then again the receiver user table row gonna updated. So in the middle anything just wrong happen or any error occurred, then the whole operation like what it did going to be like altered. So in the behind it's tried to create some sort of a temporary tables and insert there, and when the whole thing success like all the operation, then it inserted into the real table. So that's kind of a mechanism, and that's why we need some sort of a common method that's going to handle our the transaction operation. So that's why those methods are. And also we need to handle some of the error from the database level, so that's why I added a method for handling those errors. So let's just simply open one by one, like to explain what's going on, as the Gemini doesn't provide it some good explanation, but yeah, you can just ask more briefly, but let me just explain you a little bit like what all the method do. So in the get all method, it is working with the repository like this dot repository dot find. So whenever we are gonna create this particular class instance, in the constructor method you can see we have to provide the repository, and whenever we provide the repository, it automatically added that repository into a protected property called repository, so that we can access that repository throughout the whole class. So that's mean in the get all method, when you use like this dot repository, it's gonna indicate the repository that you are going to use for the whole class. Let's say we are going to create another service which is called user.ts, and let's also try to grab the code from here, and let's try to remove our method. We're gonna add them, and also let's try to use this. So you can see that that's a class and it's called user service, and it's extending from the base service that here. And when we are passing the user type, that's what we indicate here, is going to be like a generic type. And when we are adding that, we will get the access here, and now we can apply all those information. So if you just go to here, that you can see in the user service, we apply in the constructor, we call the super and the user repository. That's mean whenever this user service initiate like this, it use the user repository to call here, like so that the constructor method call automatically. So if you familiar with object oriented programming, you already understand what's going on here. So this super method and the user repository is passing through the parent class constructor method, and that's setting up that particular repository here. Now if we just try to access the dot, let's say just create a method like get all, and in that particular method, or let's just took back our method called this one get user profile. So that's going to be a method that's going to help to get user information. So as we provided user entity, now we want to fetch a single user information. So for that case, we can now just call this dot repository dot find one. So if I now just try this dot repository, and then if we just click, then you can see all the method from the repository, like the user repository, as the user repository is already set up with our base service, so that we can just simply access the repository. But here you can see we are calling the direct method. Instead we can just simply call this dot get by id, and you can see that's the method. We don't have to use like this dot repository, but still we can access the repository as we pass that repository here. But we can just simply call the this dot get by id, and that get by id is gonna perform all those tasks, like it's gonna communicate with the repository, and then it will call the method called file one by, and which is gonna took the id. So if we now just simply pass the id here like this, And as you can see that it's need to be like we provided the whole where condition, which we don't have to provide. So cut from here, it need to be cut, and some of the older. So let's just grab our first method here, and in that method you can see we are directly communicating with the repository, and also we have to pass that particular where condition, and then we have to check the user the data is available or not, all those things. But if we now go to our base service, then you can see we already have that method like get by id, where it will check if there is an id or not. If there is any data, then it's gonna provide the data by calling the same kind of things like we do here, like find one or find by id, something like that. So the logic is already written. Now we can just simply call that get by id and pass the number, so we don't have to do or write all those logic. So right now in this particular commit, you can see like it's like raw code that communicating with the repository, but when I publish the video you will see the refactored version, so don't worry. So now this is talking about like the direct repository. Instead we can now just simply call the method from that particular base class like this dot get by id. So what that's gonna do, that's gonna took the id and it's gonna provide the user information. And now we can just check that if there is no user, we can send that and all those stuff. And now you can see the code kind of become a little small, where we earlier put the query and all those stuff. Now we can just simply call that generic method and it's gonna help us to find this information. Let's say we need to get all the user, so we can just simply call this dot get all method, and that's gonna help us to retrieve all those user information. And of course you can use like await and in a particular variable. The same will go for the create and all those method. So the get method is gonna help to retrieve all those informations. Then the find by one or like find by id is gonna take the id and retrieve the single informations. Then in the create is gonna took the payload, and of course the payload should be matched with that particular entity type, as it's using the generic type, and also checking the type for deep partial, and it's going to return the promise. So what it's doing is interacting with the repository dot create method and providing the data, and then it's save that data using that particular entity, and then it's like providing you the normalized result. So if you don't have that generic method, every time you insert the data you have to write all the code including the try catch. And right now you don't have to write try catch and also all those code. Inside that generic method is handling by default itself. So that's how our base service gonna work. And you can already able to understand like how important all this method is going to be. And let's say in the future if you had a duplicate kind of logic that need to be performed often, then you can just simply put that logic here, create a generic method and use that everywhere. Then also create duplicate checks, that's gonna help to check the unique. And for the duplicate check you can see we are just simply calling a function, the same function like the create, but we didn't check any duplications like like where we have some sort of duplicate property we must have to check. But the duplication will be checked in the database level. What we did here, just simply grab that particular duplicate error from the database. So that's why we need a method called handle database error. So in the database error, when the that happen with your database, the error is kind of like kind of generic, which is not understandable in the user perspective. So that time we have to normalize that particular error. So and that's why we have that particular method which is going to be helping to normalize those error. And it has some code. Let's say when we got the error, we must have to pass that, and also some of the information for the unique checks we can also pass that. So you can just simply grab this code, try to understand like what's going on in this particular function. So if I just provide that explain in details, then it's gonna give you the details explanation like what's going on. So let's just see. So these are gonna, the argument is gonna took the raw error object that's got from the database. Then you have to provide the operation like it's gonna create or update. Then you have to provide the unique checks. It's gonna be an array. So if you, let's say if you have multiple sort of unique checks, then you can pass those unique informations. Let's say in create duplicate check, when we call that method we are going to provide the data and we are going to provide the unique checks array, and also error message if we need to provide. So the property is going to be like which property we're going to check. Let's say in our user entity, like here, the GitHub ID is going to be like a unique thing, so it cannot be duplicate. So that's why we have to also provide that. I think we already have that method here. Let's just say, let's just check here. You can see okay, we are going to update user profile, not creating, because in this particular user service we don't have any method for creating new user, because we're going to handle that when we sign in with GitHub. So that time you will see the use case of our function like create with duplicate check. So for now, just keep that as it is, and when we are going to use that, I'm going to explain that again. And as usual, update method, where you have to just provide the ID and the data. That's it. And you can see there are tons of code here. Like you have to first grab the entity. If there is no data, then you have to return the null. Then you have to update the new object that you found with your existing object. Then you have to save that, and then you can just simply return the result. So these are the code. When you try to update anything, you have to write every time. So why not just make it a common generic functions and let it work itself. So then we have the same duplicate with update, and you have to provide like update and unique checks, the same kind of method which is gonna help to update information, also checked with the duplication. Let's say you added a user row and which have a GitHub ID, and now you are gonna update that row, and you are trying to change that GitHub ID to an existing one, and it's gonna throw the error, and the error will be kind of like human friendly way. So that's why that particular handle database error method is. And if you just go back, and you can see step by step explanation like what's happening here, like the first portion like code error.code 23505, that's kind of a unique code that's for a unique explanation like what's going on with that particular error. And also you can see this error is for unique check, so whenever you got error in the internally database, actually put this particular code to identify that it's a duplicate error. So that's why we have to grab that code to customize kind of a common user friendly message. Let's say for our case like already exists something like that. And then you will see like general query failure, like if any of the query failed, like unique constraint failed, that's also we can grab with. Then we have some generic type ORM unique error, like entity not unique errors. So there are some sort of tons of stuff you can add. So if you need more explanation on those things, you can just look into the code one by one, line by line, then you will probably understand what's going on. And then we have the delete method that's gonna just simply delete the information, see if that's in our database. Then also the transaction method, yeah. So how you can apply the transaction, you have to just call app data source.transaction. So app data source is from type ORM, and on that app data source you will get the transactions. So app data source is directly communicating with the configurations here, this one. So and in that transaction method you have to provide the operations, and in that operations you can simply put all those operations like first inserting data into the user table, then inserting data into the to do table, then maybe a credit table. And when any of that fail, the whole transaction will kind of altered back or reverse back. It's not going to insert the information into the database, but when all the operation got passed, then it will sequentially insert all those information one by one. So that's the common method we have to use. If we don't make that kind of common, we have to just simply write this code every time. So why not just make that particular common method? So these are all the method that's we are going to use frequently, and that's why we just make those generic, and now we can just use that whenever we need. So if we just now go to our second method, which is going to be like the update user profile, and what is the user service going to be do. So the user service will help to get the user profile information and also update a user profile. So as we discussed in our UI, like what we are going to build in this particular authentication section, we are gonna develop the profiles page and also the profile feature as well. So that case we must need some sort of API route that's going to help to get profile information and also update profile information. So for API route, as I discussed, like the routes is not directly communicate with the database. The route will go to the controller, the controller will talk with the service, and that's why we need the user service. And this user service have two methods. One is get user profile, that's gonna provide the user profile information by the ID, and the second is going to be the update profile. So if I just now just paste that code like update profile, it's gonna took the payload and also including the ID and the data that need to be updated, and then is communicate with the database to update the informations. And you can see that we are performing the same thing with the repository level, which is not good because we already have that update method. Now we can just simply call that update method and pass the data, which will automatically do all those stuff. So for that case, we just have to call await then this dot update, and in that update method you can see it have to provide the ID and the data. So the ID will be payload dot ID, and the payload is kind of like we have to pass when we call that update user profile, and we have to provide that particular data like the name, which will be kind of like this, or maybe we can just simply prepare that data object, or we can just use like this. And you don't have to provide that user because it's happening inside of the update method, so we don't have to do that. So when whatever property we will pass is gonna update that partially, so you don't have to worry about that. And then we have the image URL. So image URL is going to be like the payload use image URL, and with that you don't have to do anything. Instead you can just simply return that particular user like the normalized result. That's it. You can see like it's one line code, and earlier we have to write all this logic, and which is kind of not good. So the more code you can reduce, the more your application will become like scalable. So this update method will use the ID, try to find the information. If there is no profile with that, it's gonna return null, and if it has the information, then it's gonna merge that information with the existing one. Let's say you provided like only image URL, then it's gonna took that image URL and other informations from the entity, like when we get the information from the database already. So that it will kind of like work very flexible. Here you can see we manually get the information from database, then we manually set that if there is any payload dot name, then we provide that payload, otherwise we just provide the username from the database. So right now we don't have to do that. So, and in the payload is kind of like when we just call that method in the controller, you can see how we are just sending that method. And that's it. These are the two service that's gonna help to get profile information and update profile information using our base service that we created here. And that's how we're gonna use our base service, and also we can create any services. So I think we are kind of done with the common service and also the user service that I discussed here. Now we can create the controller and the route so that we can use these two methods to add with our API. And in our UI, you already saw we will need kind of profile information, and also we need some sort of an API that's gonna help to update the user profile. So that case we need two API. So let's now talk about like controller. So what we are gonna do with the controller. So if you just go to the commit and go to the controller user.ts, then we can see all those code here. So let's just grab that and create a controllers under account folder, which is going to be like user.ts, and then here it is. So let's just clear some of them like catch error, so you will not get that so far. So let me just explain what's going on all this code. So let's just put that here and also remove all this code to explain you what's going on. So we need two methods as we discussed, because one method is going to be like the profile informations and another is going to be for update profile. So the user controller is kind of a class as like as we declare in the service, but it will be kind of contained with all the method which will have request and response as an argument. You can see in the service we don't have any argument like request and response, because those service is not going to be used as a route middleware kind of things. But in the user controller, all the method you declare that must need to be have like argument request and response, because when we interact with route, let's say if we just go to any route here, you can see app.get in the first argument we provided the URL, in the second argument it's like a callback function, and in that callback function we have request and response. So in that case, if we just remove this and put any function, then it will work like kind of like a callback function, including all the argument that we provided. So let's think about the same thing here. So this async get user profile function, we can just simply grab that and we can put on any URL here, and it's gonna work as expected with that request and response argument. And what that request and response is from Express, like when you request any API and with any information in the request header, you can also put that, like request query, request header, request body, all those things. And in the response argument, it's help to send response to the client side, like what will be the response. So we must need this particular two things. So in the controller, the main purpose is to play with the request and response, and based on the request we call the service. Like let's say in the request.query we got an indication to call a user service. Let's say in the query we got indication to create course, then we are going to call the course service. So in the controller level we are going to actually play with that. So in the get user profile controller, we must need some sort of user ID, otherwise we are not going to perform anything. So we have to make sure we grab the ID from the query. So let's say there will be an API like localhost 8000, then in the query level let's say it's going to be like, let's say ID. So in ID when we pass 1 to 3 and when we hit that particular URL, it's gonna call that route, call that API endpoint, and then come to the controller, and then in that controller we can just simply grab that request.query or request.query.id, and that's what we checked here. If there is no ID, then we are gonna return, not only return, we must have to return some sort of error like res dot JSON, and inside that JSON, or maybe we can say res dot status, and in that status we can pass like as is kind of ID that's not found, then we can just simply say 404 or maybe 400 for the bad request, or maybe for the 500 to send to the client that okay, you didn't provide ID, so we are not gonna further process. And if I just now also go, and you can see like JSON, now we can also pass any JSON message. So in that way you can just send the status, you can just send the status, and as well as you can send any message here. So whenever you have to send anything into the client side, so you can see like we have to write res, then we have to like status, then we have to write JSON. So there are like several methods we have to call, and that's not only one time. You can see then when the query we got from the request, then we are calling our method from the service to get the user profile, and if we don't have that user profile information, we are also checking that, and we are also returning that to empty. So that time we also have to return like this res.status 500, then any JSON informations or something like that. And also when we got the information, then we have to send like res.status 200, and then we have to send the JSON, then we can just simply pass that user information to the body. So you can see every time we call the res method, then we have to like write repetitive code. So why not we can also refactor these things, and that's why we have to create a utils functions, like utils folder in our src directory. In that utils directory we can now create a simple file which is called response.ts. So what's it's gonna do, this is gonna help us to make kind of generic method that's gonna help with our response. Let's say this. So let's see what's in the code. Let's just grab the code and go to the response.ts. Now you can see we have three methods. One is send success, send error, send validation error. So if you already worked with some sort of Express stuff, then you already know that we must have to send any response to the client side. And that time if you just make it kind of like a generic stuff, then you will get like we have to send success message, either we have to send kind of like an error, or common thing we have to send like validation error. So why not just we make those common? So that's the send function that's gonna help to like send success, that's gonna help to when the API is going to be success, we can just call this send success method, and we can pass the data, and also by default the status is 200. We can also pass any status informations, and of course we have to pass the response to actually perform the whole thing. And the same will go for the send error. which by default sending 400, but sometimes we need to send 500. We can just simply provide that on the argument. And then we have the last one, which is the send validation. So when we are going to implement the validation, sometimes we must need to tell the client with the standard status code, which is 422, and that's will represent like it's a validation error for the API level. So now we can just simply call all this function instead of just calling res.status blah blah blah. So let's just grab our older code from the controller like this. So let's just simply copy the whole code, yeah, like this. And yeah, the send error will come from our utils function. The send success will be the same. Now you can see we don't have to write all those repetitive logic like send res.send.status then code. Instead, we can just simply pass the response, the message, and the status code that we need to show in the client side. So now let's see what's happening in this particular method. You already know that we have a method that's helping to retrieve profile informations. Yeah. So when we have the user ID, we're just simply grabbing the user informations from user service. So you can just simply call the user service directly and get the information. Now in the controller, there might be some different sort of logic or feature. So that time you have to interact with multiple services. So yes, in the controller we can interact with multiple services to perform a particular feature in an API request. And when we have the user, we just sending the user information, and we are providing the error. So let's say now in this particular process, if this portion of code got error in here or maybe in here, then there is no way we can catch that error. Let's say we have multiple services. Let's say this one is get user profile. Maybe there could be get user to do something like that. So there will be multiple services called in a particular method. So how we're gonna catch all the error and send a generic message? Let's say for every logic here we can use like try catch. Let's just say try catch, and in the try catch, in the try option, we're gonna put that logic here, and in the catch, let's say any of the operation failed or any of the services, maybe any of the code logic fail inside of the try, then we are gonna send a generic response like send error to, let's say, 500, and let's say we are gonna say request not proceed. So why is that? This is kind of like a safe way to send user or the client side to handle the error, like when we handle error. And handling error in your controller or route or service is really, really important. Let's say you have multiple services, tons of logic. So it could be failed. Your API request could be failed. So if you don't provide like better error handling, then it will be like problematic. It could crash your server. It could restart the server. So that case, you always have to add like try catch every time. And you can see I have to do the same thing in the update user profile as well as, and that's like writing repetitive logic like try and then catch then send the error. So what if we have some common method or some sort of mechanism that's gonna help to refactor the whole portion like try catch? So we are going to use decorator, a custom decorator that's gonna help to catch that particular error. Like we can use that decorator any method on any class which will grab any error from all the operation inside that function, and it's gonna provide a generic error. So that's what we're gonna see now. And before that, let's also complete our update user profile logic from the code we have already written here. So let's just use this. So this is gonna call the update user profile method, including all those informations, like let's say data like ID, name, and image. That's what I told you earlier. Like the payload is going to be the object that we're gonna pass, including all those information. And if it's not updated, then we say there is no user, then we're gonna send error. If that's updated, then we're gonna provide the updated information. Now for handling the error, then we have to add try catch manually. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna create a custom decorator. So that's why you see like catch error. That's a custom decorator use case, as we saw in our entity. When we create a table, we have to use like @entity. So whenever you declare @ and then give a name, it's kind of like implementation of a decorator. So we're going to implement kind of a same decorator for handling try catch. So let's just go to like the source directory and also create a folder called decorator. Inside the decorator, we're going to create multiple decorators. We are going to see future. And the first one we're going to create is catch error. So in the decorator, create a file called catch error, and that's going to help to catch the error. So let's just grab the whole code. You can also just simply ask Gemini to provide you a common decorator that's going to help to catch error. So that's what I did when I develop. We just ask that and it's going to help to provide that. And in the meantime, let's try to understand what that code is. And you can see it's a TypeScript decorator named catcheror. Its purpose is to implement a reusable declarative way to wrap asynchronous express controller method with try catch block for automated error handling and response formatting. So in essence, it prevents controller method for crashing the application and ensure a consistent 500 internal server error response is sent over to the client. Let's say you already, when you work with API, you often face like 500 internal server error. So that's kind of a generic error that's only the server know. Client should not know that particular thing. So that time you have to pass some sort of generic message. So that's what we are gonna do. So whenever we got any error in our controller, because we already have some sort of specific error when we missed anything, but when some uncertain issue happen in our server, so that time we need this particular catch error decorator. So in that decorator, we know that we have to provide some argument like target, property key, descriptor, and then the information. So if you're familiar with the decorator, then you probably understand that it's easy. But if you're not familiar with that, then I would just recommend you to watch some sort of dedicated video about decorator, like what is that, how to use that, what's the purpose of that. Then you can just come back again to check that method, like what we develop here. Then you will able to understand what's going on. But in a simple sense, so it's kind of like a wrapper functions inside of for any function, so that we can wrap the try catch. Let's say if you just go to the catch error, then you can see we have try and catch, and inside the try catch we are returning the original method. So what we are doing, like in general, any decorator actually store the particular main function that we are going to use. Let's say when we declare that catch error, in the descriptor argument is gonna have the value property which is actually the original method. Let's say in our controller we declare the catch error here, like catch errors. So when we declare the catch errors, that means this catch error will be the wrapper function of this particular get user profile method. So if we just say this is going to be like the original method or the main method, so you will get that in the descriptor dot value, and we are just simply creating a variable like original method, and inside that we are just providing that particular original method so that we can store that for now. And then we can perform any of the logic. Let's say descriptor dot value, that means we are just now replacing our descriptor with new sort of logic. Let's say as you saw, like descriptor dot value was the older function like this asynchronous function. Now we can just declare a new function in our descriptor dot value like async function, which will also get the request and response same thing. And then here you can see in the try and the catch, and in the try case we are returning the original method that we stored earlier from the descriptor, and in the original method we are also binding the request and all the response so that we get that request response in our method when we are just performing that. And then if we got any error while executing that particular method, we can catch that and we can log as well. As you can see the log, and then we can also send a generic response like 500 with the message, and the message we can also provide when we call that. Let's say here we can just simply provide a generic message, let's say internal server error, something like that. So that's how our catch error decorator is working. And you can see we can also add error like logger. So if we just try to write all the logic inside of our main method, then we have to write try catch, then in the catch we have to add the log, and also we have to send that response. So all those code is kind of repetitive, so we just make it generic so that we don't have to write them every time. And after that, when our descriptor done, we can just simply return that descriptor. That's mean like the whole functional things. Let's say in the descriptor.value, now it's kind of a new method, and the new method has the main method of our this method. So this is how the flow actually working. So if you just watch a dedicated video about decorator, then you will easily understand what's going on here. And I tried my best to explain, but yeah, if you need some more in details video about all those basic concept in JavaScript or TypeScript, let me comment down in this video, then maybe I can create a new video about them. So that's how the catch error is gonna help us. So now we just simply have to call that before any of the method we created, so that we don't have to write those repetitive logic, and also it's gonna help to perform our error handling way much better now. So that's the purpose of the decorator, and that's what I explained, kind of like creating the controller and the service uses, then implementing the catch error decorator and common response handler. You will also get some sort of common step of the process, like what we have to do. And now it's time to actually work with the route to see like what's going on, like creating the actual API and connect with our controller. The controller is going to connect with our service, and the service will work with the database level. So for our user controller, now we need user routes, as well as we have to inject that route into our main application, like here. Right now we only have one route, which is hello world route, like in the home page. So now we need kind of dedicated route for get profile information and update profile information. So let's go back our commit and check what are the things we have to do. So in the controller, we have added the controller code, we have created the decorators, and also we have this index.ts, which is the main index file. We're going to come to this file a little bit later. Let's just go to the route, and in the account folder, we have to create a dedicated route for handling all the user APIs. So if I just go to the routes, and in the account we have to create user.ts, and in that user.ts is going to handle all the routes related to user. And what we're doing is just a simple class, and in that class we have a property called router, and it's going to be the type of express router. That's mean we are going to put the express router instance in that particular router property. And the constructor method run, we just simply call this dot router to initialize the router from the express, and then we are calling the routes method. And what's the routes method? It's just a simple method which will communicate with the controller. And in that route method, we are using the this dot router. That's mean the initialize router, and get put. That's mean if you go to the index.ts file, then you can see this.app.get, this.app.post, all those things we will get from the router, from the express. So whenever you call like this.router.get, it will work like a API that's gonna be like a get request, and the put then post all will work like as expected behavior. And for our case, that we need like a slash. That's mean a API like kind of like this profile then slash. That's mean only profile. If we just hit like profile, then it should give our profile information. And of course, we must have to pass like query, because you already saw in the controller that for retrieving user informations, profile information, we have to pass the ID in the query. So we must need to be the URL kind of like this, like slash profile, then in the query, in the ID is going to be like this. So whenever we hit this URL, then we should see that information of that user. And the same thing will be like the for the update profile. It's also use kind of like query maybe. Okay, we don't have to provide ID in the query. Instead, it's need kind of a body, because it's a put request. You must have to send the body, and when you send the body, it's gonna retrieve the body from the request.body, as we got the request here, and all this property. And if we just go back, now we can just simply call our controller like this dot user controller. We initialize that here as well, as is a private property, and we create a new instance of our user controller. And now we can just use that and call all those methods from our controller, and the method inside is calling the services from the services folder. So that's the route in general. So if you just now see, and also if you don't understand it yet, then just copy that and also try to get explanation from Gemini or ChatGPT. So now we have the route now class, like user route class. We have to initialize that as well as. So we can just simply initialize it new user route, and then we have to use the router so that this router can be injected into our mains app entry point, and that's important. And we only have to use the router, not all the other things, because the router is something that we can inject with our main entry point app. So if you just go to our uh, main index.ts file, here we can inject that router, or maybe we can create a common index.ts file which is going to be the main route file, where we'll put all those router. Let's say we will have authentication router, user router, course router, and all sort of router, and those router we can just directly use here, kind of an entry point of routes, and that routes entry point we can just inject that into our routes method here. And all the router we can just simply use with like this dot app, so that we can make it super scalable. So let's also grab that particular index.ts code. So this one, and here you can see it's a simple class. We're gonna just export it. It's called routes, and we can just simply use that route and inject that into our main applications. And before that, let's just see what's happening. So in that routes class, we have a simple method called endpoints, and that's the method we're gonna use. And that method will take the app, and which is the express app that we created in our main file. Here you can see this dot app. This dot app is the express app. So we have to pass that app so that we can grab that app. Now we can perform anything with the app. And now you can see app.get, app.use. We can use any sort of things like we did here, like app.use, like middleware you can see, then app.get, app.listen, all those things. So that's why we pass that app with the endpoint method. And now you can see we have a get method, which is the hello world method, the first one. That's mean we are just rewriting the whole endpoint stuff here, and we're gonna put all those route here. Let's say for our case, user route is going to be user router. Then there could be multiple, like if I just try to just simply put here, you can see there could be multiple router like this. One could be course, one could be to do, or one could be authentication, all sort of stuff. Now you can see it's kind of like a scalable way, you know. Now we don't have to provide all those route here and then communicate with separately. So we can just simply create router in our routes folder like this account, then maybe for to dos, maybe for authentication, courses, and then we will use that router to finally connect with our main route. So for our profile, you can see that's the router which will kind of like slash and update profile. Now as I show you earlier, that our URL should be like API/profile. That's why we just use like app.use API/profile, and we provided the user router here, so that, and the first one route is like slash. That means it will only work with API/profile, and whenever we hit with the query, it's gonna hit our first method, got get user profile. And also the same thing will be happen for here, update profile, but it will connect with API/profile/update profile. When we call that with put request, it's gonna go to the router, and it's gonna call to the user update profile controller. So that's how the flow is. And these are the two API that's connected with like a categorical API, like API/profile. So if any of the routes in the future we need to add more, then we can just simply add those route here, and then it will automatically inherit like API/profile route or the URL path. And that's like a hello world API. And you can see there are two changes here, app.use. So this is kind of like an middleware use case where any of the route that's not included here you hit, then it's gonna return like a 404. That means it's gonna handle our 404 route. So you can just simply use like this and just send 404 and send something like this. So but you have to do it under all of your routes, so that whenever you hit, and if it's not able to match with any of the route from the above, then it will go to the next section, which is going to be the 404 route. And also you can use another middleware kind of stuff that's gonna help to log or handle better error, because we already have the logger method from our logger package. Now we can just simply log all the error, like error stack, like which line we got the error, what's the error actually, and we can just simply pass a generic method like an unexpected error awkward. Let's say the error happening with like a server perspective, so that we have to send a generic message as like as we sent here when we got any error from the controller. So let's say we got a controller error, like in our controller in this particular line, it's got like undefined the image, so which is caused the whole controller method crashed, and that time it's gonna call the catch errors, and which will return the status of 500 with the generic message like internal server error. But when we got some sort of error in our routes, like route level, let's say middleware level, that time we have to grab that as well as and provide another message so that it become identical to the user, like what's going on, is that error is happening on the route level or it's happening on the controller level, or maybe it's the service level. And if you talk about the service level, we already have that as well. As if you go and go to the any service, then you can see it's using the generic method from the base service. And if you go to the generic base service, you can see we also handle that try catch here, and we are also specifically logging and also returning that error. The main thing is the log, like logger.error. You can see now you can just simply identify those log from here. So that's how we are handling the error, and it's super important. And I believe that's also standard way I just showed you. I think you will not see this kind of content in the YouTube ever. So that's it, I think, for our routes in our routes folder. That's the main route. So this 2% of code is gonna help like kind of like middleware. One is going to be help for 404 URL, and another is going to be help us to catch any error from our server. Is that route related or middleware related? And so far we have developed that URL endpoint for our user profile. Now it's time to use that endpoints in our main server applications. Right now the code is kind of like this, so we can just simply get rid of from this one, and let's just check from the index.ts like what are the changes we have done. So we have to call like routes.endpoint, simply like that. So if you just simply call the routes, that's going to be the route class, and we have the method which is called endpoint. It will took the app as argument. So this dot app is going to be the app that we are using here so far, and that's it. Now you can see the how clean the code looks like. You don't have to provide all those route here. Instead we created a separated file where we're going to put all those different routes. And not only that, when we need when we will have hundreds of thousands of route, we can create those folder. We can manage with the router to actually make the whole application super scalable in the developer way. And one thing you also see, like we have some changes here. We added some sort of middleware as well as like kind of a new middleware. We already added 3 middleware, but we have 2 more. And above the cookie parser, like this one, we have to add those 2. You can see under the Morgan middleware like this, we have to add this 2 middleware. So what this 2 middleware is gonna do? So the express.json is gonna help to pass the payload. So let's say in our profile controller, you already saw update profile controller, we are using request.body, something like that. So this request.body need to be parsed in the JS express way, so that we have to pass like this particular middleware. Otherwise it's not gonna help you to parse the body. And also you have to pass like URL encoded true. So these are the true middleware that must need to be passed if you working with the payload. If you just put the code, it's gonna also give you good explanations why these 2 middleware need to be used and what's the purpose of these 2 middleware. So you can see like the purpose for the JSON is like content type application JSON, that is gonna help to accept those JSON in the header as a body, request.body, not in the header, request.body. So and the URL encoded is gonna help to content type www from URL encoded. That's mean when we submit a form directly from a HTML form, it's kind of a different way. So that's why you also have to allow that, so that you can also access that. But it's not it's kind of optional, but it's good if you just provided that, so that you will not face any issue. So now we have developed the APIs so far for our user, like the get profile and update profile. Now it's time to test those API, so that we can make sure that our API is working correctly, and also all the code we have written, that's also working without any error. As I just show you all the code and explain doesn't show you the practical use case or like the implementation by like calling the API. So now we are just going to test those API to see that our API is working fine or not. So before verify the API, let's also add validation into our API so that we can complete these two API. So for adding validation in this commit, like backend get profile, update profile method implement catch errors, like this commit is kind of done so far, and we have to look into another commit, which is the next commit, this one, backend validator middleware and user profile API validation schema added. That means we are going to create a validation middleware that we can inject with all of our route, including the validation schema. If you remember that in the front-end section, we use kind of similar middleware like Jot Resolver, which help us to integrate Jot with React Hook from. So it kind of a middleman that's work to connect the Jot with the React Hook from. So we need some sort of similar things. Here there will be a common validator function which will took the Jot schema, and the validator function will be injected into any particular route, and then it will perform the whole validation stuff. So for that case, we have to create a middleware folder in our src folder. Let's just quickly create that. So we have to create that in the src folder. In the middleware, we now have to create validator.ts file, validator.ts, and in this validator.ts file, we need a validation wrapper that's gonna took the Jot schema and validate our request from any API. So in this commit, that's the code. What I'm gonna do here is let's just grab the code and ask Gemini to provide the explanation, including a flowchart, so that you can understand that. So I just asked to give me the flowchart in Marmite so that I can also show you how the chart, like how the flow is working. So let's grab the flowchart, or maybe I can ask sequence diagram, which is far better to understand what's going on. So let's also go to Marmite. So Marmite live editor, where you can just visualize your flowchart, sequence diagram, and all those things. And one tips I will give you, like whenever you start to understand any of the code portion, just try to ask to give you the flowchart or maybe sequence diagram or maybe any chart that fit with to explain that particular things, and then grab that particular code and try to paste that in the online editor here so that you can understand what's going on. And if you get any error, just simply get rid of that by just removing all the bracket, because bracket are not accepted in the latest Mermaid version. So you can see here is the chart, and also you can change the mode so that you can understand that more properly. Here we are. So you can see it's kind of like a flow chart, so it's huge. I think better we can just simply look into the sequence diagram. That's far better to understand. And that's it. So let's just check. It's also quite long. So here you can see this is client. That's mean browser or maybe third-party API client side like Postman or something like that. Okay, we can just simply, yep, that's now seems really cool. So here you can see in the client side, we go to HTTP request, like we send or we try to request any API endpoint using like params, query, and body. And then in our Express app, you can see pass the request to the validator middleware. Okay, that's the middleware that we have created here. Let's just took our code and paste that. So in this particular middleware, and one thing you can see in that we have to import something. So we're gonna resolve that, but let's just understand the architecture, like how we develop the middleware. So in the middleware, you can see it's a simple functions that will take schema, like the Jot schema, and that's why we also have to provide the Jot schema type, and that's why we added request validation schema. Either we can pass body or query or params. Each of them will use any Jot object. That's mean any schema from the Jot object that we define earlier in the package. You can see if you go the validation, then you should see like Jot object. That's mean that's like an schema. So we can accept any of the Jot schema. So that's why we just use that type. And we can validate for body, query, params, and if you want to validate headers, you can also add that headers too. So that's the schema that's gonna took from this function, and then it will try to validate. If the schema has the params, then it's gonna validate the param. If it has the query, then it's gonna validate the query. If it has body, then it will validate the body. If in the meantime while validating it got any error, it's gonna send validation error to the client side. Otherwise, it's gonna process to the next. So that's the flow. If we just simply look here, then the Express app got that particular request, and we added the middleware into all the route. And when we added the middleware in the route, then all the API will be intercepted with that particular middleware. And in the first portion, it initialize error list. So if you look in the code, then you can see there are a list like this one, errors. So this error list is gonna contain all those error stuff. So if you go to the type of that, then you can see it's gonna store the message and the type, like where the error occurred, like in the query, params, or body, and then the errors object or the errors array, where it will indicate the field, message, and the code. So that's the array. So then what it is doing, uh, it's gonna use the shape parse request.params schema.params. So first of all, it's gonna trying to validate the params. So this is the portion where it's trying to validate the params. So when and you can see it's using the jod schema to validate. The method is shape parse. So you can see schema.params.shape parse. That means it's trying to access the schema when it passes like params. And then in that schema, there will be a method called shape parse, and that shape parse gonna help to validate that particular object. And here you can see we are passing request.params, and also that validator is kind of like middleware, so it will also get like the request and response and the next method as an argument, so that you can use them. So here we just use request.params, so it's gonna took that params in request and then it's trying to validate. And if the parse.success, then it's good, that's mean we successfully validated, and then it provided the data into request.validated.params. That's mean it just overwriting another property from the request object, the main object that we got in Express when we hit any API. So it's just adding a new property like validated and then dot params with the parse data. So that's what showing here. Like when the parse data got success, then it just stored the data in request.validated params so that we can access that in our controller or services. Then if the params validation failed, like success equal to false and error, then add params to error list. That's mean the error is going to be added into the error list. Here you can see errors.push. We are just adding the type, then we are adding a message, and also the errors that we got from the jod. We're gonna just make it kind of a user-friendly way so that it can be understandable from the client side. So parse.error.issues.map, we can just map that particular issues and then go through. And here we are getting some type errors. So when we just add these things, we will understand like the type error will be gone. So I'm gonna add that. The next thing is kind of the same, is for the schema.query. So you can see then it's trying to parse the request.query, and you can see all is wrapped with if else. So if you got like params, then it's gonna validate params. If you provide query, it's gonna validate query. The same will go for body. If you provide three of them, it's gonna validate three of them, because all will be inside of the if block. So the same thing kind of happening here, which is the it is going to parse the query. If that's failed, then it's gonna push that error into the error list. Otherwise, it's gonna set a value to the request.validated.query property, so that we can later access the validation like validated data. Although we don't have to set that, but it's kind of like another way you can also set that data if you need to modify anything or do anything. So that's a quite good practice. And then the body is kind of same. If that's validation success, then it's gonna overwrite the request.body. Here you can see we didn't create something like request.validated.body, like here we did request.validated.params. Instead, we just simply replace or overwrite the request.body data. So if you go to the code and open here, then when the parse success, we just replace the data, parse.data. And we can do the same thing here, like not creating a new property request.validated. Instead, we can just put request.query equal to parse data. That's also going to be fine. And if that's got error, we just push that error to our error list. And then when all the error check, then we're gonna check that if there are any error or not in the list. If we have error, then we're gonna send the validation error response as we created here, rest.status 422. This is status code mean validation failed. Two, with the response that we are getting from the validator middleware, and also the errors, the error list. And in the client side, we can then use that errors to show anything that we want. And then we are, of course, returning that function, otherwise it will not work. And let's say we don't have any error, then of course we have to call the next method so that the middleware actually pass to the next option. So that's as usually when we create a custom middleware. And if you look at that chart, that's also same. If there are any error, then we send 400 like 422 validation error, and if no error, then we are just calling the next method which gonna handle the controller. So that's about the sequence diagram about our validator uh, function, and hope you understand. If not, then of course you have Gemini to give a better explanation or understanding. I think you can just provide the whole code and try to see one by one what's going on. Like any jot object is like the type common used for like jot represent any jot object schema used for validation, something like that. And I don't think I used some sort of different thing else. Also, one thing I added here is declare module express. What that's mean we are overwriting the type of our express, and which is going to be in the request you know property. So if we go to the explanation here, you can see declare module express. This is a TypeScript declaration to extend the request interface from express. It adds an optional validated property to the request object. This property is used to store the validated and parsed data for query and params, as they cannot be reassigned directly, unlike request.body. So what that means, as I told here, like in the body we can just override that, but my bad, in the request.query you will not able to override that particular value, so that you have to create a new property to insert that parsed data. And that's why you also have to extend the request type from the express. So that's why this particular portion of code. And in the future we are gonna extend some of the few property as well, as based on our need. So in the request object we will add validated. It's going to be optional, and there will be query and params with any type of data. And then we can just simply create it like this. If we don't provide this code, then you should see some sort of error in here like this request.validate, which does not exist on the express request type or interface. So you just have to put that, and then other is kind of like as usual type, and overall that's the whole function. So now let's add this particular any jot object. So you might wondering why we're not importing that from jot directly, because in the backend project we didn't install jot. We install jot in our definition package, so that we don't have to manage same package in different project. Instead, as we have the package, we can just simply use that here. So in the definition, now we can export that. So let's just go to our commit, see all the code. So first of all, go to the index.ts from our validations. So I just go there. So that's the file validation index.ts. Let's add this particular code which we are gonna exporting like this. So this any jot object will come from jot object, then we are passing like any comma any. So what is that gonna do? That's gonna use as a type for any jot schema. So that will allow any jot schema. And we added this. Now we can just simply build our project, the package definition, so that we can get the latest code. Great. When we build that, now you can see the error gone, and it's directly injecting from our package.definition, and also the error should gone in our server project. So that's about the validator method. Now we have to see how we can use that validator method. So for using that, we must need validation, and you already saw in our validation we already created validation in our package for the front end side. So why not just use the same validation in our backend side? So that's what we're gonna do. And also we're gonna see how we can use that validator method in our endpoint. Let's say in the routes folder index.ts, you will see the router for the user profile. And if you go, then here you can put both validation schema or the validator middleware. So let's just use, like as you saw, this particular get user profile require the user query, the ID from the query, then we have to validate the query, and that's why we need validator. You can see that's the method, and in that method, as you know, that is gonna accept schemas object, and in that object you can pass either query or body or params. So for our case we need to validate query, so we can put the query, and here we have to provide the schema. So if you go to the user profile, and then you can see it's request.query, request.query.id. That's mean we have to validate the id. So how we can validate that? That's mean we need a id validation schema, which right now we don't have. We only have user schema like as update user profile. So let's create a common id validation schema so that we can reuse that everywhere. And that's already created. If you go to the commit and see the sid params, that's mean schema id params or schema id queries or whatever, like this is kind of a common. That's why I just put that in our index.ts file so that we can reuse that or like make it common. So let's just simply build our project, and you can see like every time we change anything we have to build that. So yeah, we're gonna add a script that's gonna help to live build and update our packages. So let's just now use this for our query validation. So we can just simply pass that. You can see the suggestion from VS Code, and that's it. So when you pass that, it's gonna work like query validator. And then we have the update profile. That's going to be the put request, but it will need the validation in our body. So that's why we have to put that body here, and we can just simply use the existing one as update user profile. That's it. So that's the validation schema. And also one thing I changed here, if you go to the commit, then you can see we added optional property, because the image URL will be optional as when we pass that. So if we just go to the validation schema and just add this particular field, let's just remove the comma and add optional. That means the image will only be optional field, not like required. It couldn't be empty. So after build that project, now we are good. So that's how we can just simply add those validation schema. And if you need like query, then you can also pass the query here. Then if you need params, you can also pass the params and then add the schema, so that it will validate all the property, and then it will wrap that errors as we saw in the validator method and send you the whole error in the client side, so that client side will understand like where the error actually happening, the validation error. So now we are quite good with all the changes. So we have added the validator and the schemas and all the things. So now it's time to test our API to see our get profile and update profile API is working or not. Installing API, we need Postman extension in VS Code or maybe in the desktop app. You can use any of that, but I prefer just like use VS Code. So this Postman, after installing that, make sure you add it in your left sidebar just by checking on that. And then when you edit one, then just go to or sign in. You can sign in and just create one, something like that. And it's gonna take you to the login portion. So make sure you log in with your Gmail, and after login, it will take you to the UI, and then you can create the collection. So let's just try with a new HTTP request. And before that, we also need some data to test with, because we don't have any API that's going to help to create user yet. So we must need to insert some sort of user information on the user table, so that we can use the get profile API to get the profile information and the update API to update those profile information. So I'm just gonna open the database client tviewer. So we're gonna insert some data manually to actually test this API. So you can see these are the table that we created earlier. User table, refresh token table. So let's just go to the user table and manually add or insert some data. So you just have to go to like click on a cell, the first cell. I think we're not able to zoom in, so let's just zoom like this. So you just have to click on a first cell and then go to edit and add row, and then you can provide any ID. So I will just give the default one, then the GitHub ID will be like, let's say that could be unique, so string and some sort of number. Then for the username, let's just say Hassan, and for the name, let's just say admin Hassan. We're gonna put email. Let's just put the image URL empty for now. And for our role, you can see it showing the enum as a drop down as we set the property to enum. So we're gonna set that to admin for now, and the status, let's set the status to active. And then let's also add those information like last login. Maybe we don't have to add them, it will take the current date and time. So let's just save that by using Ctrl S, and it's gonna insert that row, and also let's just add that particular last login information and save that as well as. So now you can see we have inserted an user in our user table. Now we should get that user information when we try to fetch that information by the ID like 1. So let's just go and first check our server is running. Yes, let's just grab the URL and try the first API, which is going to be like API slash get profile, or I think profile only. And then we also have to add query, ID as a query, and we can just pass 1 as a value. And let's just try to hit, and boom, you can see it's just the JSON that's we get from the database, and I'm not sure why it's not formatting well, whatever. So that's the data for the get request. Now if we go and try to update with the post request, we can do that. So for that case we need the endpoint, and you will get that in the route, user route, which is update profile, and it's going to be like put request. So we have to make that to the put request, and after the profile, let's just copy this URL and also put that somewhere here so that we can reuse that. And let's just add the update profile. And of course, as it's puts request, we can just send, and when you send, then you can see we are getting error. Of course, we also have to add profile, update profile. Let's just see anything we are missing with the API endpoint. So update profile, and if we go to the main file, then you can see API slash profile. So we have API slash profiles, then we should have update profile. And here you can see right now it's providing 422. That's the validation error. So let's now try to add the body. Here you can go to the raw, and in that raw body we can pass the object that we are going to send. And if you remember, then we need to pass ID, which is going to be 1. Then we need to pass the name, like what the name we're going to change. So let's just say edited name, and then we're going to pass the image URL. We can pass that empty, but let's just grab our get URL here. That's it. Now if we just also make it JSON and format it, then it should work. Or we can say like it's a JavaScript and send that, and we're getting some error. And you can see the error is like here from the server end. That's mean we are able to get that request, but the problem happening with the parsing of the body, something like that. So that's error happen when we don't add this to middleware. But as we already added that, then we have to debug like why we are getting that error. I think the error was happening when we provided a bad JSON. So let's say we use like JavaScript. So when you use JavaScript, it's compiled to a JSON. But when you use JSON, you have to put the quotation here. Otherwise, it will work like an invalid JSON. And when you just send that, and then you just got that error, like it wasn't able to parse the JSON. So make sure you just provide a valid JSON, or just use JavaScript instead if you don't want to give the quotation. And when you send that, then you should see the request is working, but it's providing 422. But the problem is we're not able to see that error. Yes, we are able to see, because in the pretty format, sometimes the VS Code cache actually doesn't show you the message in the real time. So you have to just click on the tab so that you got that response. So the API is working as we got the validation fail message. So if I just click the pretty, and the problem is with the formation of here. So if you just use the GitHub or like the Postman desktop app, you will see the messages in good format. So here you can see messages validation failed, errors type body, message validation failed for body, invalid input, expected object received undefined, code invalid type. That's mean it is saying that it received undefined, but it should expected an object. So let's just see what's the issue with us. So we are sending an object, but it's trying to get the undefined value. Okay, so let's go to our route, and here you can see in our validator, in the body we are providing that validator. Let's check from here. So let's just make it JSON and also add quotation. And now let's try with it, send. Still we are getting the error because it's not able to receive an object. So we can simply debug that by adding console log. So let's just go to our middleware and try to add a console log in our request.body or schema.body. So here we can easily able to debug that. So let's just first use a logger from our logger package, use the debug, and also let's just first console log the body. So it will be request.body. That's it. And also when that part's done, here we can also provide like the errors array and also the new request.body to check what's going on. If we now just save, okay, we have to provide some sort of type as any. Let's just make that. Okay, it will require 2 arguments, but we're providing 3 arguments, so that's why the error is. So let's just use template literal syntax to provide both of the value. Great. So if we now just save and try to request back again, we should see the body. And when I hit that, you can see in the body we are getting an object. In the error, great. So we are able to get that message like user not found. Right now it's showing user not found. That means we are able to get that body. So when we saw the message, that was not the problem from API, that was the problem from Postman VS Code extension, because whenever we got the response, it does not provide the latest response, because from the caching issue maybe it creates some problem. So you have to just switch tabs to get the actual result. So I would recommend just use a desktop app for Postman or the Chrome extension. Let's say we already have that. So I don't have Postman installed, maybe a Chrome extension. So for now, let's just use this one. So that's mean we are not able to find the user, but it should find the user because we provided the ID to 1. So why we're not able to find that? That's another problem. So because we provided ID 1, and also let's try to get the informations that's for the profile. So if we just input this and get request, you can see still we are getting that user not found, but that's not the case. You can see the status is 200. If you just change the tab, then you can see these are the information right here. So that's the problem from VS Code extension for the Postman. So I think the ID is 1. Then why we are not able to update that? So let's, if I now just try to send, you can see the same response, but it is not the response. The response is this, user not found. That means we now need to debug from our code like what's going on. So if we go to our update user profile, and yeah, we can just remove the debug here. So that was the confusion before, like getting error. So in the update user profile controller, you can see we're using request.body.id, name and image URL, and we're just passing that to our update user profile service. And that service is using payload.id as a first parameter. It's using the generic update method from our base service and providing all those information. Let's go to the base service, which is taking the ID, and this ID is trying to fetch information from this .get by ID. And if we don't have any ID, then it's just using the type or a method called find by one by. So maybe it could be find by ID, or maybe something like that, find one by. Okay, I think that's the case. So if we try to log here, let's just add a logger.debug, and we're gonna add the ID. So let's just provide the ID to check what's going on, and also the where condition, that what's the issue with that. We cannot pass that. So I think in our definition package, we must need an option to pass multiple arguments so that we don't get this kind of error. So yes, you can just add that. That's your task. For now, let's just work with the template literal syntax. So that's the where condition. Now we can also debug that thing. So if we just go to this tab and try to send, then you can see still showing user not found, but also we are not able to get that particular log. So let's just see what's going on. So this update method is trying to use the ID to get by ID, and I think the ID is not somehow missing somewhere from here. So let's just see where the ID is missing. So this update method is using payload.id, and also make sure the ID is going request.body.id, which is fine. That means we are passing that fine. So let's just check from here in this update method. And the problem is we are getting that error here, like user not found, something like that. That's mean the error is coming from this service while it's trying to do some resolving that error. So let's try to console here with the logger. So debug update, then let's just add id and also the data, and also let's try to request back again. Then you can see that's the issue. We're not able to get the id, it's showing undefined, but for the data we are able to get that object. That's mean we are able to get the object but not the id. So in the update user profile, in the payload, we have payload.id, and that's the object. Also we can just simply log here like what's going on with our payload, that we are able to get that data or not. So update profile, let's just log the payload directly. I think we are missing the payload somehow. Okay, we are not missing the payload, instead we are missing the id. So why is that? In our controller you can see that request.body.id, request.body.name, and image url, and in our body we are also sending the id. So the problem happening, if you go to the commit of our changes, we have name, image url, and if we go to the validator, like here you can see we replaced our validated data with the request bodies. So what's that mean? That's mean when the validation schema validated the data on that particular schema, we don't have id property. You got that? We don't have that id property. So for that case, as we don't have id property, so when it's validating, it's removing that id property. It's just using the information like the name and image url. So that's why the problem is. So if we go to our validation here, user validation, we don't have the id property here. So for that case, we can just simply add that id property in our validation schema here, and we have to make that. Yeah, we cannot make that optional because that's must required. So instead we can add this, or maybe we can just create another schema which will extend this one, which will have also the id. That's one solution. And another solution is just not parse the data that coming from the body. We can just simply, remove this portion and just check if the parse doesn't success, then we can just simply push the error and send that to the client side. But if the parse success, then it will put the same body, means it's not going to override the body. So that's another solution, and I think that's okay for now. But in the future, in production code, you should add only the parsed data inside the body, so that anybody will not able to inject any data instead of like the data that you added in the validation schema. So I think that's the standard. So yeah, let's just parse the body here, and let's just create another schema which will extend this one, so that we can just use that, so that we'll not get that issue. So this is going to be as update user profile. We can say with id, that's gonna extend our this schema. So I think there are already method for extending jod schema, so we can just simply call this one, and then maybe extend. Yes, in the extend here we can just put that id, and that id will be from our sid param. So we can just simply use that as well as here for the id, and we can just simply grab that schema id params. That's mean now if we just use this one in our validator when we are adding the route. So if we go to the route section here, in the s profile update user profile, now we are gonna use like id. So before that, let's also build our project, and now try to import that. Yes, we are successfully imported that, and now we should able to see that id is passing from our body. So if we just now send, then we got new error. So it is saying cannot read property of undefined reading jod. So let's try to check from the validator. So we can just go to the validator method and came here in the body section and try to log what's going on. It used to work, maybe something changed on my code, that's why the problem is happening. So we can just simply console log the body request.body here, and then also here when we got the error twice. So let's just try again, and of course we have to change that. we send that and change that, we are still able to get the error, same error, and the error happening before it's trying to access the job somehow. So I think the issue is with our schema that we created, like this one. Let's just try to fix that by asking Gemini like how we can extend a job schema. How we can extend a job schema. So just simply go how we can extend to another one. Okay, that's our basic schema. Then that is our extended schema. I think we were good. We were good here, but the ID param is doing maybe some issue. Let's just simply use this or this, because as you can see, it's like SID params is kind of a full object. So when we just assign that here, it's not uh, working like a single property. Instead, we can use maybe the merge. Okay, the merge is kind of deprecated. We cannot use that now. So we have to use extend, and then we can just simply add that particular things, this one. I think that was the issue, because when we use the SID params, it was working like an object. Or maybe let's just try to use like destructuring that. Okay, that syntax does not kind of working so far. Let's see. Yeah, this syntax is working. So we are just grabbing the whole object and trying to put that in our extended version of object. So if I now just try, and also let's just build that again, and now we are getting some build error, because the way we declare here is like saying is missing following property from job. That's mean how we are declaring that extended schema is not working. So just simply use this one and paste that. That's it. I tried so many options, but none of them work. So I think this should work now. And yeah, debugging is really boring. So why I show this part, like the debugging part to you, because it will help you to debug by yourself, as well as like how I debug. That's gonna kind of like also a learning opportunity. So now let's try to hit that API again, and now you can see we got 200 status. And if we check in our end, you can see the API got success, the update profile, and also we got all the log here. That's mean the issue was in the validator. When we are just replacing the body, it's just overriding the whole body from our validation schema. Let's say if we don't have the ID property in the schema, then it's not gonna work, or it's gonna parse without that ID property. So that was the issue so far. And also if we now go to the validator, we don't have any log. Yeah, let's just remove that log as well as, and try to hit the URL again to update some of the property. Let's say we just updated the name to Hassan, and let's just hit the request. And now you should see the username, the name is showing edited name. Just change that tab, then you will get the latest update, like name is Hassan. If we now go to the database and also refresh, we should see the name showing, the name is still showing admin Hassan. Let's just refresh and just clear that, like clear the tab and open the tab again, then you will get that. And also we can just simply call the get request from the profile, so that we can see the latest information, and we can just simply call that. And here you can see we are getting the name as a Hassan. Okay, that's mean the update API is working. If I just now say Hassan edited, and now just go to the get request, then you should see Hassan edited and all those property as well as. Now let's just check the validation field. Like if we don't provide name, then what's the reaction? You can see the validation is showing validation failed, body, the type is body, and the field is name. The message is invalid input, expected string, received undefined. That's mean our validation is also working for the put request. Now if we just provide the same body and send the request, you can see the 200 request. Now if we just don't provide image URL and try to check, we got 400 bad request. And if we just open, that is showing the JSON issue. That's mean we added the comma, so in the JSON it must need to be good format. And here you can see we are able to get 200 status, and the image URL actually optional, so it's not restricting the request. So let's just put that back. And also if we don't provide ID, then we should get error. You can see that ID must be a number, because that's going undefined. So that's mean our validation is working fine. So if we also try to check the validation for our query here in the get request, so if we now just send the request, then you can see the query validation as well as the type is query, validation fade 400 like 422. That's the request code. response code, and then you will get that ID must be a number. So if we don't provide ID, then only this API is not going to work. So we just have to provide the ID and then send, and then we will get the data easily. That means all of our API is working fine. So let's just summarize what we did so far so that you also got sync. Like we have some error we got, and we also have to debug them as well as. So if we just go to the changes, first of all, we changes here in the main index file, adding those middleware that's gonna parse our body. That's the older commit, like the commit we discuss here, like the get profile, update profile method. So then we have added the user controller, also the catch decorators that's gonna catch the error, then the main routes, including two of our routes like these two, and also the method for our services, the base services, and the response, common response. That was the older. And the newer commit, you can see we added the validator middleware, and we understand what's going on. Then we added the validator middleware inside of our routes. The same here you can see in our changes, like in the routes. So we added the middleware, then okay, let's just remove that part because that's not the changes. So in the base common, that's also we didn't change, so we have to remove that changes as well as. Let's just discard what we did here. So far we added the validator, then we added the definition type for ID params so that we can validate the ID, and also we added optional here for our main base user profile, and then we added another schema for including the ID so that when we parse our body, we don't miss that ID property from the body. So that was the changes. So you will get the latest changes in the commit, and the commit will be like this one: validator middleware and user profile API validation schema added. So far we have completed the step 7 from our documentation, which is adding the validation on the API routes that we develop. Now we can simply start working with the GitHub authentication APIs, as our 50% of API for authentication is kind of done, which is like the get profile and also update the profile. Now we will move back to the GitHub authentication APIs, and we're going to start with creating the services and then other stuff.